and presenter at Dubai TV. Please note that this session will be in Arabic. Kindly use your headsets for instant interpretation.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. أصحاب السمو وأصحاب المعالي والسعادة، حضورنا الكريم، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. نرحب بكم في هذه الجلسة ضمن فعاليات القمة العالمية للحكومات 2026 تحت عنوان استشراف حكومات المستقبل. في هذه الجلسة يشرفني استضافة معالي مختار ولد أجاي رئيس وزراء الجمهورية الإسلامية الموريتانية للحديث عن رؤية بلاده لمستقبل الاقتصاد والتحول التنموي المستدام. ففي عالم يعيد رسم خرائط الاقتصاد والنفوذ عبر الابتكار والتكامل، تبرز موريتانيا كلاعب صاعد يحمل فرص استراتيجية في الطاقة والمعادن والاقتصاد البحري. موريتانيا اليوم تملك ثروات هائلة طبيعية، فمساحته تتجاوز 1,000,000 كيلومتر مربع، تعداد السكان يفوق 5 ملايين نسمة، شعب يعتمد على الزيت والذهب. لكن التحدي في العالم لم يعد اليوم في الاستخراج بل في تعظيم القيمة المضافة. معاليكم، كيف تخططون للانتقال من اقتصاد قائم على تصدير المواد الخام إلى اقتصاد صناعي تصديري عالي القيمة خلال العقد القادم؟
شكرا جزيلا على الفرصة. تحية طيبة للقاعة. كما قلتم، موريتانيا حباها الله بثروات هائلة وموقع استراتيجي. أمثلة سريعة، يعني في المجال المعدني البلد تم استكشاف حوالي 10% من مساحته الكبيرة. استكشاف 10% فقط سمح بتأكيد حوالي 1000 مؤشر معدني. البلد الآن بدأ يستغل بعض هذه المعادن، الحديد، الذهب، اليورانيوم في الوقت القريب، الفوسفات، يعني مؤشرات تؤكد يعني ثروات هائلة في الجانب المعدني. في مجال الصيد كما تعلمون البلد يطل بشاطئ حوالي 750 كيلومتر، من أغنى ثروات، يعني شواطئ من الشواطئ اللي تتوفر على أغنى ثروة سمكية. القدرة اللي تسمح بالصيد مع ضمان التوازن البحري حوالي 1,800,000 طن، 800,000 طن. الآن تستغل منها فقط 600,000 طن. الأراضي الزراعية عندنا طاقة حوالي 500,000 هكتار، لا يستغل منها حتى الآن إلا حوالي 10%، 50 إلى 60,000 هكتار. إذن موارد طبيعية واقتصادية كبيرة جدا، موقع استراتيجي، وضعية أمنية مستقرة. كل ما يتطلبه في الحقيقة الاستثمار والتحول الاقتصادي. يبقى أن هذه الثروات يجب أن تحول. لم ننجح حتى الآن، حتى خليني أقول لم نبدأ حتى الآن في استغلال كل هذه الثروات. الفلسفة الجديدة التي تتبعها الحكومة حاليا، والتي يعني هي تنفيذ لرؤية صاحب الفخامة رئيس الجمهورية محمد الشيخ الغزواني، هي أن مسؤوليتنا أن نحول هذه الفرص إلى تنمية، إلى اقتصاد، إلى خطتنا للوصول إلى هذا الهدف هي الشراكات. هي نعرف أن هذه الثروة لا يمكن أن يستغلها إلا القطاع الخاص الوطني، رأس مال الأجنبي، وعليه فإن دور الحكومة يجب أن يتركز على توفير البيئة الضرورية لأن تستغل هذه الثروة. وهذا هو لب السياسة التي نعمل عليها حاليا من خلال الفتح الفرص للشراكات، تأمين رأس المال الأجنبي، إيجاد الإطار القانوني الكفيل بضمان الاستثمار، تسهيل العمل الإداري، التكوين البنى التحتية الضرورية من أجل الاستثمار، وطبعا الوضع الأمني المستقر، وإيجاد الفرص لأن تكون في شراكات رابح الموريتاني ورأس المال الذي سيستثمر في هذا البلد.
نعم إن شاء الله كل التوفيق والنجاح. طيب في ظل التحدي الكبير في العالم على سلاسل الإمداد والممرات اللوجستية والاستراتيجية والتي ستجعل من موريتانيا مركز محوري يربط أفريقيا بأوروبا والأمريكيتين وليس مجرد نقطة عبور، ما الاستراتيجية التي ستقوم بها في ظل هذا التحدي؟
ما نعمل عليه حاليا كما قلت هو أن كل هذه الثروات اللي سبق أن ذكرنا يتم تحويلها محليا. عندما يتم تحويلها محليا ستكون هناك قاعدة إنتاج تسمح مع وجود بنى تحتية ضرورية من أن تكون موريتانيا ليست فقط ممر. هذا هو يعني الفكرة الأساسية. من أجل تسهيل ذلك نحن الآن نعمل على إيجاد موانئ عميقة في المياه العميقة في مناطق مختلفة من البلاد. الآن عندنا مشاريع لتطوير 3 موانئ كبيرة في البلد، ميناء في نواذيبو، ميناء في نجاغو، وميناء في اليابسة بيننا مع جمهورية مالي الشقيقة. الآن العمل جاري على هذه الموانئ. نحن الآن نشتغل على ربط البلد عبر طرق سريعة بالدول المجاورة. الآن في جسر كبير يبنى، جسر روسو بين موريتانيا والسنغال، سيربط القارة الأوروبية بشمال إفريقيا بغرب إفريقيا. الآن في طريق كبير سيار، في طريق كبير يتم عليه العمل بين تندوف والزويرات، سيربط الجزائر بشبكة الطرق الوطنية. طبيعة الحال زيادة على الطريق دكار الدار البيضاء اللي هو الطريق الآن يعني مستخدم. إذن نحن الرؤية اللي عندنا بناء بنى تحتية مينائية وبنى تحتية طرقية وقاعدة اقتصادية تسمح لموريتانيا أن تكون ممرا. نحن ممر ومسهل، لكن أيضا قاعدة توزيع لإنتاج كبير في المنطقة، وأعتقد أن موقعنا الاستراتيجي يساعد على ذلك
فعلا. طيب التحول الرقمي اليوم معاليكم لم يعد خيار تنموي بل ضرورة سيادية، ما الخطوات الجريئة التي تتخذها حكومتكم لبناء اقتصاد رقمي حقيقي والاعتماد على الشباب الموريتاني؟
منذ وصول صاحب الفخامة رئيس الجمهورية إلى السلطة 2019 ومع هذه النظرة الاقتصادية التي تتركز على الشراكات وعلى الانفتاح، يعني من البديهي أنه لا بد من إدارة قوية وفعالة. والإدارة القوية والفعالة اليوم لا بد أن تكون تساير العصر، ولا بد أن تتملك التكنولوجيا الضرورية لإدارة فعالة تواكب القطاع الخاص. وبالتالي الرقمنة معبر اليوم في زمننا لا بد من سلوكه من أجل الوصول إلى نتائج طموحة كالنتائج التي نطمح إليها. صاحب الفخامة يعني أنشأ وزارة، قطاع وزاري خاص بالتحول بما يسمى بالتحول الرقمي منذ 4 سنوات. هذه الوزارة الآن، هذا القطاع الوزاري قطع أشواط كبيرة جدا في تنزيل استراتيجية لرقمنة الإدارة العمومية، لرقمنة الاقتصاد، للاعتماد على الآليات التقنية التي تسمح بمواكبة هذا التحول. إذن في الأولويات في سياستنا العمومية رقمنة الإدارة العمومية، توطين التطور التكنولوجي لنواكب استراتيجيتنا الاقتصادية الطموحة.
توطين التطور التكنولوجي والاعتماد على الشباب أحد أهدافكم الرئيسية خلال الفترة المقبلة؟
اليوم في عالمنا هذا المتحول يعني لا أمل للنجاح في أي سياسة عمومية إذا لم تكن تعتمد على الشباب. الشباب هو الطاقة، الشباب هو اللي قادر أن يفهم يعني ويستوعب وينزل يعني ما تتطلبه الحركية الاقتصادية والاجتماعية اللي نطمح لها. إذن من نافلة القول أن نقول أن كل سياساتنا العمومية يعني هدفها ووسيلتها هي الشباب.
طيب معاليكم، العالم اليوم يتجه نحو اقتصاد منخفض الكربون، بينما تستكشف موريتانيا كل فترة وأخرى موارد طاقة تقليدية ومتجددة، وذكرت أن هناك فقط استغلال ل10% من مساحة موريتانيا الحالية والمزيد قادم بإذن الله. كيف ستحققون برأيكم التوازن بين استغلال هذه الموارد وتخفيض أو تحقيق ريادة إقليمية في الطاقة النظيفة والهيدروجين الأخضر؟
لا كما قلت هذه الأرض الشاسعة يعني 1,040,000 كيلومتر مربع اللي هي مساحة البلد، يعني فيها يعني طاقات كامنة أخرى كبيرة جدا، زيادة على ما بدأ يكتشف من طاقات غازية ونفطية في البلد. من يناير 2025 بدأ استغلال أول حقل غاز لموريتانيا يعني بالشراكة مع جمهورية السنغال الشقيقة، وفيه حقول أخرى تم اكتشافها يجري الآن العمل على تطويرها، لكن ما تم التأكد منه هو طاقات أخرى كبيرة جدا في مجال الطاقات المتجددة. يعني الأرض شاسعة جدا، فيه إمكانيات هائلة لإنتاج الطاقة المتجددة من الشمس، حيث أن المساحة يعني مساحة مشمسة على طول أيام السنة، والمساحات شاسعة جدا يمكن أن تكون فيها حقول كبيرة لتوليد الطاقة الشمسية. لكن أيضا طاقة الرياح، يعني عندنا مناطق فيها الرياح اللي أسرع في العالم على طول مدار السنة، يعني فيها أيضا طاقات هائلة من طاقة من إمكانيات هائلة من توليد الطاقة من الرياح. نحن بدأنا أول مشروع لتوليد طاقة من الرياح الآن يشتغل بطاقة قليلة بمقارنة مع أماكن أخرى، لكن فتح الباب أفهم الحكومة وأفهم بعض الفاعلين الاقتصاديين ما يمكن أن نجنيه من خلال تطوير هذه الإمكانيات الطبيعية المتجددة. والآن نعمل على شبكات الخطوط الجهد العالي لربط موريتانيا بالشبكة الإفريقية، لأن الطاقة في الحقيقة هذه القارة الكبيرة، هذه القارة اللي هي وجهة العالم، ستكون بعد سنوات أكبر سوق عالمي في الحقيقة. لا بد لها من الطاقة من أجل أن تتحول، والطاقة الموجودة عندنا عندما تكون هناك استثمارات كبيرة وتكون في شبكات جهد عالي لربطنا بالشبكة، أعتبر أن هذه فرص هائلة جدا نحن نعمل عليها ونعرضها على الشركاء في كل مناطق العالم، لنعمل شراكات تسمح بإنتاج طاقة متجددة، طاقة نظيفة في هذه المنطقة لتزويد القارة الإفريقية والصناعة في القارة الإفريقية بهذه المادة الحيوية.
هل فتحتم الأبواب للاستثمار الخارجي في موريتانيا؟
بكل تأكيد. يعني كان عندنا قانون استثمار قديم تم تحيينه هذه السنة، تم تحيين قانون الشراكة بين القطاع العام والخاص، ونعتقد أن الإصلاحات التي تم إدخالها على هذين القانونين كانت سمحت بأن تعطيهم جاذبية أكبر، لأن سنة 2025 الاستثمار الأجنبي، سنة 2024 الاستثمار الأجنبي زاد مقارنة ب 2023 بحوالي 68%. الآن سنة 2025 فقط في حتى الآن حدود 10 شراكات اقتصادية إما تم التوصل إليها أو هي في طور التحضير بعد يعني المراجعة التي قمنا بها للقانون القديم للشراكة بين القطاعين العام والخاص.
طيب، معاليكم كثير من الدول تواجه فجوة بين الخطط الطموحة والقدرة التنفيذية. ما الإصلاح المؤسسي والإداري الصعب لكن ضروري الذي تعتبرونه مفتاحا لتحويل موريتانيا أو تحقيق موريتانيا لرؤيتها الاقتصادية إلى واقع ملموس؟
أعتبر فيه إصلاحات كثيرة، لكن أعتقد أن كلمة السر أو الإصلاح الذي يشكل سر إن شاء الله نجاحنا في التوجه اللي نحن الآن ننفذه هي إيماننا العميق بأن التحول الذي نطمح إليه لا يمكن أن يتحقق إلا بالشراكات، لا يمكن أن يتحقق إلا بالقطاع الخاص، وعليه الحكومة كل مهامها هي أن توفر الجو الملائم لأن تكون البلد بلد جاذب للاستثمارات الأجنبية. والاستثمارات الأجنبية وحتى الاستثمارات الوطنية لن تأتي إلا في بلد فيه أمن، إلا في بلد فيه ضمانات قانونية، إلا بلد فيه بنى تحتية، إلا بلد فيه موارد بشرية وفيه إدارة فعالة. وهذه في إدارة فعالة في الرقمنة إلى آخره. وهذه الخمس هي الجبهات التي تشكل أساسيات السياسة العمومية الموريتانية. نعتقد أن بهذه الطريقة يمكن أن نحول هذه الثروات الهائلة الموجودة عندنا لمصلحتنا، لمصلحة أشقائنا، ولمصلحة العالم كله.
وأنتم تعملون الآن على ذلك وفتحتم الفرص أمام المستثمرين، والقانون إن شاء الله سيكون يعني في مصلحة موريتانيا لتحقيق الأفضل إن شاء الله خلال الفترة القادمة. معالي المختار والجاي رئيس وزراء الجمهورية الإسلامية الموريتانية، نقف اليوم على أعتاب مرحلة تاريخية حيث تتحول الفرص الجغرافية والموارد الطبيعية إلى نفوذ اقتصادي حقيقي. نترقب أن نرى كيف ستقودون هذا التحول بإذن الله ليصبح نموذج أفريقي في النمو الذكي والمستدام لخدمة شعب موريتانيا الكرام. شكرا جزيلا على تواجدك معنا هنا في القمة العالمية للحكومات، وشرفت ونورت بلادك دولة الإمارات العربية.
الله يحفظكم، الشكر لكم والتهنئة على هذه القمة يعني التي نظمت بشكل في الحقيقة شكل مبهر. شكرا جزيلا، هنيئا لكم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته.
السلام عليكم، شكرا جزيلا.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next session is titled Who Decides the Digital World? With Hatem Dawedar, Group CEO of eAnd. This session is moderated by Becky Anderson from CNN.
Hey, very good morning. Day 3. Hope you're all well. How are you?
Very well. Tired as all conferences. Day 3 starts wearing you out, but excited about the discussion today.
Well, we've got 15 minutes, so I'm hoping I'm going to completely exhaust you in that. It's a messy old world. We're here to talk about trust, about shaping our digital future at a time when things are frankly pretty fractured out there. This conference will mostly have been dominated at times by these discussions. So let's have a crack at this. Let's start with you as Group CEO. I want to understand how eAnd is positioning itself to shape our digital future before we move on.
Look, we are a technology leader in the region. We are a pioneer in telecoms. The company this year celebrates 50 years of operation, which puts us among, let's say, the top tier of old businesses that have been there, but has been reinventing itself. In the region, we were the first to launch 3G technology, 4G technology, 5G technology, and we're working also to develop the new technology. So we're working with multiple groups to develop the standards for 6G. It is a big challenge, and we are sitting, let's say, in the zone between the East and the West, and there is a different pool in terms of technology, and we're trying to balance things out. So we have this kind of responsibility as well to try to help steer into common standards.
You brought up 6G. eAnd has outlined a comprehensive 6G framework at this point. So what's the timeline on that? And what do you expect the impact of 6G rollout to be, Hatem?
I think we expect standards for 6G to kind of be almost finalized in the next 2 years, so by 2028. And after that standards are set, we see some testing, expecting to see actual 6G networks that are available. The earliest will be 2030. And at that point, gradually rolled out. Let's also remember that we have just recently introduced a 5G Advanced, so for people living here, we call it 5.5G. And that brings already today a lot of the benefits that we'll see with 6G. So we're seeing with that network, ultra low latency, super fast speeds, and these are some of the benefits that we'll get of 6G. Of course, 6G will also use other spectrum bands, will probably integrate more with direct-to-device with satellites and so on. So these are things that are being worked out in the standards at the moment. But I would expect that you probably will not have in your hand a phone that shows 6G before 2030.
Geopolitical tensions and national interests are frankly conflicting with what is a vision, at least, for a truly inclusive and trusted digital future. I just want to get your sense on how eAnd navigates scaling your business, fostering greater international cooperation, which is frankly good for business, and cross-border collaboration at a time where we're seeing less cooperation, not more, in this digital realm, and who really holds the leverage today?
So let me start with the third question, then work my way backwards. So from an international perspective, we have been very active in laying the foundation for a more digital world and the world of AI. So we've been connecting the world through our fiber cables that are running east and west, and we continue to work very actively on this, because this is one of the foundations of a digital world. You have to connect the world on, let's say, the mass level first, before you get into the overlay technology. So we are working very hard on this, and to do this properly, we have expanded, we have opened offices for that connectivity in London, in Miami, in South Africa, in Singapore, to make sure that we bring all this network together. Today, we are definitely in the top 10 in the world in terms of our international cable network, if not in the top 5. And that's very, very important as a foundation. And then you have the possibility being here that we are able to get exposure to see technology from both sides. So we have great partnerships with AWS, with Microsoft, with Qualcomm. At the same time, we also have exposure to the Chinese technology. We know what Huawei are capable of and what's the roadmap. So by seeing that, we see that there is still a world where we can have a common standard across the world. Again, for many of the people here, if you remember 20 years ago, or let's say 25 years ago, if you travel between the region and the US, when you landed there, you needed to rent a phone because your phone would not work anymore. You needed to have a US number because there was no roaming. Same thing if you went to Japan, because Japan had a different standard. We started to see the world come together with 3G and then fully come together with 4G and 5G. Now, the challenge is to remain together. Remember, again, how some of the standards that diverged, like some countries have 110 volts, 220 volts. Some countries have round plugs, some countries have square plugs. All these things, or driving on the right or driving on the left, I mean, all these things bring complexity, bring hurdles to the supply chain, and present the mass production of technology. That is essential for inclusion, because if we want to have the whole world, everyone in the global south connected, we need to have the affordability factor, and that only is achieved by having ubiquitous, worldwide global standards, and that's something that we really need to push.
I want to talk about the Global Digital Compact, which was written back in 2024. It was about, you know, cooperation. That was written, what, less than 24 months ago. We are in such a different place now. But before we do that, because I just, you know, there's this sense that we live in a world of that lacks now and may further lack cooperation going forward. Before we do that, I really want to get to the bottom of the following. Who's got the leverage today? I mean, you sit there as Group CEO of EAND. Is it the infrastructure owners? Is it the platforms? Is it the policymakers? Is it you and I as users? Who's got the leverage?
Actually, all of the above. It's really a multi-stakeholder environment now, because we have sovereign governments that dictate how some of the data and some of the infrastructure works in their government or within their sovereign countries. We have then the platforms. We have the, you know, the OpenAIs, Grok, Gemini, and others, many, many others, and of course the other side, DeepSeek and other Chinese technologies that are there, and they're not available everywhere. And some of them are open source, some of them are constrained, so a lot of give and take there. There's the international standards bodies, so like the ITU, for example, GSMA, which is the mobile alliance of all the mobile companies, is also working on some parts of the standards, and different other bodies that are trying to work on the standards. And then at the end, it's you as a user. What do you decide to use? Because you can be in the US and you decide that you're using DeepSeek. Today you can do that. You can download the app and you can use it. And the other way around, somebody in China can be using ChatGPT. So there is that constant flux, and this is similar to many other technologies and things, but I think the fracture and the pressure today of if you use this technology, you cannot use the other, or you have to separate them completely, is something that never happened before.
The Global Digital Compact was designed to align innovation, governance, and in a typical sort of UN way, human values. In 2026, as we discussed earlier, global cooperation does feel like somewhat of a pipe dream. And we live in a world in 2026 where China is certainly more vocally willing to follow a sort of multilateral path, more so than the United States. And in the big fight between the two at present, who's going to win out, and how will that affect our digital future?
Actually, it's even more complicated than that, because today, Europe is trying to find its own way as well. Because Europe, having been caught now in the middle, they don't have platforms at scale. They don't have the data center capability that the both other sides have. So now Europe is focusing a lot on building sovereign capability, sovereign data centers to run AI applications within Europe. So at the moment, we see a lot of that. I mean, we were lucky here in the region that already, I would say a couple of years ago, we have kind of ironed out how this works. What needs to be sovereign in terms of data, what needs to be here on the ground in terms of regulated and sensitive industries, but what can be in the open cloud, what can be in the public cloud, and so on. But in many other countries and many other jurisdictions, that hasn't been defined yet. So in the coming period, I think that everyone will try to see how they can either utilize the global platforms in a sovereign manner, or they end up trying to push to develop their own platforms. And of course, things are changing every day. I think in the last couple of days, we're now hearing about data centers in space. So from space perspective, you wonder what sovereign that will be in.
What do you make of data centers in space, just out of interest?
Look, I think a lot of things that we thought were science fiction ended up being reality. So I've been very hard to judge. The physics works, I mean, in terms of the frictionless, very cold space. It does help with some of the process of data centers, but again, putting anything into space is very expensive. So I think it will come to the economies at some point.
I've got just a couple of minutes left, so I want to leave that time just to get a sense from you. We talked about the 6G framework, gave us a bit of a timeline about rollout and the impact that 6G might have going forward. Just do some crystal ball gazing for us. 2026 today, where will your business and the kind of wider digital space be in 31 and in 36, 10 years from now?
I think what we're seeing now is a lot of telecom companies by DNA and started by us, but many others are doing it, are evolving into a bigger ecosystem. We see, for example, inclusion, which was one of the things in the Global Digital Compact, is happening not only through connecting people, but connecting them and providing them financial services. So banking for the unbanked. Whether we do this in the GCC for blue collar, so a lot of people that have salaries that are too low that the banks are not interested now have payment wallets that they are able to do a lot of transactions on them, even having microloans when they need, having small credit cards and so on, happening today, but we'll see a lot of it in 2031, and we see that already happening overall in the global south. So we see that in Africa, we see that in Asia, and this is something that technology is really changing. I think that the impact of AI will be much, much bigger in the knowledge economies than it is in, let's say, the emerging and global south, because, again, the percentage of knowledge jobs in these areas are much lower. In the knowledge economies, you have much, much bigger base of knowledge workers, and I think AI will have an impact that over the years. Of course, there's also a lot of positivity and, let's say, prosperity that will come with AI, but we will need to manage this going forward, how we will manage the rise of AI and keeping jobs in knowledge economies during that transition.
And there will be a lot of people in this audience, young Emiratis and others, who are perhaps a similar age to, for example, your daughter, who I know will be spending some time with me in the summer at CNN. And they will wonder what opportunities you believe they might have, or what advice you might have for them as they seek opportunities, to your point, your last point, in this digital future. Just last line.
I think the same way that the current generation are digital natives, are able to use the mobile and the computer normally, they need to learn how to use AI properly. I was with a friend working in the financial industry a few days ago, and he was saying that to develop a new model, credit scoring model, used to take weeks with 20, 25 coders working on it. Today, with a very bright guy that knows how to use AI, he was able to develop that work alone over the weekend, just using AI tools. So if you can use these tools to their full capacity, you will succeed, you will prosper. If you fall behind, especially if your expertise is in an area that is repetitive, that can be replaced by AI, it's time to start looking for what you want to do next.
And with that, we're going to leave it there. We've timed out. Hatem, thank you very much indeed. It's been an absolute pleasure.
Thank you, Becky, always.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next session is titled The Science of Living Longer and Better, with Professor David Sinclair, Professor of the Department of Genetics at the Blavatnik Institute.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me okay up the back? Good. Can you understand my Australian accent? Okay. Good. Well, thank you for having me today. I have 15 minutes to tell you about what is one of the most exciting changes for humanity that you may not know is actually happening. Of course, I'm talking about longevity and the longevity revolution that I here stand to tell you about and represent as a scientist in this field. So my background, just briefly, is I've been in the longevity research field for 30 years. I've watched its rapid changes, and I'm at Harvard Medical School, and I run a lab of about 25 PhDs. And we are pushing the boundaries of what is possible with human health. And it is clear to me, and many of my colleagues around the world, that our generation is going to witness the biggest change in health since the inventions of clean water and vaccines. And what I'm talking about is our ability to control our own biology. And when that happens, and this may only be between 10 and 20 years in the future, we will look back at today, at our current healthcare, and think of it like it is very old-fashioned, if not medieval. So I'm talking about aging today, and for many years we've ignored aging. If you go to a doctor, typically a doctor says, well, you're getting old, it's normal for you to lose your eyesight, it's normal for you to have bad hearing, it's normal for you to get heart disease. This is aging, it's normal. And for too long, normal has equaled acceptable. And I'm here to say that we no longer have to think of something that's normal being acceptable. Everything else about our life, the air in this room, the lights, the clothes we wear, the cars we drive, this is not natural. This is not normal for humans. But we change our world for the better. And the same is going to be for how fast we get older. Aging doesn't have to be acceptable. In my world, aging is a medical condition that's very common, and it's increasingly treatable. So what I show in this graph is how rapidly the rise is of diseases as we get older. On the bottom axis is the age that we get, and the diseases rise in risk as we get older. And what I want you to see is it's not a straight line, it's exponential, and they all go up. So by the time we're 80, almost more than 50% of us have 5 or more diseases. And the older you get, the worse it gets. And the goal of my research and people like me around the world is to push the curve in this direction so that diseases come later. And the only way to do that is to tackle aging itself. Even if we cured all cancer today, we would only live an average of an extra 2.5 years. Let that sink in. All cancer's gone today. We only live, on average, another 2.5 years. Why? Because all of the diseases are going up at the same time. So we need to tackle all of the diseases at once, and that's aging. Aging is the cause of these diseases. They look different, right? In the brain, aging is different. It looks like Alzheimer's. In the heart, it looks like heart disease. In the skin, it looks like wrinkles. But the same process is the same in every tissue, and we can now slow it down. And what I'm going to tell you today is that next month, we're going into human clinical trials to test for the first time in history whether we can reverse the aging process and cure diseases. So it's a very important moment. So this is a World Forum. We want to talk about economics, I think. And we calculated, my colleagues and I in London, that the economic value to slowing aging is tremendous. It can dramatically improve the GDP of a country, even if you slow aging by 1 year. You just make your population live a healthy 1 extra year. And for the United States, for example, that's an extra $38 trillion. Why? Because people are not sick and they are more productive. If you extend out lifespan by 10 years, now that's 360-something trillion dollars. These are big numbers. Why? Because our greatest asset as a country is not tech, it's not oil, it's not gold, it's human resource. Adult human productivity is the greatest resource of any country. And there's a problem now. For most of certainly the Western world, the rates of fertility are declining. In 1960, the average person was having many more children. Per 1,000 people, every year there were 25 babies in the United States in 1960. Now it's around 10 babies per 1,000 people. For the first time, more than half of the American states produced fewer babies than people died. Half of the United States is declining in population. So we have less and less people to do the work. So there are only 2 solutions: replace them with robots or keep people alive and healthy. The other problem is there's very little research into aging. Okay? In the United States, which puts the most research dollars into aging, you can see on this graph it's only 500 million compared to many billions of dollars to target individual diseases. But as I told you, if you target individual diseases, you're not going to extend lifespan by very much. You need to tackle all of the processes at once. Now I'm going to give you a little bit of biology lesson, because it's very important that you understand why we can now tackle aging when we couldn't do this even 5 years ago. We can tackle aging because we now believe we understand why we age. And it's not wear and tear. It's not that we just wear out like a car. Our bodies are not like cars. Our bodies are more like computers that can be programmed and reprogrammed and rebooted to be young again. And this graph from my good colleague and friend Stephen Horvath, Professor Stephen Horvath, showed that you can even measure changes, chemical changes on our DNA, in our blood or anywhere. We can take a cheek swab from our mouth, and we can measure how old we are, not by our birthdays, which is called chronological age, but by how fast our body is getting older. We call this our biological age. And there's a very specific measure for how old we are biologically. And these are chemicals that get changed on the DNA. Our DNA is not pure, it's not just clean. It gets chemicals added on and off as we get older, and we can measure those with sequencing machines and predict not just how old somebody is, but more importantly, how sick they will be in the future and even when they will die. And in the United States, you can buy a kit and take a cheek swab or take a blood sample, and the company will tell you how old you are biologically and how long you might live if you don't change your health. And you can see on this graph, some people are much younger than others, even if they have the same birthday. Now, this is the theory that comes from my lab at Harvard. It's called the information theory of aging, and this is the idea that we are like computers, not machines. One analogy, and hopefully you all remember what a compact disc is. I think you do. When I teach students, sometimes I have to tell them what is a CD. But what we think aging is like scratches on a CD. The DNA is the music, so we get beautiful music when we're young, but when we get old, we cannot read the beautiful music. Our cells do not read the DNA correctly, so the cells, they become lost, they become confused, and our old cells do not make the right proteins, and they get diseases. This, we believe, is aging. But what's amazing is we found that you can polish the CD, you can get rid of the scratches and rejuvenate cells so they're young again. And to put it another way, you can reinstall the software of the body so that it's young again. We can quite literally, in my lab, reverse the age of cells and of very complex organs and tissues, including the eye, the most complex, and the brain. We can reverse aging by 75% in 6 weeks. And I'll show you what happens when we do that. This is the opposite experiment we did. This is what happens when you scratch the CD, when you corrupt the software of an animal. We're putting those chemicals on the DNA and making it get older faster. And you can see the mouse on the right is the brother of the other brother, born on the same day, same age, but one of them, we accelerated the aging process. We scratched the CD of this mouse. Good evidence that the information theory of aging may be correct. And what we like to say in my lab is if you can give something, you can take it away. So we started working on how to reverse aging, not just accelerate it. So the question was, is aging in us reversible? We know that we can reverse it when we have children. Our babies are not born 30 years old or 40 years old, depending on the parents, because on the 7th day of fertilization, after you have a conception, on day 7, the baby goes back in age. There's a reset of the age when we're very young. But can you do this in our bodies? When we're older, when we're 40, when we're 50, even when we're 90, can you do this? And can it be safe ever? And I believe it can. And so because I only have 15 minutes to talk to you today, I'm going to give you a crash course in the science of age reversal. What we do is we use what are called Yamanaka genes. Yamanaka, Professor Shinya Yamanaka, won the Nobel Prize in 2006 for discovering that there are genes that can rejuvenate a cell back to a stem cell, back to age 0, which we use all the time now in the lab and in increasingly therapies. But we don't want to create age 0 cells in our body. That would be cancer. So what we had to figure out in my lab was, how do we reverse the age to 75 or 80%, but not 100%? So we use 3 of the Yamanaka genes, just 3, not 4, not 5, just 3. And we discovered in 2020 that that takes you back 75%, but no more. It stops at 75%. These 3 genes are called OCT4, SOX2, KLF4. They control other genes, but these are the reset switch. This is the polish for the compact disc. We call these OSK for short, OSK. This was the result that changed everything for us, and it got on the cover of Nature magazine in 2020, the world's leading scientific journal. And the title on the cover of this journal was "Turning Back Time." This result shows that you can rejuvenate cells, make them young again, and you can even regrow the tissue. These are optic nerves in a mouse that have been damaged. The top one is the damaged one. The bottom one is also damaged, but rejuvenated, made young again so that it can grow. And so these mice had their optic nerve regenerated. So we actually were able to show that using this method, we could cure blindness in animals for the first time. We could cure blindness. But we didn't choose the eye because it would work well. We chose the eye because we wanted to test if we could cure blindness. Since then, we've tested that we can benefit and treat diseases such as Alzheimer's disease in the brain of mice, multiple sclerosis, motor neuron disease or ALS, kidney disease and liver disease. It's not just the eye that can get reversed and cured of diseases. It's seemingly every part of the body. It's a universal reset in the body. And I believe that that's going to be the future of pushing those diseases out 10 years, maybe one day 50 years into the future, so we can spend our 80s and our 90s, that decade, being just as productive as we were in our 40s and 50s. There is a company that I started 8 years ago called Life Biosciences, and it's based in Massachusetts, and they are doing the clinical trials. What they did was they tested whether this eye treatment worked in animals higher than mice, and they actually tested this in monkeys, and they were able to show that it also works in animals just like us. And as you can see from this graph, the eye is just the beginning. We're going to be treating glaucoma, very prevalent in this region of the world. Nigh-on, the next disease, is a stroke in the eye, so you can wake up blind. There's 3 times more of this condition now than there was 10 years ago because of the weight loss drugs. The GLP-1 receptor agonist drugs actually increase the frequency of blindness by this nigh-on, like a stroke. And then we're going to be working on other tissues, the liver, perhaps the lungs, hearing. We believe we can treat every tissue, eventually do a whole body reset of the body to be able to be young again. And it takes about 6 weeks. And the world reported just last week that the US FDA regulatory body cleared the way for the first age reversal human trial. It's a big deal. The FDA is very supportive. And we will know this year, maybe in the next few months, if age reversal works. Initially in the eye for glaucoma and nigh-on to treat blindness, and then we will move on to the rest of the body. And these are my colleagues at Life Biosciences. The CEO, on the left is Michael Ringel from Boston Consulting Group, COO. In the middle, the lady is the CSO, scientist, Sharon Rosenzweig-Lipson, and the CEO is Jerry. We're very fortunate to have some investment from this region, including from G42, so I'm very grateful for their support. We've just raised around $80 million to do these trials, and I do believe that we have a very good chance of seeing success in the clinic this year. And if you're wondering, how does this all work? What's the biology? What should I do now to stay healthy? I'm going to give a shameless plug of the book that I wrote because this talks about the future, talks about the economy, and all of the social benefits that will come from this technology. Thank you for having me.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next session is a conversation with His Excellency José Ramos Horta, President of the Democratic Republic of Timor-Leste. This session is moderated by Eleni Jokos from CNN.
A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A round of applause, please. A little bit of energy this morning. So good to be with you, and a big welcome to His Excellency José Ramos Horta from the Democratic Republic of Timor-Leste. My name is Eleni Jokos. I'm an anchor and correspondent at CNN, and delighted to be having this conversation at this juncture and time in the world. And what a time it is.
Thank you.
And I also have to say, the President speaks very freely, so we have a lot to get through. You know, Timor-Leste's independence came at a very big cost, not only for the people within the country, but also for you personally. When I look at what's happening globally, and we're seeing this power struggle that has emerged between powerful nations, where we're seeing, you know, international law being loosely applied, sometimes not applied at all. My question to you is, are we abandoning the very principles that assisted your country in gaining freedom? And are you worried about the state of the world right now?
Well, yeah, absolutely. When we disassemble international mechanisms by action or by omission, such as WTO, in a world where you don't have rules, international law, what would happen to international trade? If you have members of the Security Council, permanent members, who engage in acts that are prohibited in the Charter, well, you discredit the most important organ of the world that's supposed to prevent conflicts or resolve conflicts. So it is extraordinarily dangerous. I haven't seen in my lifetime a situation where we can see regularly, daily, the dismantling of an architecture of international law, mechanisms that help preserving peace in the world. When the Charter was drafted, and it was stated clearly, prohibition of threat or use of force in international relations, prohibition of acquisition of territory by force. Well, there's some reason for that, and that the Charter that. But then when you ignore all of that, well, we go back to what? So the law of the jungle.
The law of the jungle.
Yeah.
That's, I mean, and just to say, you know, Timor-Leste, you received independence in 2002 after brutal occupation by Indonesia. You know, oil was part of that story in 1975, a powerful nation that supported Indonesia in occupying Timor-Leste. You've been through so much, and when you see what's going on, it's as if history is repeating itself. Do you feel that leaders have not learned their lessons, and what's your message?
Well, talking about that, about our experience, I have to say, we are free today, partly, and is a great part of it, is the change that took place in Indonesia. We are free because Indonesia agreed to.
Yeah.
We negotiated under the auspice of Secretary General, and Indonesia agreed to a referendum, a popular consultation in the country. And then when the result came, almost 80% voting for independence, Indonesia honored it. And Indonesia has done even a greater thing. They honored the result, withdraw, and instead of then looking at ways to destabilize the poor, fragile new country, quite the contrary. We extend a hand of friendship, reconciliation. Indonesia accepted, And Indonesia has been instrumental in helping stabilizing our country, in helping prospering the country, and in helping us join in the UN. So Indonesia itself actually has given a lesson on how to respect agreements, how to respect international law. And they show certain, statesmanship. They are higher than pettiness of retaliation. Yeah.
So, beginning of the year, we started the year off by seeing, major changes, geotectonic shifts in Latin America with Venezuela and Maduro being taken into the United States. President Trump has been very clear about wanting to see Maduro out, and then started to shift the conversation very much focused on oil. He's also focusing on Cuba right now, where we're seeing, that country being squeezed in terms of oil supply. When you see headlines like that, given your experience, what are your thoughts? Because you've actually worked with Cuba before, specifically in the healthcare sector, close to Hugo Chavez at the time.
We must resist the temptation of use force in any circumstances. Of course, in international law, and as recent as in the 90s, there was tremendous debate in the UN on the so-called R2P, right to protect. So if there is a community threatened with genocide, there is a right to intervene, to prevent it. That right became, the debate was so strong, the convictions were so strong about protection of civilians, that the right to intervene became duty to intervene. And these are extreme circumstances, and only when it is authorized by the Security Council. It cannot be countries individually to do it. In the case of Mali, for instance, some years ago, the French intervened at the gates of Bamako to prevent Al-Qaeda from entering. West African countries were involved, and then later it was handed over to the Security Council, and that created a peace enforcement force under Chapter 7 that stayed in Mali for almost 20 years. At the time, I was chair of a panel called High-Level Independent Panel on UN Peace Operations. This debate was going on whether the Security Council should accept the request to intervene in Mali. I wrote a letter to Secretary General Ban Ki-moon. I said, don't. Mali is not a peacekeeping situation. It is counter-terrorism. The UN was not created, not trained for counter-terrorism. Yeah. And of course, the UN in the meantime withdrew from Mali because they just couldn't do that. So we have always to resist the temptation of force.
I want to talk about your incredible natural resources and, endowed with coffee. You've got coffee?
We have the best coffee.
The best coffee. Has anyone had coffee from Timor-Leste? Hands up.
Yeah.
Yes, no, here's a new market. You have to explore.
we have, I have to say, Papa Francisco.
Yeah?
He used to drink every day Timor coffee.
Oh, really? Okay. Well, I'm going to try it. Okay, but you've also got oil and gas. There's actually, it's called the Greater Sunrise Project. And for many years, you've been trying to ensure that you get onshore benefits, so through a refinery and so forth. The Australian company that was involved wanted to push that gas through to Darwin. And finally, it seems there's a resolution. I want you to talk to me about, firstly, what it took to push back so strongly. And secondly, to ensure that the deals that you sign, when it comes to your natural resources, benefit the people of your country.
The reason we advocated push for a pipeline to go from Timor Sea to Timor-Leste is, A, it is cheaper. 100 miles to Timor-Leste and 500 miles to Australia.
But the Australians were always saying that it was actually not economically viable. Why do you think that is?
Now they agree, economically viable, commercially viable, technically viable. So consensus is, yes, the pipeline come to Timor-Leste. So no more the difficulty, no more the objection to bring the pipeline to Timor-Leste, because we don't want the pipeline for the sake of a pipeline. Pipeline is not a monument. It is technical, it is commercial, it is better for us, for Timor-Leste, and hopefully we will sign the agreement in the next few weeks.
So let's talk about, in a world where you see massive powers confronting each other, and I'm talking about the US and China, do you feel the need to align yourself at this point in time? I know that China has been assisting with some projects, but you, of course, you've said you're friends with anyone that wants to come in and do investments. Do you feel the pressure?
Not really. We have the best possible relationship with China, the best relationship with Indonesia. We are members of ASEAN, with Japan, South Korea. We have the best relationship with the United States, with current administration, with the European Union. So we have no enemies. Maybe because we are so small, we pass unnoticed.
But we should notice you. You've been through a lot, and I mean, you're a bastion for democracy, actually. The #1 ranked democracy in Asia. But let me ask you this.
We are rated #1 democracy in Asia. A cynical friend of mine, commenting on this in my page, he said, Jose, with that kind of neighbors you have, not difficult to be #1. And, but we are also rated top. In 2023, we're rated #10 in the world in terms of press freedom.
And that's really important.
While France and UK 26, 27, Australia 30 plus, United States 40 something. So we were doing extremely well.
So it was small but mighty, I would say. That's one way to describe you.
It doesn't mean anything. I know I keep saying democracy, as we know it, multi-party democracy, because we always confuse that democracy has to be multi-party. No. Democracy is a power to the people. The power to the people doesn't have to be exercised through 10, 20 political parties. No, if you have a political system, a monarchy or whatever, and that the leaders are always engaged with the people, they are listening to the people, they accommodate everybody's views, well, and that system provides stability, prosperity to the people. So why do I have to bring 10 political parties? We have 5 political parties in the parliament, and 2 are the ruling parties. The largest one, I'm independent, I don't have a political party, but the Prime Minister leads the largest party. He's an extremely charismatic personality, and he won the election resoundingly, but he has a second party that supports him to have an absolute majority.
Because we're running out of time, I have a couple more questions. I want to get through them very quickly. You have a knack for knowing who should win the Nobel Peace Prize. By the way, you've been right a few times. You also know who to nominate. You do your research. You're a Nobel Peace Prize winner yourself. Did you nominate President Trump? Do you think he should get nominated?
Well, President Trump already got a Peace Prize from the lady from Venezuela who handed over to him her Peace Prize, so he already got one. Now, seriously, if I'm going to nominate someone, I tell you, I will nominate Sheikh Mohammed. Why would I nominate Sheikh Mohammed? Everybody knows about UAE. Everybody knows about Dubai, about Abu Dhabi, but little they know about how this little country, very rich, but how this little country has supported so much humanitarian efforts. You look at the GDP and the proportion of UAE contribution to development, to humanitarian relief and all of that is one of the highest in the world. Second, behind the scenes, quietly, they have mediated numerous conflicts. Eritrea and Ethiopia. Now, more recently, a few days ago, the talks between Russia and Ukraine took place here. And that is done with incredible discretion, particularly by Sheikh Mohammed. He's a very, very humble, very quiet person. He doesn't like his name to be mentioned.
Yeah.
If he gives you a hospital, he doesn't want his name there. He gives you a school, he doesn't want the name there, at least outside UAE. So why not?
So, well, listen, I hear that if you say it, it happens. If you say it, it happens. So you're going to be yeah?
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily? Yeah. I hear that.
Yeah.
And by the way, Nobel Prizes are not transferable.
The Nobel Committee, the Norwegians, incredibly independent-minded.
Yes.
And no amount of pressure. Pressure is totally counterproductive.
Okay, so very quickly, you said that it's easier to go to heaven than to join ASEAN, which you joined eventually in 2025. Yeah. But you joined now, you're in.
Yeah.
But did that statement, by the way, it went viral, did that help you actually secure your spot?
Yeah, I made this comment, I think, in Jakarta during, and that easier to get to heaven than to ASEAN because, anyway, the pressure of joining ASEAN was very good because we, as islanders, we are normally very slow people.
Yes.
And the ASEAN agenda is very, very heavy. We need sometimes some deadlines. If no one gives us a deadline, we relax.
Well, it sounds like I need to come visit very soon to relax.
So when I said easier to get to heaven, because I'm a Catholic.
Yes.
And the Catholics, we know how to get to heaven. And the priest, the bishop tell you, pray a lot, confess your sins, you die that evening, you go straight to heaven. And for ASEAN, it is much more difficult.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for His Excellency, the President of Timor-Leste. Thank you, sir. What a pleasure. Thank you, sir.
UAE help bridge the gap between the global south and the very industrialized nations?
Look, I appreciate very much this forum. That is not so much in the focus of the rich countries in the world. What happens at the poor side? It's not really a discussion in the big forum. Yeah, they talk all about how to make money, how to invest and become more rich, how to use, oh, my friend I see there, how to use AI. But most needed in development country is first, of course, they need electricity investment. 600 million people in Africa do not have access to electricity. 1 billion people in the world do not have access to drinkable water. But we do have the answer, we do have the knowledge, we do have the technology, we do have the money. The Emirates, they have the money, they have a lot of money for investments. What is missing? The political will to change the world, to change the situation and the partnership between the rich and the poor. So, and that is the signal from UNIDO. We invest in a new bridge, a new partnership.
And Minister, I wanted to ask you, so for your Farming for Business, you focused more on how the private sector can help. Do you see that the private sector has a bigger role than governments?
Yes, we have been implementing government-led policy on agriculture. And if we assess the results now for the last 15 years, the yields on the foodstuff have been stagnating. We're now talking about less than 1 ton per hectare for maize and rice, etc. And that's because we agitated our peasants on free distribution of inputs, which ended up not impacting positively on the output. So that's why we are now, if we compare with other systems where we have private sector-led growth, the yields are great and people are making money out of this. So that's why we don't have no doubt that moving and shifting from the government-led to private sector-led growth is the way forward. And we have a very positive histories on some crops led by private sector, bananas, sugar, etc., which now can compete worldwide. But on foodstuff, we're still stagnant, as I said, and we need to do something very strong to move forward.
Director General, do you agree? Do you think the private sector has a big role and a duty to play?
Yes, of course. Public money, that is something you can start some projects. But from projects to business, these countries, they need real investments in infrastructure, and that is private partnership. And the private business partner, they should think about where are the future markets. They always think, and that is okay, they think in win-win situation. I will invest, but I will get my money back. So business model. And investment in African countries, they need everything. Consumer products, electricity, infrastructure, look, but that are the future markets. And therefore it is interesting for private business partners to invest even in development countries. Yes, and that is what is necessary, of course, good governance structures and safe conditions for investments. And the minister will tell you how is the situation in his country, Mozambique. And then you can win, I think, here some investors.
Minister, just to follow up on the Director General, so do you think also the governments have a duty to ensure proper policy or incentives for the private sector to come and invest, maybe tax cuts?
Yes, for example, on the income tax, normally the normal business pays 32%. But if you go to the agriculture, you pay 10%. It's a very huge incentive for the agri-industries to come and invest in Mozambique. But also, as you might be aware of, the land is owned by the state, which means that we're not selling the land. So when you're investing in Mozambique, you don't need to waste your money buying land. You lease it for 50 years. And I can tell you that the price of this butter can pay 1 year of hectare, 1 year tax for 1 hectare, yes, per year. And it's very cheap. So we have to invest your money building infrastructure and doing your business rather than paying the government for the land. And secondly, we do have a lot of other tax incentives. For some zones like Zambezi Valley, etc., we even get more incentives to invest. So the approach is come and invest, pay less on taxes, and use your money to grow your business. That's the approach.
Minister, you also manage agriculture, environment, and fisheries. In a rush to industrialization, how do you ensure that the future industries don't come at the cost of the environment?
Yeah, as Onid was saying, now we have floods. If we have invested in proper infrastructure, maybe the damage would be less. And today, we can say that the environment is challenging the agriculture, not the reverse. And the other thing is that for the subsistence agriculture, where with the yields of 1 or less than 1 ton per hectare, if we industrialize, putting more than inputs, etc., we'll use less land for more output, which we can reduce the impact of using land and other natural resources. So for us, we see the industrialization not as a problem, but as a solution for the environment, because we can reduce the pressure on land. Today, for example, the growth in agricultural output depends on the new area being opened. It means forestry having destroyed to use more land. And that system of subsistence agriculture is that after 3 years, we have to keep this land free and open new ones. For industrial agriculture, we don't need to open new lands every year. You can use modern inputs, and today we have a very, let's say, modern inputs that can damage less the environment. So industrialization for us is a solution for our environment, not the reverse. And today, the climate change, which is an environment thing, is damaging the agriculture. Now we have all the south underwater, etc., because of climate change, which Mozambique did that much effect of. We are receiving the impacts, but we're not causing them. That's why we say that let's invest in very strong infrastructure so we can save the environment while we are increasing output and making private sector to make money out of it. For this summit, I have parallel meeting with investors where we want to invite the EU investors to build a dam, for example, in Mapai, which can irrigate 200,000 hectares. And that dam, with 200,000 hectares and hydropower, we have water, energy, and food, while we are also making safe that currently flooded zones. So that's why we have to combine energy, water, food, and also conservation.
You agree,
Yeah.
right?
The precondition for development is access to energy. And here's the director. He will director of the arena, the
Renewable energy.
renewable energy. He will tell you about this. I visited yesterday the big solar park here in Dubai. They produce electricity, energy for the price of 1.6 cent, only less than 2 cents per kilowatt. So, and that is enormous. But That could be possible even in Mozambique. That is possible in every African country. They have this power of the sun. And then when they have access to cheap energy, that is the precondition for the next step for industrialization, for modern technology in agrotech, in food processing industry. That can only happen with access to electricity. And therefore, they need investments in this technology, use renewable energies for industrialization. And their investors are necessary. So everything is possible if we do it, if there's the political will of investors and of governments for cooperation. Otherwise, it is very difficult for the minister and the government of the 54 African countries really to go forward, develop their own industry.
Director General, also to follow up on that, where do you see the most opportunities when it comes to the industries of the futures? In which sector?
That's great. The development countries, there are huge opportunities for the future. That are the future markets because of population growth, because of a young population, because of women power. Yeah, young women power there. So, and there are huge markets for the future. For example, that is the consumer market. Every young Africans ask for the same what you are interested in, from bicycle to car, cell phone, everything they ask for. That is a huge consumer market for the future. Infrastructure. The African countries, the African continent, every month, can you imagine? Every month they establish the infrastructure of New York City, every month. So, and that will happen the next 20 years. So that is enormous. Or look about the pharmaceutical market. They ask for everything what we need, medicine. So that there are huge markets, huge opportunities and chances. But we have to bring together the rich part of the world, the industrialized countries with the poor part, and not as something like charity. No, for business, for real business with these people, with these ministers, with this government.
Minister, you are currently digitalizing the entire seed and financing chain in Mozambique to fight corruption and phantom farmers. Is digitalization the silver bullet for government readiness?
Yes, our strategy, that shift for substance for farming, for business, doesn't mean that it will take our peasants, our small-scale farmers away of that. But we have to find a new way to introduce the modern inputs, credit, etc., to them. So we have to go digital. There's no way around about this. We have to go digital to make sure that the outreach for the farmers is there without corruption. Because we're no longer doing a free distribution of inputs. So it means that we have to integrate the small-scale farmers into value chains. So digitalization is a tool that will allow us, the bankers, etc., to target those small-scale farmers into production. Secondly, because we know that the commercial banks are not, in fact, favor in providing credit to smallholder farmers, we have to rely on soft loans with some matching grants, etc. So the best way to make that funds available to the smallholder farmers must be through digital systems. And for us, this is not negotiable. We have to go that. And it's good also to note that our small-scale farmers, our youth, are more conscient on high techs. Today, we see drones doing sprays, etc. So going digital for the modern agriculture is a must.
Yeah.
Director General, I saw you taking notes. Do you agree?
Yeah, I have a lot of messages. Look, the IL must fulfill their commitment. That is one sign. What about the 0.7 commitment? What about the debt and loss damage fund? The climate commitment? That are all speeches here, but not real facts. And then what is most important, I think, is access to the world finance market. There was the director from IMF, Georgieva. Yeah, this country, ask the minister, has not really access to the world finance market. And if, then he has to pay more than 10 or 15% interest rate. So it's not possible. So that is not a situation for the future. Or fair trade. These countries, they have the minerals for modern life for you. Your cell phone will not function without cobalt or lithium from Mozambique, from Sierra Leone, for African countries. But we take the resources, we take it out of the country, and there is nearly no local added value for the industry and the economy in the African and Latin American countries. We take it, and the local added value isn't there. That we have to change. So I have real messages. Change the world in a better way. Not only talk about proposals and how to make money in our industrialized world. Solidarity, that is the message, and investments.
Director General, Minister, thank you so much for your time today. Thank you.
في الماضي صنعت الكلمات والأفعال أعظم لحظات التاريخ، فألهمت الشعوب ورسمت مسارها.
As long as you live another day, you have an opportunity to create.
كلمة واحدة قد تتحول إلى قرارات.
In a world in which everything is global, we need global responses.
جملة واحدة قادرة على تشكيل الآراء.
To me, development delayed is development denied, and we have to change this.
والخطاب الصحيح يمكن أن يغير مجرى التاريخ.
If we fail to act now, we will see a climate crisis that is unimaginable.
غير أن الصوت الواحد مهما كان مؤثراً لا يكفي وحده.
We're going through a time warp. It's going to be shockingly different.
هذه تحديات معقدة يصعب على الدول والحكومات مواجهتها منفردة.
Shift to artificial intelligence is going to be like a tsunami hitting the labor market.
نحن بحاجة إلى منصة تجمع القادة والخبراء والمفكرين، منصة تطرح فيها أصعب الأسئلة وتصاغ فيها الحلول بجهد مشترك.
I'm an optimist by nature. If you're not optimistic and passionate, you'll not get anything done.
القمة العالمية للحكومات، حيث تلتقي العقول وتتولد الأفكار ويستشرف المستقبل.
Throughout history, our greatest turning points began not with action, but with powerful words.
As long as you live another day, you have an opportunity to create.
A single line can be a command.
In a world in which everything is global, we need global responses.
A sentence can form an opinion.
To me, development delayed is development denied, and we have to change this.
And the right speech can shift the course of history.
If we fail to act now, we will see a climate crisis that is unimaginable.
But one voice on its own can only go so far.
We're going through a time warp. It's going to be shockingly different.
These are challenges too complex for any nation to face alone.
Shift to artificial intelligence is going to be like a tsunami hitting the labor market.
They demand a platform where leaders, experts, and thinkers can confront the world's toughest questions together.
I'm an optimist by nature. And if you're not optimistic, and passionate, you'll not get anything done.
Welcome to the World Government Summit, where voices meet, where ideas are exchanged, and the future is reimagined.
We're going through a time warp. It's going to be shockingly different.
If we get into a new Cold War, do countries have to choose which side they are?
In a world in which everything is global, we need global responses.
I'm an optimist by nature. And if you're not optimistic and passionate, you'll not get anything done.
Think of genes as life software. Genetic medicine is the ability to rewrite that code.
If you are diagnosed early with lung cancer, your probability of being alive at 5 years is going to be 95%.
What COVID did is it really stretched our systems to their core.
History teaches us the pandemic agreement is mission critical for humanity.
What drives economic development is innovation.
Innovation cannot be planned. You just don't know when and where innovation comes.
Creative arts as an industry is a generator not only of wealth, but of jobs.
You can find the capital, you can find the resources. It's the ideas that matter.
To me, development delayed is development denied, and we have to change this.
We know the energy demand is going to double by 2050. We don't know how we're going to supply that demand.
Those countries that will continue to innovate will have a competitive advantage.
They want the data input and the models that they can manage and they can trust.
The one-day work week will likely be here by 2040.
Once you have humanoid robots, there's really no limit to the economy. You can make anything.
Shift to artificial intelligence is going to be like a tsunami hitting the labor market.
This technology is going to impact the world profoundly.
It means every day will be your best day.
في الماضي صنعت الكلمات والأفعال أعظم لحظات التاريخ، فألهمت الشعوب ورسمت مسارها.
As long as you live another day, you have an opportunity to create.
كلمة واحدة قد تتحول إلى قرارات.
With me, three very good speakers on the subject. It gives me pleasure to invite Khalifa Al-Shamsi, CEO of E&D International and E&D Life, to join us here on the stage. A warm round of applause for him. Daniel Gallagher, the Chief Legal Compliance and Corporate Affairs Officer at Robinhood. Welcome, Daniel. And Ashish Koshi, the CEO of Inception. A digital lifestyle is something that 30 years ago would have been a very, very alien term. It would have been the equivalent of considering to land on Mars. But we all live digital lifestyles, and if you look across this room, 70% of their people are looking into their screens. I will also look into my handset screen as we have this conversation. But Khalifa Al-Shamsi, I want to start with you. Your company, your network has built the pipe on which the entire digital stack layer is being now rolled out by third parties and now even AI. The question really to you is, telecom companies are no longer pipes. They enable everything. Without a great mobile broadband network, you would not even be discussing this term. What does a digital lifestyle mean to you, and how is it relevant for your customers and how you serve them?
So 3 years ago, I would have accepted this type of question to me, but today, after our 2022 bold vision to transform the company from a telecom-centered company into a technology global company, we honor our pipe, we love our pipe, we make it faster, bigger, flourishing to enable others, but at the same time, We are also investors in technology platform that enable our consumer services, enterprise services, and government services. So the role has evolved, knowing the influence that we would like to do is beyond just the being the telecom service provider, coverage, speed, capacity, distribution related to that. So going from there, I think before we talk about ourselves,
yes,
any of us about ourselves, I mean, given the government, we're talking about the government summit. The question is, especially when you talk about, you know, the global south, as we were talking about it in the last session, what is the role of governments to accelerate adoption of technology among its citizens, among the companies, among investors that they're coming to come? And I think that's what make digital company attract to a certain destination. And if we look at India,
yes,
Brazil, China, we look at platforms that have been developed by the government to ensure acceleration of development of platform, making it happen. I mean, UPI of India is a global reference of how the country with low penetration of banking can transform over the years as one of the highest banking accounts, can take down cost of sending money whether locally or internationally in no time. Similarly to PIX in Brazil, what they have been. So the governments have a role to deploy solutions, infrastructure, and policies and processes in order for our companies can do. I mean, today we're in the telecom domain, but we're also having a fintech domain through our presence in Weo Bank, the most successful digital bank in the region, our EN Money, the fintech based here in the UAE. You might not have one of the food delivery company, but Kareem from our side is also a delivery company that's operating and benefit from infrastructure, government-related policies and procedures.
Okay, that's a good point there. We have got a perspective from what started off as a telecom company. Many of you would be aware of the history of this company. Daniel, I'm coming to you. You've democratized access to investing. And that's why your brand is part of folklore now. Obviously, you wouldn't have been able to do it without the stack and the connectivity. And the point that he just made, giving us an example of a system that's working for 1.4 billion people. So clearly, it is a very significant one. How do you see the evolution of what we are calling in this session a digital lifestyle?
Well, first of all, it's a real honor to be here. Thanks for having me. This conference is incredible. Robinhood is probably well known to some of you. We're not yet in this region, but I'm not here for my health, so hopefully someday. In the United States, we have about 27 million customers on the platform. And I loved your question about what the government should do to empower this sort of transformation. The Robinhood founders, Baiju Bhatt and Vlad Tenev, had this idea in 2013. Let's build a brokerage firm, a financial services firm, in an app, right? Instead of having a bricks and mortar building with brokers in it that meet with people, instead of having a website where you go and log on and having that be translated into an app, they actually built the whole firm as an app. And when they did that, they met the younger generation where they were. They were doing everything on their phone, and it was picking up steam. So that's why it was a more seamless experience. The design was better. It was, captured the imagination, and it got people into the markets. And then also, no fees, no account minimums, all those frictions that had been in financial services, they were able to overcome through the use of technology. The government didn't help. I can tell you that much. And that's why in the U.S. we talk a lot about, in Silicon Valley, the disruptors. And a lot of that means disrupting the governmental structures, the existing structures, which tend to favor the incumbents because they're the ones who have created the rules. And so it hasn't been an easy ride for Robinhood, especially during the last administration. It was a very, very tough regulatory climate, but we've persevered, and now we're in a position now where the rules are changing to accommodate the business model. Instead of enforcement actions being brought against us because we don't exactly fit the way the rule book was written 80 years ago. So, and then you've seen so many competitors, new upstarts try to replicate the model. They're doing very well. There's plenty of room for everyone.
Absolutely.
The incumbents are trying to build apps that look like ours. That doesn't work, but they're trying. And so just a whole new way of investing. Our median age of our customers is 35. They're young, but they're growing in their expectations. They're in the markets where they might not have been before, and it's all because of technology.
And living inside an app is, again, many of you might be experiencing that, but of course, if you have a real-world personal assistants and haven't moved to an AI agent world, you know how significant it is. The man who is now going to speak represents the great disruptor. Their AI is disrupting everything, and we have seen in the past 3 days what it has done to the valuations of IT companies, for example. Tens of billions of dollars gone, yet we don't know. When I talk to CEOs across the world, and just a couple of weeks ago at Davos, when I asked them what is the level of productivity that you've gotten on account of deploying AI, the best number I heard was 25%, most said 10 to 12%. So Ashish, on that, how does AI and what you do fit into taking forward the evolution of the digital lifestyle?
Thank you for having me here, first of all, and just for a quick context for the audience, so I represent Inception, which is the AI arm within G42, so no pressure there. So we are the AI product / model / platform entity, and we work with different entities, different verticals, all the way from energy, oil, investments, including, if you've seen in Abu Dhabi, there's a lot of agents that are running boards. That's all us at the background building it. Now, talking about with that context, including the push for UAE to become a AI native organization, an AI agent native organization, we are at the crux of it. From the question that you asked on how does that roll out into a design a lifestyle? I know there was a question or a comment from one of the speakers on stuck to mobile apps. I think the age has gone from working with menus, interfaces. It's eventually intent, and you would have your agents running it. And you can see in not just the Anthropic announcement, you would see there's the open Claude conversation where citizens, consumers, their expectations are everything can be run in a finger on one hand, one finger on your mobile phone with intent. Translate that into a gap of AI readiness, which Khalifa and team are fundamental, foundation rocks for the infrastructure. But that readiness shouldn't be just about the lifestyle and experience running agents. There's sovereignty, there is compute, there's the intent, there's the entire agentic infrastructure, which the private sector, I think, are running prototypes at scale. But I think that has to be matched with the intent of the government from a public sector to match that with what citizens and consumers would need. To your question, we are a product building company. The hardest part is to get an answer that a chairman and a CEO would like, because his perspective is completely different from his chief of staff that has designed it. That is the challenge, and I think each individual should make his own agent as opposed to expecting an IT manager or an engineering manager to fine-tune a prompt or response that would be fit enough for a Khalifa or for myself. I think that's what I am doing, and that's the mandate that has been put across by our group CEO also. Every individual needs to create his own agent and have a digital twin within the organization.
That's a very good point that Ashish makes. I wonder how many of you have experienced this yourself here. IT, as we traditionally know it, is something that the board and the management team outsources to the CTO. He decides what to deploy, what to acquire, and then there are users. But the point that Ashish is making is AI will need everyone in the organization, starting from the CEO, to imbibe it.
If I can just finish your point on the global collapse of the software as a service industry.
Yes.
2026, as we all recognize it's going to be an uncomfortable year. It's the speed at which everything is changing. Geopolitical tensions, speed at which technology is changing, speed at which fiscal pressure is increasing. But the common thing across that is the speed of which we need to adopt AI, and this point on the experience that the consumers and citizens get. So when you see an announcement, hey, Anthropic or any other model company coming up with a legal AI solution, there is panic. I think if you have conviction in your products work across verticals, and I think there was a point that the previous speaker mentioned, institutionalized memory, I think that's your secret sauce. Keep that close to your heart and work with the other models to provide the solution.
Okay. I'm going to toss the same question to all three of you, and I'll start with you, Khalifa, once again. And this is because you touched upon it and you brought in the UPI example. As we have seen in the recent past, developing economies, emerging economies, let's say India or the Gulf region where we are, and you can see that vibe in the air, you see growth and optimism, and you of course see construction all around you. When you go to the developed world, you realize that maybe it's plateaued and things are continuing pretty well, but the level of growth that we see in these markets is something that they would pay. What lessons should we as developing economies keep in mind and avoid the mistakes that happened in the developed world, particularly around cost of access, as well as the regulation that Daniel spoke about, and algorithmic bias? I'll come on that point to you, Ashish. Khalifa, please.
So, again, I mean, you will find across this region and the world the need for services to be coming across the whole population of the market. Some of the developed market, you will see focus on certain class of citizens and residents, whereby you will find does not address some of the majority of the other population of these markets. And this part of the world comes also from the leadership of the region itself, the belief on inclusion, whether it comes to the basic needs such as food and education, but also when it comes to digital adoptions. We ticked the box when it comes to connectivity inclusion years before, where we make sure everybody have access to connectivity, to data, to internet access, and therefore to learning and development. But when you look at financial inclusion, which is a gap that you'll see it in a lot of the developed market, by virtue of everybody focus on the certain segments, and then they forget about the lower segment, whether the blue-collar workers or the underbanked or non-banked user. This is something that, giving the infrastructure that's available in the country, giving the leadership vision, given our ability, for example, as a player that we address the whole population, then we said, you know what, we will double down on financial inclusion, and we'll make sure that we add value both to the end user, to the country itself, because when everybody is connected to the financial institutes and having different type of financial services, the end user will benefit, the country will benefit, and we will also benefit. And this is where we double down on our fintech solution across providing every single user in the country with the valid Emirates ID into instant adoption of such fintech solution. It helped the UAE have a UAE Pass, which is a digital identity platform, allow everybody to be onboarded instantly. Of course, the Emirates ID behind it. And then at the same time, we do our own KYC, and this is where, I mean, we operate in 20 countries right now.
Yes.
UAE, one of the most advanced out of those. But in other countries, we struggle with the eKYC. There is no eKYC or eKYB. And for that, we see the struggle that happens by, going physically into a shop and doing that. So the ask that for a lot of the governments around the world that will help, digital bank, fintech, wealth management type of solution, and others, adopting some infrastructure like eKYC to allow for an instant adoption. And then when the government also allow data to be shared, whether through open finance, open banking type of protocols, will allow, if you are a bank, you don't own the user. Today, if you are a bank, you own the user, you own his data, you own his history and spending, and guess what? You want a loan? You only can take it from me. But if the market is open, it will allow the platform that is centrally managed, reads all of the infrastructure and all the data allowed, and be able for the end user to choose and pick and choose where do they go and what do they do also with their data, even for non-relevant. There is a credit scoring, there is a risk scoring, and this allows for that to evolve. So I see here in the regions, whether in this region or the emerging markets region, we can leapfrog a lot faster by giving up on some of the old bureaucracy that it sits and in the control given by, let's say, large institute that is to their benefit, make the transaction slower and most expensive, and encourage giving the users choices. And I always believe that worker, blue-collar worker that's building that mansion in the palm, I would like him to own a fraction of that mansion by virtue of trading through that and making money from the appreciation. This is where a true inclusion happens, where everybody benefits from the development of the market that they're in.
Everybody should benefit. That's the central message. And I recall an example from Africa many years ago, M-Pesa, a micropayment service, and how that really took off in a market that was still evolving. Daniel, that's a very point to you, and then to you, Ashish. Step in.
And I want that blue-collar worker to do it through his Robinhood account, too. So that would be fantastic.
We have WIO Invest, which is leading in the UAE.
It's hard for me. So I have a financial services background and perspective with this question. And it's hard for me to come here and say, let me tell you how it should be done from the United States perspective. I think, especially here in Dubai and Abu Dhabi, how proactive policymakers have been with respect to financial services and new technologies is incredible. I mean, it really is just the global standard, I would say, for getting ahead of issues, not getting behind. The regulatory competition you have here amongst Abu Dhabi and Dubai and for our purposes, the new CMA, formerly ESCA, they're challenging each other, they're staying abreast of developments, and I think it's really a great example. The converse of it is and I'll use one topic, crypto in particular. You think about cryptocurrencies here in Dubai, it's an old story. I mean, you've had VARA created to deal specifically with crypto. You've had the other regulators adapting. DFSA just came out with new guidelines on crypto to make it a more crypto-friendly environment for their registrants. And in the United States, where big portions of crypto originated, it all had to go offshore because there's no competent regulatory scheme, there's no federal regulatory scheme, and in fact, there was antipathy towards the industry. There was a 4-year period under the last administration where it was enforcement first, lawsuits, and no policy making. And if you think about it, it's not just that lost 4-year period. Now the U.S. is trying to legislate, now we're trying to regulate, but these policymakers don't have any experience with the product. There's no savvy behind the regulation. There's no understanding of the technology that's going to keep us at the forefront. And I fear for crypto in the U.S., we've lost so much ground, it's going to be hard to get it back.
It's not a good week to talk about crypto this week.
Yeah, I know. Dear Lord, crypto and AI, the subjects of the markets these days. So my advice would be keep it up and stay scrappy in the sense of, you can say it's developing nations, but I think the policies are well developed, quite frankly. I think, India can learn a lot from this region.
Yes.
Right, which I think they are, quite frankly. Northern Africa and the like. And in the United States, we have lessons to learn too when it comes to, staying abreast, hiring and maintaining policymakers and even the bureaucrats that actually understand the things they're trying to regulate.
Ashish.
How would emerging markets leapfrog? Before I just answer that, I want to ensure also that we throw in our product. We've got BOTIM for the blue-collar worker to work on those mansions within G42. But I think UAE is doing it in terms of leapfrogging. Leapfrogging, as Khalifa has mentioned, it's just not just fast-tracking the step and copying what developed nations is, skipping those mistakes, and that's essential. And here, I think we are an AI native as an organization. We had a university of AI when it didn't exist. People questioned that, thought that forward thinking is essential. We had the first AI minister. Inclusion is a point that's critical. Though we work with these foundation models, how do you make that localized and culturally sensitive? That inclusion to me is financial inclusion, but also if my grandmother cannot use that particular app without my help. That is inclusion. Right now, you have the Department of Government Enablement in Abu Dhabi, where you have elderly people who can speak to, in their local dialect, take a picture, and without clicking all those buttons, get the things done. And that, to me, is digital, the new digital lifestyle, where you can reduce, from a public sector, reduce the stress. If a product can reduce the stress in the public sector, that's a killer product. For the consumer, if you can reduce the steps to hit your decision, that's your part. And I do believe, I think we are at the forefront of driving that collectively in the UAE. Algorithmic bias is solved through localization that we're currently working with those frontier models. We've got amazing payment gateways. We've got digital identity. The combination of all that together and focusing collectively, both public and private, to build that decision intelligence layer so you can roll out these agents to work as delegates. That is the future, as opposed to having a complicated interface and FAQs on how to reach your end outcome by 200 clicks. That, I do believe, is the future of where we are going towards, both consumer and citizens.
I'm glad you brought that up, because that was the final point that I wanted in the 6 odd minutes that we have left on this session, to sort of get all of you to look at the future. So I'm going to come back to you, Khalifa, and sort of give us a sense 5 years down the line of what the average digital consumer would look like. And this is very important for business. We just did in Business Today, in the India Today group in India, one of the largest Gen Z surveys. We tried to understand, and digital adoption was a core part of that, and we got some fascinating insights from that. So I want you to look ahead for us, because if you were to look back 30 years ago when you started rolling out networks, Etisalat, at the experience then, to what it may be in 5 years from now, 5 or 10, take a pick.
Nobody can predict 10 for sure. I mean,
yeah, it's tough maybe.
Even 5 will be a little bit challenging. 3 is reasonable.
Okay.
So on this context of what we're talking about, definitely the rate would be acceleration of adoption by virtue of simplicity, by virtue of personalization. Some of your transaction, especially when it's to commerce, will come AI-infused transactional commerce that it will also enable. It will be cuts across all the population and segments. I mean, today I'm not worrying only about the UAE market. I'm worrying about my 19 others from Ivory Coast, Benin, Morocco, Serbia, Bulgaria, Afghanistan, Pakistan. So the question is, how do we accelerate adoption for a lot of the digital platform that we have when it comes to fintech type of solution, entertainment, or the various type of super apps that we're deploying? The key is, how do we make it simple? I mean, today we have it in a lot of the markets through so many different languages, but how do we accelerate simplification? So when I explain it to your mother or grandmother, it will be simple. Not only simple to understand, but simple to transact. And this is where the agentic AI will play a big role at this one. So you don't need to be an expert. You just need to know what you want and then take you through that experience. Today,
allow me a quick interjection. Yeah. Is the future of a super app, or is the future agent that you just speak to, which will also allow you to overcome barriers of literacy?
Definitely. I mean, agentic will navigate through the various type of standalone islands of app that it exists today. So this is a belief that we have. But even within the format of some app, maybe it's super for a specific context. So when you have Money, that we're positioning it as a financial services super app, but it's within that domain rather than cuts across so many different areas. The aim is to really leverage on the capability that we have. I mean, we're blessed, serving more than 250 million users, cuts across, again, from east to west. That data, that knowledge, that personalization and localization that we can do will allow us also to enable our own platform, but also enable with others, enable banking partners, enable investment partner, enable real estate partner, to be able to leverage on the strength that we have to penetrate more service. And hopefully all of this move will identify the priority of the countries that we operate in and reach it, and also will help these economies accelerate and grow.
Yeah, I think from a financial services perspective, again, in 5 years, there will be financial services super apps. That's one of our goals at Robinhood. Your whole financial life should be on one app. You should have all financial related products there. They should all be tokenized, which is a big push here, obviously, in the UAE. We're pushing for that in the United States too. It should be 24/7. You shouldn't trade by appointment like some of the markets work today, regardless of product. The product should include tokenized real world assets, maybe a piece of that house you talked about, cars, watches, whatever you can tokenize as a real world asset should be in that super app. And undoubtedly, navigating that app itself, even without going to multiple apps, should be enabled through agentic AI. I mean, folks are going to need help. One of the problems we have across the globe, and in the United States too, is financial literacy. And with the rise of AI, no one should be financially illiterate, right? You should get that advice you need.
I have a slightly, I agree with both the panelists. I don't think we can, figure out what's going to happen in 5 to 10 years. I don't think we can figure out what's going to happen in 2026. But with that said, I don't think it's going to be a super app. I do believe you're going to have a relationship manager or a concierge in your pocket. You just needed to tell it what to do, and with the right intent, and it comes back, accesses all the apps on the right permissions to provide you the results. And that's the new digital interface where you talk with your intention, it knows what you want, and we're getting there. You can see all the latest developments of slowly getting there, but you would see a humongous improvement on the regulations to catch up, to ensure it's safe, it is explainable, it's transparent, and ensure citizens have the right to be in the loop to ensure your concierge or your relationship manager, whether he wants to work on a government service or book a ticket or fly to Finland or all of the above, by just accessing all the apps across through this agentic framework.
Just a minute left, and since we have that, I wonder, what kind of pressures this would put on a traditional telco in terms of continuously investing and upgrading their network. When I talk to telecom CEOs, this is one of their biggest sore points.
So definitely now, the old days, our network is used for our own self-developed solution based on voice and data type of services. Today, our network is being used to enable countries in building their AI factories in order to connect hyperscalers also on the various market to deliver best-in-class services based on very extreme low latency, not utilizing our network in the country, but our global connectivity. So now we have different type of conversation with different traditional, and that require a lot of investment, which is in the UAE, we're best in class in terms of fastest network in the world, fixed, mobile, and fastest fiber penetration. How can we take that from a UAE where there is affordability into Egypt, Pakistan, Morocco, and other with a cost effective? So this is what's keeping us awake at night.
Okay. Daniel, did you have one last comment?
No.
Okay. I have one quick question. How many, do you use an agent in your personal life?
Every day.
Daniel?
Not enough.
Multiple agents.
Okay. So if I were to go across this room and just for once, raise your hand if you use an agent in your personal life to help you solve anything or do anything, any transaction. Okay, so that's the future. That's the future of the digital lifestyle. Khalifa, Daniel, Ashish, thank you very much for your time with us today. A round of applause for this wonderful panel. We could have gone on, but we need to end this. And as I do that, I also want to introduce the next panel, Capital Under Pressure, Venture Investing Amid Global Tariff Shifts. Dev Turakhia of AI Tech, Alexander Lazarov, and the moderator is Laura Gardner of Bloomberg.
في الماضي صنعت الكلمات والأفعال أعظم لحظات التاريخ، فألهمت الشعوب ورسمت مسارها.
As long as you live another day, you have an opportunity to create.
كلمة واحدة قد تتحول إلى قرارات.
In a world in which everything is global, we need global responses.
جملة واحدة قادرة على تشكيل الآراء.
To me, development delayed is development denied, and we have to change this.
والخطاب الصحيح يمكن أن يغير مجرى التاريخ.
If we fail to act now, we will see a climate crisis that is unimaginable.
غير أن الصوت الواحد مهما كان مؤثراً لا يكفي وحده.
We're going through a time warp. It's going to be shockingly different.
هذه تحديات معقدة يصعب على الدول والحكومات مواجهتها منفردة.
Shift to artificial intelligence is going to be like a tsunami hitting the labor market.
نحن بحاجة إلى منصة تجمع القادة والخبراء والمفكرين، منصة تطرح فيها أصعب الأسئلة وتصاغ فيها الحلول بجهد مشترك.
I'm an optimist by nature. If you're not optimistic and passionate, you'll not get anything done.
القمة العالمية للحكومات، حيث تلتقي العقول وتتولد الأفكار ويستشرف المستقبل.
Throughout history, our greatest turning points began not with action, but with powerful words.
As long as you live another day, you have an opportunity to create.
A single line can be a command.
In a world in which everything is global, we need global responses.
A sentence can form an opinion.
To me, development delayed is development denied, and we have to change this.
And the right speech can shift the course of history.
If we fail to act now, we will see a climate crisis that is unimaginable.
But one voice on its own can only go so far.
We're going through a time warp. It's going to be shockingly different.
These are challenges too complex for any nation to face alone.
Shift to artificial intelligence is going to be like a tsunami hitting the labor market.
They demand a platform where leaders, experts, and thinkers can confront the world's toughest questions together.
I'm an optimist by nature. And if you're not optimistic and passionate, you'll not get anything done.
Welcome to the World Government Summit, where voices meet, where ideas are exchanged, and the future is reimagined.
We're going through a time warp. It's going to be shockingly different.
If we get into a new Cold War, do countries have to choose which side they are?
In a world in which everything is global, we need global responses.
I'm an optimist by nature. And if you're not optimistic and passionate, you'll not get anything done.
Think of genes as life software. Genetic medicine is the ability to rewrite that code.
If you are diagnosed early with lung cancer, your probability of being alive at 5 years is going to be 95%.
What COVID did is it really stretched our systems to their core.
History teaches us the pandemic agreement is mission critical for humanity.
What drives economic development is innovation.
Innovation cannot be planned. You just don't know when and where innovation comes.
Creative arts as an industry is a generator not only of wealth, but of jobs.
You can find the capital, you can find the resources. It's the ideas that matter.
To me, development delayed is development denied, and we have to change this.
We know the energy demand is going to double by 2050. We don't know how we're going to supply that demand.
Those countries that will continue to innovate will have a competitive advantage.
They want the data input and the models that they can manage and they can trust.
The one-day work week will likely be here by 2040.
Once you have humanoid robots, there's really no limit to the economy. You can make anything.
Shift to artificial intelligence is going to be like a tsunami hitting the labor market.
This technology is going to impact the world profoundly.
It means every day will be your best day.
في الماضي صنعت الكلمات والأفعال أعظم لحظات التاريخ، فألهمت الشعوب ورسمت مسارها.
As long as you live another day, you have an opportunity to create.
كلمة واحدة قد تتحول إلى قرارات.
In a world in which everything is global, we need global responses.
جملة واحدة قادرة على تشكيل الآراء.
To me, development delayed is development denied, and we have to change this.
والخطاب الصحيح يمكن أن يغير مجرى التاريخ.
If we fail to act now, we will see a climate crisis that is unimaginable.
غير أن الصوت الواحد مهما كان مؤثراً لا يكفي وحده.
We're going through a time warp. It's going to be shockingly different.
هذه تحديات معقدة يصعب على الدول والحكومات مواجهتها منفردة.
Shift to artificial intelligence is going to be like a tsunami hitting the labor market.
نحن بحاجة إلى منصة تجمع القادة والخبراء والمفكرين، منصة تطرح فيها أصعب الأسئلة وتصاغ فيها الحلول بجهد مشترك.
I'm an optimist by nature. If you're not optimistic and passionate, you'll not get anything done.
القمة العالمية للحكومات، حيث تلتقي العقول وتتولد الأفكار ويستشرف المستقبل.
Throughout history, our greatest turning points began not with action, but with powerful words.
As long as you live another day, you have an opportunity to create.
A single line can be a command.
In a world in which everything is global, we need global responses.
A sentence can form an opinion.
To me, development delayed is development denied, and we have to change this.
And the right speech can shift the course of history.
If we fail to act now, we will see a climate crisis that is unimaginable.
But one voice on its own can only go so far.
We're going through a time warp. It's going to be shockingly different.
These are challenges too complex for any nation to face alone.
Shift to artificial intelligence is going to be like a tsunami hitting the labor market.
They demand a platform where leaders, experts, and thinkers can confront the world's toughest questions together.
I'm an optimist by nature. And if you're not optimistic and passionate, you'll not get anything done.
Welcome to the World Government Summit, where voices meet, where ideas are exchanged, and the future is reimagined.
We're going through a time warp. It's going to be shockingly different.
If we get into a new Cold War, do countries have to choose which side they are?
In a world in which everything is global, we need global responses.
I'm an optimist by nature. And if you're not optimistic and passionate, you'll not get anything done.
Think of genes as life software. Genetic medicine is the ability to rewrite that code.
If you are diagnosed early with lung cancer, your probability of being alive at 5 years is going to be 95%.
What COVID did is it really stretched our systems to their core.
History teaches us the pandemic agreement is mission critical for humanity.
What drives economic development is innovation.
Innovation cannot be planned. You just don't know when and where innovation comes.
Creative arts as an industry is a generator not only of wealth, but of jobs.
You can find the capital, you can find the resources. It's the ideas that matter.
To me, development delayed is development denied, and we have to change this. We know the energy demand is going to double by 2050. We don't know how we're going to supply that demand.
Those countries that will continue to innovate will have a competitive advantage.
They want the data input and the models that they can manage and they can trust.
The one-day work week will likely be here by 2040.
Once you have humanoid robots, there's really no limit to the economy. You can make anything.
Shift to artificial intelligence is going to be like a tsunami hitting the labor market.
This technology is going to impact the world profoundly.
It means every day will be our best day.
في الماضي صنعت الكلمات والأفعال أعظم لحظات التاريخ، فألهمت الشعوب ورسمت مسارها.
As long as you live another day, you have an opportunity to create.
كلمة واحدة قد تتحول إلى قرارات.
In a world in which everything is global, we need global responses.
جملة واحدة قادرة على تشكيل الآراء.
To me, development delayed is development denied, and we have to change this.
والخطاب الصحيح يمكن أن يغير مجرى التاريخ.
If we fail to act now, we will see a climate crisis that is unimaginable.
غير أن الصوت الواحد مهما كان مؤثراً لا يكفي وحده.
We're going through a time warp. It's going to be shockingly different.
هذه تحديات معقدة يصعب على الدول والحكومات مواجهتها منفردة.
Shift to artificial intelligence is going to be like a tsunami hitting the labor market.
نحن بحاجة إلى منصة تجمع القادة والخبراء والمفكرين، منصة تطرح فيها أصعب الأسئلة وتصاغ فيها الحلول بجهد مشترك.
I'm an optimist by nature. If you're not optimistic and passionate, you'll not get anything done.
القمة العالمية للحكومات، حيث تلتقي العقول وتتولد الأفكار ويستشرف المستقبل.
Throughout history, our greatest turning points began not with action, but with powerful words.
As long as you live another day, you have an opportunity to create.
A single line can be a command.
In a world in which everything is global, we need global responses.
A sentence can form an opinion.
To me, development delayed is development denied, and we have to change this.
And the right speech can shift the course of history.
If we fail to act now, we will see a climate crisis that is unimaginable.
But one voice on its own can only go so far.
We're going through a time warp. It's going to be shockingly different.
These are challenges too complex for any nation to face alone.
Shift to artificial intelligence is going to be like a tsunami hitting the labor market.
They demand a platform where leaders, experts, and thinkers can confront the world's toughest questions together.
I'm an optimist by nature. And if you're not optimistic and passionate, you'll not get anything done.
Welcome to the World Government Summit, where voices meet, where ideas are exchanged, and the future is reimagined.
We're going through a time warp. It's going to be shockingly different.
If we get into a new Cold War, do countries have to choose which side they are?
In a world in which everything is global, we need global responses.
I'm an optimist by nature. And if you're not optimistic and passionate, you'll not get anything done.
Think of genes as life software. Genetic medicine is the ability to rewrite that code.
If you are diagnosed early with lung cancer, your probability of being alive at 5 years is going to be 95%.
What COVID did is it really stretched our systems to their core.
History teaches us the pandemic agreement is mission critical for humanity.
What drives economic development is innovation.
Innovation cannot be planned. You just don't know when and where innovation comes.
Creative arts as an industry is a generator not only of wealth, but of jobs.
You can find the capital, you can find the resources. It's the ideas that matter.
To me, development delayed is development denied, and we have to change this. We know the energy demand is going to double by 2050. We don't know how we're going to supply that demand.
Those countries that will continue to innovate will have a competitive advantage.
They want the data input and the models that they can manage and they can trust.
The one-day work week will likely be here by 2040.
Once you have humanoid robots, there's really no limit to the economy. You can make anything.
Shift to artificial intelligence is going to be like a tsunami hitting the labor market.
This technology is going to impact the world profoundly.
It means every day will be our best day.
في الماضي صنعت الكلمات والأفعال أعظم لحظات التاريخ، فألهمت الشعوب ورسمت مسارها.
As long as you live another day, you have an opportunity to create.
كلمة واحدة قد تتحول إلى قرارات.
In a world in which everything is global, we need global responses.
جملة واحدة قادرة على تشكيل الآراء.
To me, development delayed is development denied, and we have to change this.
والخطاب الصحيح يمكن أن يغير مجرى التاريخ.
If we fail to act now, we will see a climate crisis that is unimaginable.
غير أن الصوت الواحد مهما كان مؤثراً لا يكفي وحده.
We're going through a time warp. It's going to be shockingly different.
هذه تحديات معقدة يصعب على الدول والحكومات مواجهتها منفردة.
Shift to artificial intelligence is going to be like a tsunami hitting the labor market.
نحن بحاجة إلى منصة تجمع القادة والخبراء والمفكرين، منصة تطرح فيها أصعب الأسئلة وتصاغ فيها الحلول بجهد مشترك.
I'm an optimist by nature. If you're not optimistic and passionate, you'll not get anything done.
القمة العالمية للحكومات، حيث تلتقي العقول وتتولد الأفكار ويستشرف المستقبل.
Throughout history, our greatest turning points began not with action, but with powerful words.
As long as you live another day, you have an opportunity to create.
A single line can be a command.
In a world in which everything is global, we need global responses.
A sentence can form an opinion.
To me, development delayed is development denied, and we have to change this.
And the right speech can shift the course of history.
If we fail to act now, we will see a climate crisis that is unimaginable.
But one voice on its own can only go so far.
We're going through a time warp. It's going to be shockingly different.
These are challenges too complex for any nation to face alone.
Shift to artificial intelligence is going to be like a tsunami hitting the labor market.
They demand a platform where leaders, experts, and thinkers can confront the world's toughest questions together.
I'm an optimist by nature. And if you're not optimistic and passionate, you'll not get anything done.
Welcome to the World Government Summit, where voices meet, where ideas are exchanged, and the future is reimagined.
We're going through a time warp. It's going to be shockingly different.
If we get into a new Cold War, do countries have to choose which side they are?
In a world in which everything is global, we need global responses.
I'm an optimist by nature. And if you're not optimistic and passionate, you'll not get anything done.
Think of genes as life software. Genetic medicine is the ability to rewrite that code.
If you are diagnosed early with lung cancer, your probability of being alive at 5 years is going to be 95%.
What COVID did is it really stretched our systems to their core.
History teaches us the pandemic agreement is mission critical for humanity.
What drives economic development is innovation.
Innovation cannot be planned. You just don't know when and where innovation comes.
Creative arts as an industry is a generator not only of wealth, but of jobs.
You can find the capital, you can find the resources. It's the ideas that matter.
To me, development delayed is development denied, and we have to change this. We know the energy demand is going to double by 2050. We don't know how we're going to supply that demand.
Those countries that will continue to innovate will have a competitive advantage.
They want the data input and the models that they can manage and they can trust.
The one-day work week will likely be here by 2040.
Once you have humanoid robots, there's really no limit to the economy. You can make anything.
Shift to artificial intelligence is going to be like a tsunami hitting the labor market.
This technology is going to impact the world profoundly.
It means every day will be your best day.
في الماضي صنعت الكلمات والأفعال أعظم لحظات التاريخ، فألهمت الشعوب ورسمت مسارها.
As long as you live another day, you have an opportunity to create.
كلمة واحدة قد تتحول إلى قرارات.
In a world in which everything is global, we need global responses.
جملة واحدة قادرة على تشكيل الآراء.
To me, development delayed is development denied, and we have to change this.
والخطاب الصحيح يمكن أن يغير مجرى التاريخ.
If we fail to act now, we will see a climate crisis that is unimaginable.
غير أن الصوت الواحد مهما كان مؤثراً لا يكفي وحده.
We're going through a time warp. It's going to be shockingly different.
هذه تحديات معقدة يصعب على الدول والحكومات مواجهتها منفردة.
Shift to artificial intelligence is going to be like a tsunami hitting the labor market.
نحن بحاجة إلى منصة تجمع القادة والخبراء والمفكرين، منصة تطرح فيها أصعب الأسئلة وتصاغ فيها الحلول بجهد مشترك.
I'm an optimist by nature. If you're not optimistic and passionate, you'll not get anything done.
القمة العالمية للحكومات، حيث تلتقي العقول وتتولد الأفكار ويستشرف المستقبل.
Throughout history, our greatest turning points began not with action, but with powerful words.
As long as you live another day, you have an opportunity to create.
A single line can be a command.
In a world in which everything is global, we need global responses.
A sentence can form an opinion.
To me, development delayed is development denied, and we have to change this.
And the right speech can shift the course of history.
If we fail to act now, we will see a climate crisis that is unimaginable.
But one voice on its own can only go so far.
We're going through a time warp. It's going to be shockingly different.
These are challenges too complex for any nation to face alone.
Shift to artificial intelligence is going to be like a tsunami hitting the labor market.
They demand a platform where leaders, experts, and thinkers can confront the world's toughest questions together.
I'm an optimist by nature. And if you're not optimistic and passionate, you'll not get anything done.
Welcome to the World Government Summit, where voices meet, where ideas are exchanged, and the future is reimagined.
We're going through a time warp. It's going to be shockingly different.
If we get into a new Cold War, do countries have to choose which side they are?
In a world in which everything is global, we need global responses.
I'm an optimist by nature. And if you're not optimistic and passionate, you'll not get anything done.
Think of genes as life software. Genetic medicine is the ability to rewrite that code.
If you are diagnosed early with lung cancer, your probability of being alive at 5 years is going to be 95%.
What COVID did is it really stretched our systems to their core.
History teaches us the pandemic agreement is mission critical for humanity.
What drives economic development is innovation.
Innovation cannot be planned. You just don't know when and where innovation comes.
Creative arts as an industry is a generator not only of wealth, but of jobs.
You can find the capital, you can find the resources. It's the ideas that matter.
To me, development delayed is development denied, and we have to change this. We know the energy demand is going to double by 2050. We don't know how we're going to supply that demand.
Those countries that will continue to innovate will have a competitive advantage. They want the data input and the models that they can manage and they can trust.
The one-day work week will likely be here by 2040.
Once you have humanoid robots, there's really no limit to the economy. You can make anything.
Shift to artificial intelligence is going to be like a tsunami hitting the labor market.
This technology is going to impact the world profoundly.
It means every day will be your best day.
في الماضي صنعت الكلمات والأفعال أعظم لحظات التاريخ، فألهمت الشعوب ورسمت مسارها.
As long as you live another day, you have an opportunity to create.
كلمة واحدة قد تتحول إلى قرارات.
In a world in which everything is global, we need global responses.
جملة واحدة قادرة على تشكيل الآراء.
To me, development delayed is development denied, and we have to change this.
والخطاب الصحيح يمكن أن يغير مجرى التاريخ.
If we fail to act now, we will see a climate crisis that is unimaginable.
غير أن الصوت الواحد مهما كان مؤثراً لا يكفي وحده.
We're going through a time warp. It's going to be shockingly different.
هذه تحديات معقدة يصعب على الدول والحكومات مواجهتها منفردة.
Shift to artificial intelligence is going to be like a tsunami hitting the labor market.
نحن بحاجة إلى منصة تجمع القادة والخبراء والمفكرين، منصة تطرح فيها أصعب الأسئلة وتصاغ فيها الحلول بجهد مشترك.
I'm an optimist by nature. If you're not optimistic and passionate, you'll not get anything done.
القمة العالمية للحكومات، حيث تلتقي العقول وتتولد الأفكار ويستشرف المستقبل.
Throughout history, our greatest turning points began not with action, but with powerful words.
As long as you live another day, you have an opportunity to create.
A single line can be a command.
In a world in which everything is global, we need global responses.
A sentence can form an opinion.
To me, development delayed is development denied, and we have to change this.
And the right speech can shift the course of history.
If we fail to act now, we will see a climate crisis that is unimaginable.
But one voice on its own can only go so far.
We're going through a time warp. It's going to be shockingly different.
These are challenges too complex for any nation to face alone.
Shift to artificial intelligence is going to be like a tsunami hitting the labor market.
They demand a platform where leaders, experts, and thinkers can confront the world's toughest questions together.
I'm an optimist by nature. And if you're not optimistic and passionate, you'll not get anything done.
Welcome to the World Government Summit, where voices meet, where ideas are exchanged, and the future is reimagined.
Asking AI? So that's my next question.
You know, so for us, they are definitely asking AI. Cost reduction is always, a big focus. Improving productivity is very important. And what we are seeing is tremendous uptick in terms of agentic AI. And especially, there is supply chain. On the supply chain side, you have to do a three-way, invoice matching. Sometimes you have to ensure that all your inventory is in process. All of those things are today, taken care by agent. And you can have like millions of agents running various tasks. Okay, typically for us, when humans act, they can possibly look at maybe 2 or 3, set of information at one time. But with agents, they can do like millions of bits of information they can put together in the shortest possible time.
And Carl, you mentioned a very interesting thing, right? While we think about AI the way we want to think, but sometimes consumers don't care. They don't want to care about it, right? They want the output at the end of it, right? So I'm not sure how many number of devices you are selling in India, but what's the feedback, the data you are collecting, the behavior you are seeing? So how are you looking at integrating that behavior into your product decision making? Or there's no sense of this conversation, that the sentence I said and does not matter?
Maybe I can share one of our ideas,
sure,
how we're approaching it. So if we have this vision of a operating system that's one-to-one, like today, Android is for 3 billion people.
Sure.
iOS is for 1 billion people. In the future, everybody will have their own personalized operating system because we're all different people.
Yeah.
We have different goals in life. We're different personalities. Okay, it's a very foreign concept, right? So how do we get there step by step? So one of the first things we did end of last year was we launched a platform called Essential Apps. Essential Apps allows anybody with an idea for an app to use natural language to describe it and then deploy it onto their phones. So that's step one, right? You got to manually tell the system what you want, and you got to manually place it onto your phone. You can also share it for other people to manually place it on their phone. But once we collect enough data about what people want to manually place on their phones, then we can start automatically suggesting, based on your usage, we think you should be placing these kind of things on your phone. And then once we're able to, get that user journey working well, then we don't have to ask anymore, because once we're certain about what people want on their phones, we can just automatically place it. So I think, if you have a longer term idea where for instance, operating system is going, it's important to, at least we think it's important to take it step by step. This is kind of just one example of how we're approaching this problem.
And Raj, I want to touch upon the government policy because especially you are in fintech, which is very regulated in India, right?
Yep.
So what's the stance of RBI or government at large? Because responsibility is also a key parameter here, right? And ethical AI, and we talk about all the good stuff, right? So what, in your interactions with all the right regulators, how are they looking at AI? Are they excited about it? Is it just a tool? Are they clueless about it? Like, how are they looking at it?
So, it's very interesting. So if you look at, our governing body, especially, the Reserve Bank of India, the amount of AI they are using in actually selecting applications and giving out licenses is tremendous. I think, in my opinion, there is a AI in RBI.
Wow.
is how, I would do it. And, compliance and governance are two important pillars of any business. And AI, you have to ensure today, it can a little bit hallucinate, it can do a lot of other things which you don't want. So if you have a human in the loop, okay, and that is a very important concept, especially for AI at this stage, over a period of time, as models develop, it becomes smarter, it would be easy. But today you definitely require a human in the loop along with AI.
So it's like an AI sandwich,
yeah.
Like AI, human, AI, or human, AI, human, because kind of a thing.
Absolutely.
But you cannot do it without a human intervention.
You can do so. There are two things. Okay, one is a task. Okay, AI is fantastic while doing a task, but if it's a decision, Okay, you can't rely purely and 100% on AI that whether a decision should be taken or no. There is where you would require a human in the loop, to be able to take a decision. So AI is extremely good if you tell that okay, this is the task which needs to be done, and that's what a lot of agentic AI is doing. But wherever a decision has to be made, you still need to maybe put the human alongside AI.
And one more question from you, because you're on the B2B side.
Yeah.
Are the enterprises ready and the teams ready?
Your system would be able to just take the image of the receipt and go ahead and file the expense. And everything there is like pure agentic. So that is the kind of ask which we are having from enterprises.
And Carl, for you, as you scale more in India now, so and I know AI is more of a enabler rather than a end goal. For next 2 years or 3 years of product development or product roadmap, largely how does it fit into your internal systems? Of course, you gave a OS example, but does it expand beyond that, or that's good enough to start with?
Yeah, I think the internal part is also the most exciting part for me, because consumers, as I said, need some time to adapt and get used to it. But there's a lot of things we can do internally. Like recently, I've been doing a lot of vibe coding since January, just last month. And I think the models got really improved in December last year. So now you can do a lot more than before. Before, every prompt I gave generated more bugs than problems itself. But now it's actually being able to help me in the product development. So what's happened is like things that we wanted to build for a long time that were on the back burner for a couple of years, I just built it. I gave it to the team. I said, hey, look, I've been waiting for this feature to come out for 2 years, 3 years. Here's the prototype I built. You just go and polish it and launch it. I was speaking to a friend who runs a public consumer tech company, and they're even more evolved in the thinking. Like they're thinking about AI agents in a more like a factory production metaphor.
Yeah.
So when the engineer goes home, they have to prepare the tasks for the AI to do over the night. And at Friday evening, they have to prepare what the AI does over the weekend. So it's like, how do I keep the production running 24/7 for software development? I think that's where we also need to go to really maximize the velocity of our products.
And just to double down on that, because you do manufacturing, right? And you have manufacturing factories in India, in Chennai and Noida. How are you looking at integrating AI on a manufacturing layer to optimize the cost? Because that's one of the key drivers for you. And do you how long do you think, how many years we are away where it can come down substantially? Right now, I think it's more of introduction of AI in manufacturing, but any thoughts there?
Yeah, we haven't really started to think about AI on the manufacturing side because we use contract manufacturers, and the way we can drive better unit economics is simply by growing our scale and procurement volume. That's how the costs come down. For me, AI kind of is the contract manufacturer's job. They, when we have a new product we want to make, we do an RFP. Different factories have to bid for it. We take the best quality, best price. If they want to stay competitive in their industry, they have to enable AI.
So you are betting they all will eventually using.
Or else they'll be outcompeted by their competitors.
Yeah. And Raj, you work with enterprises who further, work with further vendors and, multiple people. So you are also collecting lots of data.
Yep.
Right? How does that feedback loop looks like? Because you're in a very hardcore financial ecosystem, right? So how much you rely on that feedback loop versus your own instinct or gut or algorithms which you have built over the years? And how fast can you pivot or evolve as per the needs?
So, if you really look at it, AI is into two phases. One is the application part of it. Okay, so you use the AI for the application. The other is the database, side of it, where you use the you use the AI for data. In my assumption, in next few years, we would have dedicated LLMs or SMLs, small language models and large language models for enterprises, for their own data. So they can do a lot of analysis, crunch that data on by themselves. Today, all models which are there are basically, you are feeding to the public, and no enterprise really would want their data to be out there in the public. So eventually what will happen is, like we are building one which is a fintech language model, okay, which is a FLM for ourselves. Okay, similarly is, what is going to be there in coming years, and maybe months and years. In AI, even month is sometimes long enough.
Yep. And before I ask in the last question, anyone has good questions now? No? Are you guys listening? No, I don't think so. Are you guys listening? Then you must have questions. No? No. Okay. So one last question, especially from India market POV, starting with you. You have been in consumer market for long enough, and in your previous company also, India was a key market, I guess, OnePlus, and especially Nothing. Anyone who wants to build in consumer market, looking at India, couple of pointers how to go about it, and even building from UK for India. So for sure, a lot of people who are living in India should go about it. So what's your couple of pointers?
I think we should see India as like a market that really increases your capabilities as a company, because it really tests you, because the Indian consumer is very knowledgeable. Everybody knows how to find information online. So it really challenges you. Why is this price, this spec? Like other products are even better at the same price. So they're very challenging. Also in customer service, the average kind of amount of tickets from an Indian consumer is way higher than a European or American consumer.
That's a very interesting insight.
And the margin is lower. So if you can survive in India, if you can satisfy the user in India, I think other markets are going to be a lot easier.
Yeah, we'll record this. Someone is recording, hopefully. Yeah, Raj, anyone building in B2B enterprise or fintech space in India, how should they look at it from an AI lens now? Should it be broken down into more small agentic modules? Do we still need a 100-people team to build a B2B enterprise software? How do you look like a 3-year, 4-year, 5-year into it?
Sure. So, to be very candid, one a capitalist view and one a socialist view. We are 1.4 billion people, 20% of the world's population. Our GDP is about 4 billion, which is like 4% of the overall GDP of the world, which is roughly about, take or here or there, 100 trillion. And we are just at about 4 trillion. So for us, it's a big problem in India, because if too much of AI gets adopted in India, there will be job losses. And India really cannot take job losses at this point of time. So, while on one way we are very happy that AI is improving productivity, we are becoming more competitive, but at the other end, Indian government has to go on and take, do more social security and, put a lot of good money just to take, care of the welfare of people. So, which in my opinion, is not a great thing for any capitalist economy. And India is at the center where it can neither go here nor go there. So it's a tight spot right now.
You have to balance it out.
To balance it out. And AI, to be very candid, is not going to help things.
Interesting takes. Thank you, folks. You have been a okay audience. I'll be very candid. I'm a media guy. No, you have been a great audience. Thank you for listening. And Carl and Raj are around if you want to catch up with them. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Antonio Zappul. I'm CEO of the Thomson Reuters Foundation, an international development organization where we use media, legal, and data intelligence tools to promote free, fair, and informed societies. So in this session, we want to explore the importance of investment as a tool for economic development, especially in emerging markets. I'm very pleased to be joined by two terrific speakers, His Excellency Dr. Ubaid Al-Zabi, Chairman of the Board of the Arab Authority for Agriculture, Investment and Development, and Sir Gerard Coker-Coles, who's Vice President and Corporate Secretary at the Asian Infrastructure Development Bank. But I would like to start with some context, because we are living at times of high uncertainty. The tectonic plates of geopolitics and economics are literally shifting. We're seeing a decline in multilateralism, a surge in protectionism and the end of aid, which is reshaping societies and institutions everywhere. The severity of the cuts that we've seen triggered by, for example, the new US administration have since cascaded to the UK and Europe, shocking, I think, even those who sensed they were coming. According, just to give you some data, to the Center for Global Development, by the end of this year, US foreign aid will be less than $28 billion, and that's a drastic 50% reduction in just 2 years, and the lowest in real terms since 2002. Now, the US is not the only country that's pursuing these measures. A combination of slow growth and high inflation and the end of America's guarantees assistance in military security has been seeing countries in Europe doing the same. In the UK, the government has also cut aid contributions, France, Germany, and also Switzerland. And obviously, as we know, when this happens, the most vulnerable communities are the ones that are hit the most. Essential health programs, I'm just thinking of the figures that come from Afghanistan, 420 health facilities have closed since these cuts, denying 3 million people of access to primary health care. According to UNAIDS, the cut in funding for HIV drugs will lead to an increase in HIV transmission estimated in the region of 2,300 new cases per day. So this is the tip of the iceberg. We know emerging economies face a critical financing gap, and they need trillions of dollars to reach the SDGs. This is while they navigate volatile global markets, capital markets, currency risks, and competing national priorities. So in this panel, we really want to look at investment and how they can trigger growth for emerging economies, making sure that they go from recipient of aids to masters of their own prosperity. And I'd like to start with a question to both of you, and it's really looking at investment as a tool, as a strategic tool for strategic sovereignty and prosperity. How is it playing out at the moment, given the geopolitical shifts that we're seeing? A question to both of you.
Okay, well, thanks very much. The truth is, the bank I work for, based in Beijing, is 10 years old, and it was set up on the initiative of China, but as an Asian bank with the UK, with France, Germany, Australia, New Zealand, all as shareholders, India, a very large shareholder, because of the huge gap in funding infrastructure across Asia. So we predate the cuts, we predate Trump, but that doesn't mean that the work we're doing is all the more important. And we believe in investment because if people have a return on their investment, more money will continue to flow. If it's, as we're seeing with the cuts in USAID or the abolition of the UK Department for International Development, government money doesn't always keep flowing, but investors' money does keep flowing. And so what we're doing at the Asian Infrastructure Bank is investing in the operating system of the economies we support across Asia and beyond. And we're trying to do it by being lean, i.e. very efficient, by being clean, by moving towards net zero, but also operating to the highest standards of global governance. And then we're trying to be green. So we're very proud of what we're doing. We're growing rapidly. We have $70 billion worth of investments out there at the moment. And in the next few years, we plan to increase that dramatically. And just one point, I mean, this isn't just about roads and bridges and airports and digital infrastructure or health infrastructure. In the end, this is about the welfare of millions of people across Asia and beyond. 85% of the global population will live in the global south by the middle of this century, and they deserve infrastructure. One little example of something we've done is AIIB has financed a satellite which now orbits over Indonesia and connects millions of people across the archipelago with the internet for the first time.
Thank you for bringing it back to people as well. A very, very important point to make. Dr. Obeid, what are you doing in this context? How are you adjusting to the changing context?
Yeah, thanks. First of all, I would like to thank for having me today. I think I totally agree with the gentleman here. There is a gap. We can sense this gaps from our 50 years working with Middle East, especially in Arab world. We are a sovereign funds. We are, specialized sovereign funds. We are funding purely the food security in Arab world. What we'd like to highlight today is there is a gap, certainly. For instance, in Sub-Sahara, we've got around, $150 billion gaps, in financing, for example, there is a big players in financings, but the problem with this, they are financing just 5% only from the total demands. So what I'm certain here is, the shortage in financing is big. We'd love to have, the financial institutions, private financial institutions, to take part of these, bridging the gaps and these, big gaps. Mobilizing financial sourcing is, tremendously very important, and we'd love to see, more funds, more, financial institutions taking part of, financing the projects in Africa and Middle East to bridge these gaps nowadays,
Going back to Sir Sherrod, you spoke about, you just touched on some of the work that the bank is doing and the young history as well of the bank. In your experience, in the history of the bank, which have been the most catalytic projects?
Well, it's very difficult to choose. We've got over...
Good problem to have.
We've got over 300 projects operational at the moment. We've got plans for hundreds more, and all of them in different ways have made a difference in some of the poorest countries across South Asia. Our biggest borrower is India. One of our second largest shareholder is India. I mean, the key point, and the point that Dr. Obeid was making so rightly, is if you want to sustain this sort of investment, people have to make money out of it. And so we pay a return. We had a bond issue in London the other day that was 3 times oversubscribed. And we work with other MDBs, with the World Bank, the Arab Fund for Development, the Asian Development Bank. We work with the private sector. About 40% of our projects crowd in private sector investment. So we operate collaboratively, coherently. We use our expertise to build the financial structures which will attract investment from the private sector as well as from sovereign investors.
And just as a follow-up on what you just said, you just spoke about the bond emission in London.
Yeah.
You said it was 3 times, I think, oversubscribed.
Yeah.
Was that your expectation? Do you see this trend continuing, or?
Well, we hope so. We pay competitive rates. I'm not in our treasury function. I'm not watching the markets every day, but we've been very encouraged by the demand for AIIB paper. We're opening an office in Hong Kong. We have an office here. I should have mentioned, I hope that some of the water we've been drinking today came from desalination plants in the Gulf that have been funded by AIIB. So, no, I mean, the trend is very much upwards, rapid growth. But as Dr. Obeid said, the infrastructure funding gap globally stretches into trillions of dollars, and it affects people across the global south.
Let's then go back to Dr. Obeid. Indeed, Sir Sherrod spoke about this gap. Financing, in a way, is only part of the picture, right? It's also how the financing then blends into with the country priorities and projects long-term targets and returns. How do we make sure that new investments indeed advance national priorities and don't actually cause harm. So projects that are not parachuted from the top without taking care or taking into account to the local context and needs.
Yeah, this is what we are, mixing our strategy, to take care of, development side of, these projects. So we are taking care of, the society, provide more employment rates, more capacity buildings programs, along with, establishing the project. So our programs focus on the equity financing rather than, loan finance, and get rid of, these projects as soon as possible with maximum profits. Now we are certainly staying for a long period and make sure, the society is, enriching and benefit from these projects in terms of, return on social affairs and turn on, their wealth as well. I'll give you an example. For example, AAA is having, for a long period, microfinance modules in Sudan, as well in Jordan and Mauritania as well. So the feedback from these projects really it gave us, the ambitious to go on, to be more creative, to deliver, varieties of, mechanisms. Recently, we have launched, the platform for crowdfundings and microfinance as well with big players, equity and others. We have also funds specialized to microfinance in Arab world as well. So the message is, we need to, see what is the policy, what is, the financial regulation is there in these markets, and how to penetrate, these markets with a confidence, with more, confidence that, these markets having care with the disclosure, for example, implementation of accounting standards, disclosure standards, corporate governance standards, and so on. So the disseminations of the data as well, disclosure of financial statements, it's very crucial in a way of make these projects very successful. So the foreign investors can make sure his projects will be, successful, and it achieve, the targets of, either the development targets and the financing targets to get, the return he's looking for. So what I'm going to say is, we need to move from the charity. I know there is a big players in Middle East, Africa, and so on. They are providing financing. IFM, World Bank's institutions is there. But the problem with these institutions, they are more charity based than business based. So we need to move from the charity based to fundings, on a private sector basis, That is, the focal points here.
A very good point, and I think a point that a lot of people are now discussing, given the contraction that we're seeing in the aid sector. Sir, Dr. Obaid mentioned the word governance. The question I have for you is how these multi-million-dollar projects that the bank is deploying in countries play a role in also strengthening the governance of the countries where they are implemented, if they do in a way.
Well, as I said, Paul, infrastructure is the operating system of the economies which we support. In order to govern, you need systems to deliver what people want and need. Hukuma in Arabic is almost the same word as hikmah, wisdom. And it's wisdom that you need to have these sort of operating systems. So, as I said, we are funding the building of roads and bridges, railways, airports, ports, desalination plants. But we're also doing more and more for non-visible infrastructure, digital infrastructure I mentioned, for example, in Indonesia, education infrastructure, and health infrastructure, because we know that in the end, this is about the health and wealth and welfare of ordinary people. And that's what we're doing. And what is so encouraging is that the demand from investors for our paper, for our projects, is so high. And part of that is because the 3 global rating agencies have each, year in, year out, given us AAA ratings. So they regard us as a safe bet, but also as a rewarding bet.
As a trusted partner.
Yeah,
which is not to
exactly.
be taken for granted at this moment in time. Sir, Dr. Obeid, thank you so much for your time. It's been lovely talking to you. And I'll introduce you to the next session, which is called Emerging Economies. Tell the story of the future with Mark Eramo from S&P Global. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
I've been here since the start. You've made it to the end, and my job really is to kind of do a wrap-up. I have been sitting in here all morning and early afternoon, and I hope to kind of give you a bit of a wrap-up of some of the key themes and topics that we heard today. And then I'm going to end with some, I'll say, some key initiatives or key areas of thinking about emerging markets from the S&P Global perspective. So my name is Mark Eramo. I'm with S&P Global. I reside in Houston, Texas, and I'm currently serving as a special advisor to our CEO, Martina Chung. And again, I'm happy to be here and taking part in the World Government Summit for the first time. And thank you to the organizers, and appreciate this opportunity. One of the sessions was about the digital lifestyle. I'm going to predict that next year, this wrap-up is going to be done by an agent who's going to come on the screen and just summarize for you and actually talk to you and allow you to maybe talk to it. But anyhow, our first 2 speakers who kind of set the stage, they really talked about a couple of different priorities. And there's a central theme here in terms of emerging markets in development in the future, and how emerging markets really kind of take their own place in the world. And it's around the development of the digital economy. But in terms of themes or priorities, some of the consistent things that we heard early on was clarity, what works in these regions, in these countries, and delivers results, regional collaboration, between the countries, and having people in place who can lead change. There was a reference to what was called the living bridge in terms of this developing this digital public infrastructure, and that by having people in the various countries who can be leaders of change agents themselves, that's critically important. The second speaker, who was the Deputy Minister of Strategic Affairs for the UAE, talked about clarity of policy and the direction always being forward, making decisions in moving forward, and if the decision is wrong, adjust. Talked about data and strategic intelligence and the way AI is changing that. We heard a lot of conversations about the protection of data, the development of data. A couple of the startups and the founders mentioned that with all of these developments, what you're actually getting is access to millions and millions or billions of bits of data. And so what happens to that data in terms of its accessibility and the value that it can have to the jurisdiction that it's coming from? So data and strategic intelligence are also one of these keys. Simplicity versus bureaucracy, right? Do the policies within a jurisdiction enable technology, innovation, and businesses to make decisions? Or is there a lot of bureaucracy that slows down the process, and therefore you're always behind the game? And then how are the competitive advantages of today different from the competitive advantages of the past? I've got a long career in downstream refining in chemical industries, and I think about the competitive advantages of the past were about scale, access to affordable energy, competitive feedstocks, integration forward and backwards. And the speaker said these things remain intact, but now you've got new competitive advantages that really kind of lie more in the people who you're dealing with, openness, private sector involvement, and then finance, bringing all of these things together in terms of the success that can happen from an emerging economy perspective. Bear with me as I'm using my digital notebook here as I was taking notes. We were fortunate to have President Boku, the president of Botswana, with us. And a couple of things, because I was in a roundtable with him at the start of the day. And what a great example of a country that has really been driven by the value of diamonds and the diamond trade. And now that has to change. And so diversification for the emerging markets is also an emerging theme here, and it's an important one. And you can look at either a major country or a small jurisdiction. Like I said, I live in the United States, and I live in Texas, and Texas used to be really driven by the oil industry. If oil was strong, life was good in Texas. If oil was weak, life not so good in Texas. And so today where I live in Houston, it's not just about oil, it's about oil and downstream and refinery and medical, restaurants, having really different types of entertainment. I mean, in other words, it's a very diverse economy, and the president of Botswana was talking about that. Is the need for diversification, thinking about human capital and, again, infrastructure. And he also made, I thought, which was a very important point, and we heard this theme over and over again as well, and that is today's technology is a very powerful equalizer. And it's allowing the investments that are going today into these emerging markets to actually leapfrog, in some cases, generations of technology, right? Which kind of brings those investments to the forefront of finding ways to compete with the highly developed world. And so, I think that's a really, really important point. I told the story in the roundtable about how I attended the African Energy Week last year in South Africa. And this was one of the points that was coming forward. As Africa embarks on developing its energy resources, whether they be hydrocarbon-based oil and gas, or whether they be minerals, or whether they be renewables, the investments that are going in today are taking advantage of the latest technology that's energy efficient, that's world scale, which gives those operators a tremendous advantage compared to assets that were built 30, 40, 50 years ago in some cases in West Europe or in the United States or in some parts of the world. So this enabler of technology being an equalizer in today's AI world in terms of how it's changing so fast is really, really important. We got into some discussions with, again, startups, which are certainly part of the foundation here. I like one of the comments that was around founders in the global south are not just solving problems, they're enabling billions of people to participate in the global economy. And some of the last presenters actually had some great examples of how they're selling apps or solutions that are enabling millions of people, billions of people to actually be participants in the global economy. I also found one of the gentleman's comments about, he was talking about when you're in a startup and you're trying to build something in an emergent economy, you can be right or you can be wrong about certain assumptions that you make. You can be confident or not confident about certain assumptions that you make. And I was struck by the fact that he said, when I'm right and I'm confident, I start to worry because I worry about complacency. So it's almost like he wants to be right but not as confident, but that kind of keeps the edge of trying to continue to develop things in the future. I mean, he said the worst thing for an entrepreneur also is uncertainty. So again, that theme of having certainty around policy is critically important. Again, the design around digital lifestyles I found to be really interesting, but there was a question about the role of government. What role should government play? We had one gentleman from the United States who had to go through a startup and met all kinds of regulatory resistance. In other words, not much help from the government, versus the other two participants who were starting up new ideas in different emerging markets and finding themselves very supported by the government. And so this rapid deployment of AI, and again, this theme of institutional memory being a key competitive advantage, was another important point that they brought out from the perspective of these folks. Really interesting question about how do you learn in the emerging markets from the mistakes of the developed world? How do you learn from the past or what you've seen? And this concept of digital inclusion and financial inclusion. Again, it's about developing solutions that are enabling millions of people who otherwise couldn't participate in the global economy to now be able to participate. This focus on the future and focus on the consumer, a really interesting question. I'm not sure what the answer to this is. I have my opinion. What is the future when you think about AI? Are we all going to be using super apps on our mobile devices, or are we going to be dealing with a bunch of agents? The agentic world in terms of the way it's coming on. I think the opinion on the panel was we'll see more and more agents that can do the work for you, as opposed to having apps where you're doing most of your own work. In terms of capital under pressure, capital efficiencies, I also like the comment that talked about in the old world, if you will, I called it the flat world, you work to optimize efficiency. You talk about raw materials that are coming out of a certain region of the world, shipped to a low labor cost area, a product is made, and then it's sold to someplace else in the world. And that quite frankly, from about the late 1990s through I'll say through the pandemic, was really the way the world was operating. You build low cost, you ship to high demand centers, and you optimize your costs. His view was, in this disruptive world that we're in, you're really more focused on supply chain and resiliency. Are the systems and the infrastructure that we're building resilient in terms of the change that it has to absorb, because you're not quite sure what changes are coming along the line. A lot of focus on local optimization, being nimble is key. Some really interesting questions in commentary about capital efficiency and the way AI and disruption is impacting that, and I think there were conversations coming out on both sides of the equation in terms of, is the capital being deployed more efficient or less efficient in today's world? I don't know that there was a really necessarily clear answer to that. Our final group of speakers, again, kind of I think, well, I'm sorry, the second to last panel was governing 1.4 billion people in the age of AI. What I thought was really fascinating about that is you think about today's operating systems are designed, one operating system is serving millions of people. Do you have operating systems in the future, solutions in the future, where each one of us has our own operating system based on how we work, the role that we have in the ability now of an agentic agent to help us build our own? So you have all these capabilities. I build an operating system that fits Mark Ermo's day-to-day life. You build yours. I mean, so that's a really interesting concept, I thought. You have repetitive tasks that will be run by the agents. This is a scenario that they drew up. But they did say that when it comes to decisions, they felt like you still need people in the loop. So the repetitive task will enable 24/7 operations, which quite frankly you have today, but I think you build more efficiency around those competitive tasks. But the final decisions, I think everybody was agreeing, you're still going to have people in the loop, although I do think there is a body of work going on out there where they are developing systems to think just like you and I do, and that becomes a bit scary for me. So I'm glad I'm towards the end of my career, not at the beginning of it, but although I do think it would be a lot of fun if I was just starting my career. I wanted to just highlight, I only have a couple minutes left. I really liked the last two speakers, the amount of capital that's coming into the emerging markets is just absolutely fascinating. With the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank talking about billions of dollars, 300 plus projects underway. I mean, so it's actually happening. Emerging markets are getting the capital. The hard assets are being built. I also took heart to the point that was made that this infrastructure is the operating system of the economy. So I think one of the key lessons for the emerging markets is you've got to have infrastructure first. And the infrastructure of hard assets, of bridges and roads and trains, airports, ports and terminals and storage facilities and pipelines and all those things that make an economy work. But beyond the hard assets, they're also placing a lot of investment dollars in the AI side of it, the AI infrastructure, and the health and educational side of it, right? So you got to bring the people along with you. There was one comment about consumers in India that I wasn't quite agreeing with in terms of they don't care about what they're getting. I do think they do care. It's just they're at a different part of the cycle, if you will, in terms of where they exist. Let me leave you with, if I can, just my last 30 seconds. I might run over by just a few, so bear with me. Let me leave you with, I'll say, 9 themes. And I won't go into a whole lot of detail, so don't worry about that. That is really kind of things that, from an S&P emerging market perspective, that we're focused on. So keys for success in the long term in the emerging markets. And we talked about these things. Economic diversification, infrastructure development, both hard assets as well as the softer assets around health and education. Skills development, again, there's that education piece. AI won't replace people. People who know AI will replace people who don't know AI, right? So we have to start teaching at a young age, our kids, I have grandkids, how to use AI and not be scared of it, but to embrace it. Sustainable development and leaving the environment better off than the way we found it as we go forward. Digitization as applied to business, governments, and people. Attracting foreign direct investment. We heard the gentleman from the Asian Investment Bank said the investments have to be profitable. And if there's one pivot we saw in the sustainability world in 2025 was a pragmatic approach that says if I'm going to make an investment to reduce carbon footprint of these assets, it has to stand on its own 2 feet. It has to be profitable. It cannot be propped up. It has to stand alone. And I think that's a really important point. Institutional reforms around access to local capital, legal systems and contracting, policy accepting foreign investment, security, political stability, fiscal policy, all these things are incredibly important. Public-private partnership. If there was another common theme I think we heard across the board from all of our speakers, it's those small and medium-sized entrepreneurial businesses that really win the day. Those are the heartbeat of an economy, and I would tell you, even in the United States, with some of the largest corporations in the world, it is small and medium-sized businesses that are the heart of the U.S. economy in terms of how things operate. So I'd say that's a really, really important point. And then finally, in a world of disruption, I think emerging markets really are the next frontier. There's a really good article I was reading early this morning, came out on the Wall Street Journal, and the title reads something like, the U.S. and China are going through a divorce right now in terms of the economic dependency on each other. That represents opportunity for the emerging markets. It says in the U.S. and in China, they're focused on the emerging markets to be partners with them, which is just opportunity. So with that, thank you very much for listening to my summary, and I hope you have a rest of the day that's very, very good, and enjoy the conference.
في الماضي صنعت الكلمات والأفعال أعظم لحظات التاريخ، فألهمت الشعوب ورسمت مسارها.
As long as you live another day, you have an opportunity to create.
كلمة واحدة قد تتحول إلى قرارات.
In a world in which everything is global, we need global responses.
جملة واحدة قادرة على تشكيل الآراء.
To me, development delayed is development denied, and we have to change this.
والخطاب الصحيح يمكن أن يغير مجرى التاريخ.
If we fail to act now, we will see a climate crisis that is unimaginable.
غير أن الصوت الواحد مهما كان مؤثراً لا يكفي وحده.
We're going through a time warp. It's going to be shockingly different.
هذه تحديات معقدة يصعب على الدول والحكومات مواجهتها منفردة.
Shift to artificial intelligence is going to be like a tsunami hitting the labor market.
نحن بحاجة إلى منصة تجمع القادة والخبراء والمفكرين، منصة تطرح فيها أصعب الأسئلة وتصاغ فيها الحلول بجهد مشترك.
I'm an optimist by nature. If you're not optimistic and passionate, you'll not get anything done.
القمة العالمية للحكومات، حيث تلتقي العقول وتتولد الأفكار ويستشرف المستقبل.
Throughout history, our greatest turning points began not with action, but with powerful words.
As long as you live another day, you have an opportunity to create.
A single line can be a command.
In a world in which everything is global, we need global responses.
A sentence can form an opinion.
To me, development delayed is development denied, and we have to change this.
And the right speech can shift the course of history.
If we fail to act now, we will see a climate crisis that is unimaginable.
But one voice on its own can only go so far.
We're going through a time warp. It's going to be shockingly different.
These are challenges too complex for any nation to face alone.
Shift to artificial intelligence is going to be like a tsunami hitting the labor market.
They demand a platform where leaders, experts, and thinkers can confront the world's toughest questions together.
I'm an optimist by nature. And if you're not optimistic and passionate, you'll not get anything done.
Welcome to the World Government Summit, where voices meet, where ideas are exchanged, and the future is reimagined.
We're going through a time warp. It's going to be shockingly different.
If we get into a new Cold War, do countries have to choose which side they are?
In a world in which everything is global, we need global responses.
I'm an optimist by nature. And if you're not optimistic and passionate, you'll not get anything done.
Think of genes as life software. Genetic medicine is the ability to rewrite that code.
If you are diagnosed early with lung cancer, your probability of being alive at 5 years is going to be 95%.
What COVID did is it really stretched our systems to their core.
History teaches us the pandemic agreement is mission critical for humanity.
What drives economic development is innovation.
Innovation cannot be planned. You just don't know when and where innovation comes.
Creative arts as an industry is a generator not only of wealth, but of jobs.
You can find the capital, you can find the resources. It's the ideas that matter.
To me, development delayed is development denied, and we have to change this. We know the energy demand is going to double by 2050. We don't know how we're going to supply that demand.
Those countries that will continue to innovate will have a competitive advantage.
They want the data input and the models that they can manage and they can trust.
The one-day work week will likely be here by 2040.
Once you have humanoid robots, there's really no limit to the economy. You can make anything.
Shift to artificial intelligence is going to be like a tsunami hitting the labor market.
This technology is going to impact the world profoundly.
It means every day will be our best day.
في الماضي صنعت كانت الكلمات والأفعال أعظم لحظات التاريخ، فألهمت الشعوب ورسمت مسارها.
As long as you live another day, you have an opportunity to create.
كلمة واحدة قد تتحول إلى قرارات.
In a world in which everything is global, we need global responses.
جملة واحدة قادرة على تشكيل الآراء.
To me, development delayed is development denied, and we have to change this.
والخطاب الصحيح يمكن أن يغير مجرى التاريخ.
If we fail to act now, we will see a climate crisis that is unimaginable.
غير أن الصوت الواحد مهما كان مؤثراً لا يكفي وحده.
We're going through a time warp. It's going to be shockingly different.
هذه تحديات معقدة يصعب على الدول والحكومات مواجهتها منفردة.
Shift to artificial intelligence is going to be like a tsunami hitting the labor market.
نحن بحاجة إلى منصة تجمع القادة والخبراء والمفكرين، منصة تطرح فيها أصعب الأسئلة وتصاغ فيها الحلول بجهد مشترك.
I'm an optimist by nature. If you're not optimistic and passionate, you'll not get anything done.
القمة العالمية للحكومات، حيث تلتقي العقول وتتولد الأفكار ويستشرف المستقبل.
Throughout history, our greatest turning points began not with action, but with powerful words.
As long as you live another day, you have an opportunity to create.
A single line can be a command.
In a world in which everything is global, we need global responses.
A sentence can form an opinion.
To me, development delayed is development denied, and we have to change this.
And the right speech can shift the course of history.
If we fail to act now, we will see a climate crisis that is unimaginable.
But one voice on its own can only go so far.
We're going through a time warp. It's going to be shockingly different.
These are challenges too complex for any nation to face alone.
Shift to artificial intelligence is going to be like a tsunami hitting the labor market.
They demand a platform where leaders, experts, and thinkers can confront the world's toughest questions together.
I'm an optimist by nature. And if you're not optimistic and passionate, you'll not get anything done.
Welcome to the World Government Summit, where voices meet, where ideas are exchanged, and the future is reimagined.
We're going through a time warp. It's going to be shockingly different.
If we get into a new Cold War, do countries have to choose which side they are?
In a world in which everything is global, we need global responses.
I'm an optimist by nature. And if you're not optimistic and passionate, you'll not get anything done.
Think of genes as life software. Genetic medicine is the ability to rewrite that code.
If you are diagnosed early with lung cancer, your probability of being alive at 5 years is going to be 95%.
What COVID did is it really stretched our systems to their core.
History teaches us the pandemic agreement is mission critical for humanity.
What drives economic development is innovation.
Innovation cannot be planned. You just don't know when and where innovation comes.
Creative arts as an industry is a generator not only of wealth, but of jobs.
You can find the capital, you can find the resources. It's the ideas that matter.
To me, development delayed is development denied, and we have to change this. We know the energy demand is going to double by 2050. We don't know how we're going to supply that demand.
Those countries that will continue to innovate will have a competitive advantage.
They want the data input and the models that they can manage and they can trust.
the one-day work week will likely be here by 2040.
Once you have humanoid robots, there's really no limit to the economy. You can make anything.
Shift to artificial intelligence is going to be like a tsunami hitting the labor market.
This technology is going to impact the world profoundly.
It means every day will be your best day.
في الماضي صنعت الكلمات والأفعال أعظم لحظات التاريخ، فألهمت الشعوب ورسمت مسارها.
As long as you live another day, you have an opportunity to create.
كلمة واحدة قد تتحول إلى قرارات.
In a world in which everything is global, we need global responses.
جملة واحدة قادرة على تشكيل الآراء.
To me, development delayed is development denied, and we have to change this.
والخطاب الصحيح يمكن أن يغير مجرى التاريخ.
If we fail to act now, we will see a climate crisis that is unimaginable.
غير أن الصوت الواحد مهما كان مؤثراً لا يكفي وحده.
We're going through a time warp. It's going to be shockingly different.
هذه تحديات معقدة يصعب على الدول والحكومات مواجهتها منفردة.
Shift to artificial intelligence is going to be like a tsunami hitting the labor market.
نحن بحاجة إلى منصة تجمع القادة والخبراء والمفكرين، منصة تطرح فيها أصعب الأسئلة وتصاغ فيها الحلول بجهد مشترك.
I'm an optimist by nature. If you're not optimistic and passionate, you'll not get anything done.
القمة العالمية للحكومات، حيث تلتقي العقول وتتولد الأفكار ويستشرف المستقبل.
Throughout history,
Excellencies, distinguished ministers, heads of delegation, esteemed partners, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, friends, welcome to this special edition of the 10th International Cooperation Conference of the Association of Caribbean States, here on day 3 of the World Government Summit 2026. This conference provides a timely and important platform for dialogue among members, associate members and partners as we collectively advance cooperation in support of sustainable development of the Greater Caribbean. My name's Amandeep. I'm a former BBC presenter from London, now based here in the UAE as a moderator. This is my 4th year of supporting the World Government Summit team, and may I say that here at WGS, we hold this conference in high regard. This is a milestone moment to have you all with us here in Dubai. So, may I invite you that the first round of applause goes to you all for being here today with us. Thank you. Please applaud yourselves. We will now begin with opening remarks from our distinguished authorities. It gives me great honor to provide the floor and invite His Excellency Javier Martinez Acha Vasquez, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Panama and Chair of the Ministerial Council of the ACS, to address our conference. The floor is yours, Your Excellency.
Muy buenos días. Su Excelencia Natalie Campbell Rodríguez, Alta Comisionada de Jamaica en Trinidad y Tobago. El honorable doctor Natalio Whitley, Jefe de Gobierno de las Islas Vírgenes. El honorable doctor Denzil Douglas, Ministro de Relaciones Exteriores Comercio Internacional, Industrias, Comercio y Asuntos del Consumidor. El honorable doctor Vince Henderson, ministro de Relaciones Exteriores de la Mancomunidad de Dominica. Su Excelencia Nura bin Mohammed Al-Kabi, ministro de Estados de los Emiratos Árabes Unidos. Su Excelencia Carlos Ramiro Martínez Alvarado, ministro de Relaciones Exteriores de la República de Guatemala. El honorable Sean S.M. Sobers, MP, ministro de Relaciones Exteriores y de CARICOM de Trinidad y Tobago. Senador, el honorable Dominic Smith, ministro de Administración Pública e Inteligencia Artificial de la República de Trinidad y Tobago. El honorable Melvin Buba, ministro de Relaciones Exteriores, Cooperación y Negocios Internacionales de la República de Surinam. La honorable Lisa Yawajiga, ministra de Agricultura, Pesca y Seguridad Alimentaria y Desarrollo Sostenible de Santa Lucía. Su Excelencia, Dr. Abdulrahman Bik Ibrahim Al-Razi, viceministro de Asuntos Multilaterales Internacionales del Reino de Arabia Saudí. Su Excelencia, Carlos Paz Ide, viceministro de Asuntos Exteriores del Estado Plurinacional de Bolivia. Señor Alain Richardson, primer vicepresidente de la colectividad de San Martín. Sus Excelencias, embajadores, otros oficiales de alto nivel de los Estados miembros, miembros asociados y observadores de la Asociación de Estados del Caribe. Invitados especiales, señores periodistas, buenos días. Excelencias, es para mí un alto honor dirigirme a ustedes en el marco de la 10ª Conferencia de Cooperación Internacional, un encuentro que marca una etapa decisiva en la evolución de la cooperación global y que por primera vez se celebra en la vibrante ciudad de Dubái, en el contexto de la Cumbre Mundial de Gobiernos. Extendemos a nuestros amigos de la UAB toda nuestra gratitud por su hospitalidad. Este hecho no solo reviste un profundo simbolismo, sino que abre una oportunidad sin precedente para redefinir y fortalecer la cooperación interregional entre nuestro Caribe y la región del Medio Oriente y norte de África, MENA. Panamá celebra esta convergencia histórica entre dos regiones del sur global que, aunque distantes geográficamente, comparten una profunda vocación marítima, comercial y cultural, así como desafíos comunes frente al cambio climático, la transformación productiva, la conectividad y el desarrollo sostenible. Que esta conferencia tenga lugar en los Emiratos Árabes Unidos es reflejo del papel cada vez más relevante que este país y la región MENA desempeñan como actores clave del multilateralismo contemporáneo. Los Emiratos Árabes Unidos han demostrado con hechos concretos un liderazgo visionario en innovación, infraestructuras sostenibles, tecnología de punta, energías renovables y cooperación sur-sur. Estas capacidades los posicionan de manera privilegiada para catalizar soluciones compartidas, basadas en la eficiencia, la sostenibilidad y el impacto real. En este sentido, la 10ª conferencia de la ICC está llamada a convertirse en un puente estratégico entre regiones, capaz de transformar desafíos comunes en logros colectivos. Desde Panamá, nación de encuentro por excelencia y conector de océanos y del continente americano y puente entre mercados, extendemos profundamente el valor de estos puentes. Nuestra historia, nuestra geografía y nuestra vocación diplomática nos ha enseñado que el diálogo y la cooperación son herramientas indispensables para la paz y el desarrollo. No es casual que en el año 2026 conmemoremos el bicentenario del Congreso Anfictiónico de Panamá de 1826, convocado por el libertador Simón Bolívar, como uno de los primeros intentos de construir un sistema multilateral basado en la solidaridad, la cooperación y la defensa de intereses comunes. Aquel congreso anfictiónico fue una visión adelantada a su tiempo, una apuesta por el multilateralismo, por la unidad entre naciones diversas y por la convicción de que los desafíos compartidos solo pueden enfrentarse mediante respuestas colectivas. 2 siglos después, ese espíritu sigue plenamente vigente y encuentra eco en espacios como esta conferencia, donde el diálogo se traduce en acción y la cooperación se orienta a resultados. La 10ª Conferencia de Cooperación Internacional ha sido concebida como un ejercicio práctico, orientado a soluciones y enfocado en resultados medibles. En un mundo saturado de declaraciones y compromisos abstractos, esta conferencia apuesta por un enfoque distinto, pasar de la intención a la implementación, del discurso a la acción concreta, como lo diré en mis conclusiones. Las mesas redondas de inversión son una expresión clara de esta filosofía. Reunirán a donantes, inversionistas y responsables de proyectos en entornos reducidos y de alto impacto, donde la colaboración práctica prevalecerá sobre las discusiones teóricas. Cada sesión estará orientada a generar compromisos financieros concretos, a asociaciones técnicas estratégicas y hojas de rutas claras para la implementación. El objetivo es ambicioso pero necesario: transformar un diálogo de buena voluntad en un cambio duradero y efectivo, y medible entre 2 regiones con un enorme potencial humano, natural y económico. En este esfuerzo, el Caribe no se presenta como un receptor pasivo de cooperación, sino como un socio estratégico capaz de aportar innovación, conocimiento y experiencias replicables. Los donantes de los Emiratos Árabes Unidos y de la región MENA, al acoger y participar activamente en esta 10ª ICC, tienen la oportunidad de impulsar cambios concretos y de alto impacto en áreas fundamentales como la resiliencia climática, el comercio sostenible y la protección marina. Al mismo tiempo, fortalecerán las alianzas sur-sur e interregionales, consolidando a los Emiratos Árabes Unidos como un socio estratégico, clave en una cooperación internacional moderna, pragmática y orientada a soluciones. Asimismo, esta conferencia permitirá aprovechar al Caribe como socio estratégico en innovación, particularmente en sectores como la economía azul, las energías renovables y el turismo sostenibles, ámbitos que se alinean de manera natural con la experiencia, las capacidades tecnológicas y la visión de desarrollo de la región MENA. A continuación me referiré a los proyectos prioritarios e iniciativas emblemáticas que serán expuestas en esta conferencia y que están listas para obtener apoyo inmediato, con requisitos técnicos precisos, impactos previstos y rutas de implementación claramente trazadas. En primer lugar, la estrategia regional sobre el sargazo, que busca transformar un desafío ambiental creciente en una oportunidad económica mediante la innovación, la investigación científica y la coordinación regional. El sargazo, que hoy afecta a comunidades costeras, puede convertirse en fuente de bioenergía, fertilizantes, nuevos materiales, generando empleo y valor agregado de manera sostenible. En segundo lugar, la reducción del riesgo de desastre basada en ecosistemas centradas en la restauración de arrecifes de coral y manglares. Estas soluciones basadas en la naturaleza representan una de las formas más rentables y eficaces de adaptación al cambio climático, al tiempo que protegen la biodiversidad, fortalecen los medios de vida locales y reducen la vulnerabilidad de nuestras comunidades costeras. Un tercer eje prioritario son los sistemas de alerta temprana multiamenaza, desarrollados en colaboración con Caribbean Disaster and Emergency Management Agency, CDEMA, agencias de las Naciones Unidas para la Prevención de Desastres, UNDRR, y la Agencia Mexicana para la Cooperación para el Desarrollo. Estos sistemas permitirán una preparación regional coordinada frente a desastres naturales, integrando tecnologías, datos y capacidades institucionales para salvar vidas, reducir pérdidas económicas y fortalecer la resiliencia regional. Finalmente, antes de mis conclusiones, personales, destaca el proyecto de transporte marítimo de corta distancia, orientado a desarrollar una estrategia regional para modernizar y hacer más sostenible el transporte en el Caribe, a través de políticas portuarias armonizadas, servicios de cabotaje eficientes y mejoras en la facilitación del comercio. Se busca reducir costos logísticos, disminuir emisiones y fortalecer la integración económica regional. En este ámbito, la experiencia de la región MENA y de los Emiratos Árabes Unidos en logística, puertos inteligentes y comercio marítimo resulta particularmente valioso. Al cierre de esta conferencia de cooperación internacional, la Asociación de Estados del Caribe prevé resultados concretos, y yo más que nadie, y verificables. La movilización de recursos financieros y de cooperación técnica para al menos dos iniciativas prioritarias: la formalización de alianzas estratégicas mediante memorandos de entendimientos y marcos de cooperación con socios internacionales clave, incluidas entidades emiratíes. La definición de hojas de rutas operacionales claras con responsabilidades, plazos e indicadores de seguimiento. Y una mayor visibilidad internacional de la AEC y de sus proyectos en los medios emiratíes y caribeños. Excelencias, al evocar el espíritu del Congreso Anfitriónico de 1826, recordamos que el multilateralismo no es una opción circunstancial, sino una necesidad histórica. Hoy, como ayer, la cooperación entre regiones del sur global es esencial para construir un orden internacional más equilibrado e inclusivo y sostenible. Desearía, señora secretaria, que me permita usted, como país con la presidencia pro tempore de la AEC, subrayar que la cooperación interregional es una necesidad estratégica del sur global. Esta 10ª conferencia de cooperación internacional marca un punto de inflexión en la relación entre el Caribe y la región MENA, demostrando que la cooperación sur-sur ya no es una aspiración retórica, sino una herramienta estratégica para enfrentar desafíos compartidos, como he mencionado, el cambio climático, la conectividad, la resiliencia, la defensa del medio ambiente, el desarrollo sostenible, pero con soluciones concretas y orientadas a resultados, como he mencionado. Queremos pasar de la diplomacia declarativa a la acción concreta y medible. Como lo he dicho, la ICC debe introducir, señora secretaria, un enfoque pragmático de cooperación internacional, priorizando la implementación, los compromisos financieros reales, las alianzas técnicas, como con los Emiratos Árabes Unidos, y las hojas de rutas claras que se cumplan. La mesa redonda de inversión deben reflejar esta visión al transformar el diálogo político en proyectos con impactos tangibles y verificables. Nosotros en la AEC, y particularmente en Panamá, deseamos una institucionalidad sólida, una responsabilidad financiera y gobernanza eficaz. El correcto funcionamiento de la Asociación de Estados del Caribe requiere un compromiso firme de los Estados miembros en el cumplimiento oportuno de sus cuotas. La sostenibilidad financiera no es un asunto administrativo menor, sino una condición esencial para preservar la credibilidad, la operatividad y la capacidad de acción de la AEC en un entorno internacional cada vez más exigente. Pronto, Panamá dejará de tener la presidencia pro tempore. Ojalá el granito de arena de mi país y del gobierno del presidente José Molino sea que el consenso como fortaleza, no como mecanismo de bloqueo. El consenso unánime debe seguir siendo un principio orientador del multilateralismo regional, pero jamás puede convertirse en un obstáculo estructural que paralice la toma de decisiones. Esta coyuntura invita a una reflexión, señora secretaria, responsable entre los Estados miembros para garantizar que los mecanismos de gobernanza faciliten y no impidan la acción colectiva de las grandes mayorías, la ejecución de proyectos de las grandes mayorías y las respuestas oportunas a los desafíos regionales de las grandes mayorías. La cooperación sur-sur basada en valores y Estado de Derecho. La cooperación sur-sur que promovemos debe estar anclada en el respeto al Estado de Derecho, la democracia, los derechos humanos y el derecho internacional. Solo desde estos principios es posible construir alianzas legítimas, sostenibles y confiables, capaces de generar desarrollo inclusivo, estabilidad regional y un multilateralismo eficaz que responda a las aspiraciones de nuestros pueblos. Voy terminando, señora secretaria, que esta 10ª ICC sea recordada como un punto de inflexión, como el momento en que el Caribe y el Medio Oriente decidieron profundizar su cooperación, no solo con palabras, sino con acciones concretas y resultados tangibles. Que Dubái sea el escenario donde se renueve el compromiso con un multilateralismo eficaz, solidario y orientado al futuro. Panamá reafirma su compromiso con esta visión y extiende su mano, como lo ha hecho a lo largo de su historia, para construir puentes de entendimientos, cooperación y prosperidad compartida. Termino agradeciendo una vez más a los Emiratos Árabes Unidos por todo su apoyo, por toda la logística para organizar este gran encuentro y le deseo a todos los conferencistas lo mejor hoy. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Your Excellency Javier Martinez Acha Vasquez, for your powerful opening remarks as we continue here at the special edition of the 10th International Cooperation Conference. It gives me great honor to now welcome Her Excellency Natalie Campbell-Rodriguez, the High Commissioner for Jamaica to Trinidad and Tobago and the permanent representative of Jamaica to the ACS, Chair of the Special Committee on Cooperation and Resource Mobilization, to deliver her opening remarks. Please give the floor to Her Excellency.
Thank you so much. His Excellency Javier Martinez Acha Vasquez, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Panama and Chair of the ACS Ministerial Council, Her Excellency Naomi Espinosa Madrid, Secretary General of the Association of Caribbean States, Ministers, Excellencies, representatives of the Government of the UAE, distinguished delegates, staff of the ACS, partners and friends of the Greater Caribbean, good afternoon. I wish to commence by conveying the sincere regrets of Senator the Honorable Kamina Johnson-Smith, Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade of Jamaica, who is unavoidably absent today despite looking forward to being a part of this auspicious gathering. The distinct honor therefore falls to me to convey greetings and to address you on behalf of the government and people of Jamaica as Chair of the Special Committee on Cooperation and Resource Mobilization of the Association of Caribbean States for the period 2025 to 2026. Many of us had the pleasure of meeting in Panama last week for the 16th extraordinary meeting of the ACS Ministerial Council, the ACS Regional Conference on Humanitarian Assistance and Development of the Republic of Haiti, and the Second International Economic Forum for Latin America and the Caribbean. On behalf of all member states, I wish to thank Panama for its leadership in bringing our countries together in these various fora with our friends and partners to bring renewed momentum to regional efforts at development, prosperity, peace, and stability. As we commence today's proceedings, I wish to commend in particular His Excellency Minister Martinez Acha Vasquez on his stewardship of the ACS Ministerial Council since assuming the role in May last year, and for his role in guiding the ACS work program towards meaningful results for the Greater Caribbean. I also wish to add Jamaica's voice in expressing sincere appreciation to our host, the Government of the United Arab Emirates, for the warm hospitality and courtesies extended to all delegates. The UAE's generous support for the convening of this conference is a clear demonstration of the strength of their commitment to the association and to a stronger bi-regional partnership between the Greater Caribbean and the Middle East and North Africa region. We are especially appreciative of the opportunity to meet on the margins of the World Government's Summit an ideal setting for partnership building and advancing a practical, investment-oriented agenda for the Greater Caribbean. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the theme of this 10th International Cooperation Conference, Beyond 30 Years of Cooperation for the Greater Caribbean, Converting Cooperation into Concerted Action, invites both reflection and resolve. It calls us to assess how far we have come over more than 3 decades of collective endeavor, while also recognizing clearly and candidly how much more must be done to translate commitments into measurable outcomes for our peoples. Our shared ambition is substantial: to accelerate sustainable development, strengthen resilience, and improve well-being across the Greater Caribbean. Yet, we are also realistic about our constraints, including limited fiscal space, capacity gaps, and the disproportionate impacts of external shocks. We therefore welcome the partnership of friends beyond the region who are prepared to work with us on terms that are respectful, transparent, and aligned with our priorities to support the ACS mandate and deliver results at scale. The conference theme also challenges us to deepen and modernize our approaches to cooperation beyond 30 years, requires that we move beyond familiar modalities and expand the range of partners, instruments, and delivery mechanisms available to the ACS. In this regard, the location of this conference is itself meaningful. For the first time, the ACS International Cooperation Conference is being convened outside the Greater Caribbean. That deliberate choice reflects our readiness to widen our strategic horizon, build direct rapport with partners in new spaces, and strengthen the practical pathways through which cooperation can become concerted action. Yesterday's investment roundtables provided a practical foundation for today's work. We engaged on 3 priority ACS projects for mobilization. 1, institutional strengthening to address future sargassum influxes. 2, the regional framework for multi-destination tourism. And 3, the feasibility study for the Greater Caribbean Short Sea Shipping Development Project. We welcomed the contributions and expressions of interest from member states, observers, development partners, and the private sector, including proposed technical support, financing options, and implementation partnerships. Today's agenda is similarly forward-looking. We will hear a concise presentation by the Secretary General on the draft ACS Strategic Plan to 2035 and consider the results and next steps emanating from the investment roundtables. Secretary General Madrid will also lead us in 2 high-level dialogues. Firstly, on the priority initiatives shaping the region's development trajectory, and secondly, on collaborative pathways between the Greater Caribbean and the MENA region. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the urgency of action is undeniable. The global environment has shifted profoundly since the establishment of the ACS in 1994. Rising geopolitical tensions, heightened competition, and pressures on multilateralism continue to disrupt trade, investment flows, and the predictability of global governance. For small, open, and interconnected economies, these dynamics amplify vulnerabilities, particularly where trade measures, sanctions, tariffs, and export controls affect supply chains, energy markets, and access to finance. At the same time, the climate crisis continues to impose severe and recurring costs on our region, especially for small island developing states. Jamaica's recent devastating experience with Hurricane Melissa is a testament of this. Food insecurity, heavy dependence on imports, and continued reliance on fossil fuels further constrain economic stability, despite our significant potential for renewable energy from solar, wind, geothermal, and ocean resources. In this context, our responsibility is clear: to craft policies and programs that are responsive to the needs of our peoples and resilient to emerging global realities. The ACS remains an essential platform for advancing that objective through cooperation that strengthens regional integration, enables the freer flow of knowledge and expertise, expands opportunities for trade and investment, and mobilizes capital for projects with measurable region-wide impact. Our collective aim should be to leave Dubai with renewed momentum, a clearer pipeline for project mobilization, strengthened cooperation mechanisms, and new partnerships across governments, institutions, and the private sector, anchored in mutual benefit and shared responsibility. In closing, Jamaica remains deeply honored to be entrusted with the chairmanship of the Special Committee on Cooperation and Mobilization for 2 consecutive terms. We will continue to work with all member states to unlock the resources needed to transform ambition into action. To our member states, associate members and observers, many represented here today at the highest level, I thank you for your presence and for your shared resolve to expand cooperation, mobilize resources, and unlock innovative financing for priority regional initiatives. Last but not least, I wish to express our deep appreciation to Secretary General Madrid and the Directorate for Cooperation and Resource Mobilization for their coordination and continued commitment to strengthen the association's operational effectiveness and its development impact. Together, we can deliver an ACS that is results-driven, outward-looking, and firmly centered on improving the lives and livelihoods of the people of the Greater Caribbean. I thank you.
And thank you, Your Excellency Natalie Campbell-Rodriguez, the High Commissioner for Jamaica to Trinidad and Tobago. Thank you for shining a light on building partnerships, the shared goals and the shared responsibilities between the Greater Caribbean and the MENA region. We are honoured to be hosting this conference here in Dubai. We continue with our opening remarks. It gives me deep honour to invite Her Excellency Noemi Espinosa Madrid, the Secretary General of the Association of Caribbean States, to deliver her opening remarks.
Su Excelencia Javier Martínez Acha Vázquez, Ministro de Relaciones Exteriores de la República de Panamá y Presidente del Consejo de Ministros de la Asociación de Estados del Caribe, Su Excelencia Natalia Campbell Rodríguez, Alta Comisionada de Jamaica en Trinidad y Tobago y Representante Permanente de Jamaica ante la AEC y Presidenta del Comité Especial de Cooperación y Movilización de Recursos, el Honorable Dr. Denzel Douglas, Ministro de Relaciones Exteriores, Comercio Internacional, Industria, Comercio y Asuntos del Consumidor, Desarrollo Económico e Inversión de la Federación de San Cristóbal y Nieves, el Honorable Dr. Natalio Whitley, Jefe de Gobierno de las Islas Vírgenes Británicas, el Honorable Dr. Vince Henderson, Ministro de Relaciones Exteriores de la Mancomunidad de Dominica, Su Excelencia Nura bint Mohammed Al-Kabi, Ministra de Estado de los Estados Árabes Unidos, Su Excelencia Carlos Ramiro Martínez Alvarado, Ministro de Relaciones Exteriores de la República de Guatemala, el Honorable Sean Sobers, Ministro de Relaciones Exteriores de CARICOM y de CARICOM de la República de Trinidad y Tobago, Senador el Honorable Dominic Smith, Ministro de Administración Pública e Inteligencia Artificial de la República de Trinidad y Tobago, el Honorable Melvin Buva, Ministro de Relaciones Exteriores y Cooperación y Negocios Internacionales de la República de Surinam, la Honorable Lisa Jahawir, Ministra de Agricultura, Pesca, Seguridad Alimentaria y Desarrollo Sostenible de Santa Lucía, Su Excelencia Dr. Abdul-Dahim bin Ibrahim Al-Rasid, Viceministro de Asuntos Multilaterales Internacionales del Reino de Arabia Saudita, Su Excelencia Carlos Paz Ide, Viceministro de Asuntos Exteriores del Estado Plurinacional de Bolivia, señor Alan Richardson, Primer Vicepresidente de la Colectividad de San Martín, excelencias, embajadores y otros oficiales de alto nivel de los Estados miembros, miembros asociados y observadores de la Asociación de Estados del Caribe, invitados especiales, muy buenas tardes. It is a great pleasure to welcome you to the second day of the special edition of the 10th International Cooperation Conference of the Association of Caribbean States, convened within the framework of the World Government Summit. I would like to begin by expressing my sincere appreciation to those whose leadership and support have made it possible for this conference to take place in such a strategic global space. I thank Her Excellency Noura bint Mohammed Al-Kabi, Minister of State of the United Arab Emirates, and Mr. Mohammed Al-Sharan, Managing Director of the World Government Summit, and the Government of the United Arab Emirates for their openness and partnership in welcoming the Association of Caribbean States within this important platform for global dialogue. I would also like to express my gratitude to the Government of Panama, and particularly to His Excellency Javier Martinez Sacha Vázquez, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Panama and Chair of the Ministerial Council, for his leadership and support extended to the association. Panama's commitment has been instrumental in enabling this conference to be convened within the framework of the WGS, reflecting a clear understanding of the importance of positioning the Greater Caribbean in global spaces of dialogue and decision-making. My sincere appreciation also goes to Natalie Campbell-Rodriguez, High Commissioner of Jamaica to the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, and Chair of the Special Committee on Cooperation and Resource Mobilization, for her leadership. The work and support of the committee has been central to advancing this conference and to strengthening cooperation as a core pillar of the association's agenda. Being part of the World Government Summit is both intentional and meaningful. It is one of the global spaces where ideas, leadership, and innovation are actively shaping how governments respond to today's challenges, and where the contours of multilateralism are being redefined at a time of profound transformation. As Secretary General, I have been entrusted with the responsibility of revitalizing the Association of Caribbean States, of strengthening its relevance, its voice, and its capacity to act. Bringing the association to strategic spaces such as the World Government Summit is part of that effort. It reflects a clear conviction that the Greater Caribbean must be present where global conversations are taking place, contributing perspectives, solutions, and partnerships grounded in our realities. It is precisely with this objective that we promoted this 10th edition of the International Cooperation Conference to be held in such a relevant global space and with such an important partner as the United Arab Emirates. Interregional cooperation is fundamental in today's context, and convening this conference here expands our horizons, strengthens mutual understanding, and opens new opportunities for the Greater Caribbean. Yesterday's discussions confirmed the value of this choice. Through the investment roundtables, we explored concrete initiatives and practical pathways to advance cooperation in areas that are critical for the sustainability of our region and, by extension, for global resilience. Today, we move further towards strategic dialogue, strategic alignment, and a shared vision for the future. We are meeting at a time marked by deep uncertainty. This uncertainty is evident in the global economy, in climate and environmental systems, in geopolitics, and in social cohesion. Yet, uncertainty should not be approached with fear. It must be approached as an opportunity to rethink, to innovate, and to do things differently. It is increasingly clear that many of the ways in which we have approached development, cooperation, and governance in the past are no longer delivering the results our people need. Transforming multilateralism is therefore not optional. Governments must be willing to adapt, to lead with vision, and to be fully responsive to the scale and speed of the change that is shaping the world today. This transformation requires us to make better use of the tools and opportunities at our disposal, whether through new forms of cooperation, innovation, financing mechanisms, or the responsible and strategic use of technologies, including artificial intelligence. If we fail to seize these opportunities, we risk not only falling behind, but deepening inequalities and frustrations that ultimately affect our people the most. The Greater Caribbean has a vital role to play in this context. It is a region of shared seas and shared destinies, of extraordinary biodiversity, cultural richness, and strategic importance. Strengthening cooperation in the Greater Caribbean is not simply a regional priority, it is a contribution to the sustainability and resilience of the global system itself. Today's program reflects this ambition. This is the ACS Future Initiative 2035, which invites us to move from dialogue to direction, from ideas to collective purpose, and from cooperation as intention to cooperation as impact. I am confident that today's exchanges will further strengthen our shared commitment to innovation, partnership, and action. I thank you for your presence, your engagement, and your continued support to the work of the Association of Caribbean States. I look forward to a productive and forward-looking day. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency Naomi Espinosa Madrid, the Secretary General of the Association of Caribbean States, and thank you to all of our excellencies for your insightful statements, your leadership, and your profound opening remarks, which set a very strong foundation for the discussions ahead. We now proceed to the presentation entitled Greater Caribbean 2035, a Shared Horizon from Our Common Sea. This presentation will outline the strategic plan of the ACS for the period 2025 to 2035 and articulates a shared vision for deeper cooperation with partners from within and beyond the region and highlights opportunities for enhanced engagement across priority areas. It gives me great pleasure to invite back onto our floor here at the conference Her Excellency Naomi Espinosa Madrid to please deliver this special presentation.
Thank you very much. I will present our Futures Initiative 2035, a shared horizon from our common sea. The Greater Caribbean stands at a pivotal moment. Intensifying climate risk, persistent inequalities, shifting global dynamics, and rapid technological innovation are reshaping the region's path towards sustainable development. High debt burdens and economic dependencies heighten this fragility, underscoring the need to move beyond short-term responses towards coordinated, forward-looking action that strengthens regional resilience and collective purpose. The Greater Caribbean holds vast potential for sustainable and inclusive growth. Rich in marine resources, biodiversity, and human capital, our region sits at the crossroads of global trade and climate action, where innovation and resilience can shape the future. This is our moment to build a new model of regional cooperation. By harnessing collaboration across key priorities, the Greater Caribbean can turn its diversity into a driver of sustainable growth. Through public-private partnerships, innovative financing, and cross-sector support, coordinated by the ACS, the Greater Caribbean can mobilize the resources and expertise needed to deliver social, environmental, and economic progress. Our strategy benefits have been reinforced by the Global Cooperation Barometer presented at the World Economic Forum just recently, which shows that as global cooperation declines, trust-based regional cooperation becomes increasingly important. It's been 30 years since the ACS was formed to advance sustainable and inclusive development across the Greater Caribbean. The ACS is the only intergovernmental organization that unites Latin American countries and the English, Dutch, and French-speaking islands into one collaborative system to foster consultation, cooperation, and concerted action around our shared regional priorities. As a true collaborator, we can harness our richly diverse and unique capabilities to create a forum that will leverage our collective capacity, build resilience and systems, innovate and accelerate solutions, drive impact actions and results, and ultimately translate our cooperation into unmatched value for our members. Across our economies, societies, and ecosystems, change is accelerating. Traditional approaches and the funding mechanisms that once supported them are no longer sufficient to deliver the scale of sustainable and inclusive outcomes our region needs. We know that business as usual is not viable. By working together through stronger regional cooperation, we can spark innovation, unlock potential, and drive the kind of transformation that benefits every member state, large and small. For the first time in its history, the ACS is adopting a 10-year strategic horizon. This long-term vision is designed to turn shared ambition into measurable progress, strengthening collective action, and position the Greater Caribbean as a model of resilience and cooperation for the world. This is our moment to act as one, coordinate at scale, and deliver meaningful change for the people and member states of the Greater Caribbean. We believe in a future where the Caribbean Sea, our greatest shared asset, is restored, thriving, and protected for generations. We believe in a future where connected, open, and modern Caribbean economies unlock opportunities for every nation and community. We believe in a future where true resilience is built through climate justice with solutions that protect our most vulnerable. We believe in a future where modern systems connect and move the region faster, safer, and smarter. We believe in a future where our cultural heritage is protected and celebrated as one of the region's greatest sources of strength. And we believe in a future where empowered communities are at the heart of development, shaping decisions, strengthening resilience, and driving lasting change across the region. Above all, we believe in our collective power that our collective power is stronger than our individual strength. Together, we can transform the Greater Caribbean and shape a more resilient, sustainable, and prosperous future for generations to come. I'm excited to announce today that we've translated our 10-year strategic plan into a practical engine for regional cooperation, connecting ambition with bankable projects, unlocking capital, and accelerating transformative outcomes at scale. I'm pleased to introduce our flagship initiative, the ACS Futures Initiative 2035. The ACS Futures Initiative is designed to accelerate resilience, innovation, sustainability, and empowerment across the Greater Caribbean. Envisioned as a catalyst for collective action, this flagship initiative offers a coordinated, future-focused framework that mobilizes countries, communities, and partners around a shared vision: a resilient, inclusive, and sustainable region powered by its people, connected through modern systems, and anchored in the protection of the Caribbean Sea. The ACS FI 35 initiative enables member states and partners to align investment policies and innovation across the cohesive ecosystem of priority projects, anchored in 5 mutually reinforcing priorities: preservation and conservation of the Caribbean Sea, trade and external economic relations, risk reduction with a climate justice approach, transport and connectivity, sustainable tourism, culture, and heritage. Reinforced by our cross-cutting principles: people and planet, gender equality and youth empowerment, and peace, stability, and security in the Greater Caribbean, and ultimately activated through a cohesive ecosystem of priority projects with our initial slate including sargassum, feasibility study for the Greater Caribbean short sea shipping, sustainable tourism, and mangroves, and more rolling out in the years ahead. The ACS Futures Initiative is grounded in a simple but powerful insight. Transformational change in the Greater Caribbean demands partnership models that are as diverse, adaptive, and innovative as the region itself. No single actor, public, private, or philanthropic, can deliver the scale or speed of impact required on its own. This new paradigm for partnerships will convene a diversified partner mix, unlock innovative financing, and is designed for today's realities with a flexible and scalable approach. The intent and success of our work is designed as a continuous cycle. We start with regional priorities, mobilize partners and investment, and move quickly into implementation. As results are demonstrated, learning and innovation are captured and reintegrated, allowing each phase to strengthen the next and expand over time. Together, we can redefine what's possible for the Greater Caribbean, creating a resilient, connected, and prosperous future for generations to come. Join the ACS journey and help shape the future we believe is possible. Okay. The ACS Futures, sorry, my slides are a little off. I don't know what happened. The ACS Futures Initiative 2035, sorry. Well, join the ACS journey and help shape the future we believe is possible, and I thank you.
Thank you so much, Secretary General, for that very comprehensive and forward-looking presentation and for clearly outlining the strategic direction and ambitions of the ACS for the coming decade. And again, we hear the powerful words of partnership being repeated throughout our opening remarks and throughout that presentation. We now proceed to the next agenda item, from dialogue to delivery, investment roundtable highlights and next steps. As the title suggests, we are recapping on that wonderful day yesterday of the investment roundtable, which brought together members and associate members of the Association of Caribbean States and looked into the development of these key partnerships with stakeholders. This presentation will highlight the outcome of the discussion surrounding those priority projects. So it gives me great pleasure to give the floor now to Lisa Douglas-Paul, the Director of Cooperation and Resource Mobilization, to present those key highlights and the proposed next steps arising from those discussions. Miss Lisa Douglas-Paul, the floor is yours.
Thank you. All protocols observed. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, colleagues, allow me to begin by expressing sincere appreciation to all delegations for their active participation and constructive engagement during the investment roundtable discussions. The rich exchange of perspectives reflects a strong collective commitment to advancing the practical cooperation across our shared priorities. The dialogue was grounded in an introductory presentation by the Secretary General on the ACS Futures Initiative AFI 35, which provided the framework for a corollary of initiatives that were explored during the roundtable discussions. We were pleased to be joined by 17 member states and associate member states and 6 observers and partners during the investment roundtables. We were also pleased to have Directors Rovira and Cuevas deliver presentations on their feature projects that are currently being explored under the AFI 35 initiative. Just as a small recap, for the project titled Institutional Strengthening for the Greater Caribbean to address future sargassum influxes 2026 to 2030, several countries signaled clear interest in participating as beneficiaries, namely Jamaica, the British Virgin Islands, Dominica, and Suriname. We are grateful to the delegations from Guatemala, Martinique, and the Dominican Republic for their thoughtful and critical feedback offered regarding the proposed scope and budget of the project, underscoring the importance of ensuring both strategic focus and operational feasibility. Mexico also expressed its readiness to contribute to technical expertise through national institutions that are already engaged actively in addressing the regional sargassum influx. Expressions of support were further noted from the Dominican Republic and Panama, reflecting a shared recognition of the urgency of coordinated regional action. Our discussions on the project, titled Regional Framework for Multi-Destination Tourism for Cultural Heritage in the Greater Caribbean, emphasized the importance of avoiding duplication of efforts and ensuring complementarity with ongoing regional and bilateral initiatives. Delegations highlighted existing collaborations, including bilateral work between Dominica and Barbados, and referenced project experiences from Martinique that could inform future programming. Potential beneficiary countries mentioned included Suriname, St. Lucia, and Guatemala. Participants such as the British Virgin Islands endorsed the exploration of opportunities for cluster-based approaches, and the roundtable discussion initiatives connected to cultural events such as Carnival, as well as the development of practical tools to facilitate travel transactions, including innovative payment solutions. The Dominican Republic and Panama expressed the strategic importance of strengthening airlift and enhancing regional air connectivity as a cornerstone for tourism, resilience, and growth. Guatemala further encouraged a multidimensional view of tourism development, noting value of integrating festivals, cultural traditions, and broader heritage assets into regional initiatives. Finally, for the feasibility study for the Greater Caribbean Short Sea Shipping Project, Jamaica was identified as the member state that would champion this project, while St. Lucia indicated their interest as a possible beneficiary. Delegations reiterated a shared objective, ensuring that new initiatives build upon rather than duplicate existing efforts. Panama's role as a strategic connectivity hub was highlighted as a valuable model, and the Dominican Republic shared its practical experience in a short distance travel and transport systems, offering lessons that could inform future program design. The Roundtable finally benefited from a presentation on the up-and-coming project in development titled Greater Caribbean Leadership for Climate Smart Coastlines, Restoration, Resilience, and Policy Integration. Taken together, the discussions demonstrated a strong spirit of collaboration and a clear desire among member states to pursue practical, coordinated solutions that strengthen resilience, enhance connectivity, and deliver tangible results for our peoples. So, importantly, what are our next steps? Right now, after the investment dialogue, we engaged in a lot of conversation around what would be the practical approach to ensure that we don't do things as usual. And the directors have agreed to engage with the member states that agree to be beneficiaries, as well as the member states who have indicated their desire to provide technical support, with a view to reformulating the projects and strengthening them for further mobilization. We will also engage with our extra-regional partners, such as the Gulf Cooperation Council, who have indicated the desire to re-engage in technical discussions around the projects to see how we can better explore synergies and even explore new projects together. Once the reformulated projects are finalized and approved by membership, we will proceed to resource mobilization. However, it is important to note that these also, although it is presented in a sequential manner, a lot of the times these tracks are being pursued simultaneously, and the directorates are working hand in hand to ensure, led by the Secretary General, of course, that these projects are executed and implemented to the benefit of the Greater Caribbean. So I thank you and look forward to your continued cooperation and collaboration, and hopefully we can report on the implementation of these projects at the next International Cooperation Conference. I thank you.
Thank you, Lisa Douglas-Paul, Director of Cooperation and Resource Mobilization, for recapping yesterday's investment roundtable and outlining the next steps ahead. We now proceed to the agenda item entitled Setting the Regional Development Agenda, Dialogue on Priority Initiatives. This segment provides ministers and heads of delegation with a dedicated space for strategic dialogue on the priority projects and thematic areas considered most critical to advancing sustainable development in the Greater Caribbean while addressing the pressing challenges facing the region. It gives me great pleasure to invite Her Excellency Noemi Espinosa Madrid, the Secretary General of the ACS, to address our conference once again.
Thank you very much. You will be getting a lot of me today, so apologies. To continue with this enriching space entitled Setting the Regional Development Agenda, Dialogue on Priority Initiatives, which will allow us to share national and regional perspectives, identify areas of convergence, and signal collective priorities that can guide the association efforts in project development, partnership building, and resource mobilization. The dialogue builds directly on the outcomes of yesterday's investment roundtables and on the ACS Futures Initiative 2035, which brings together priority projects, particularly in areas where the Greater Caribbean faces shared challenges and holds strong comparative advantages. Our objective this afternoon is not to reopen technical discussions, but rather to hear your strategic perspectives on where regional cooperation can generate the greatest impact in the short and medium term, while responding to national priorities. The dialogue will focus on 4 priority areas: sargassum management, mangrove restoration, tourism as cultural heritage, and short sea shipping. Together, these initiatives reflect the multidimensional nature of our regional development agenda, environmental, economic, cultural, and logistical, and the need to coordinate regional action. Allow me briefly to outline the format. Each delegation will have 2 to 3 minutes to intervene. I kindly ask speakers to focus on the guiding questions circulated in advance, which are what are the Greater Caribbean's key comparative advantages in these priority areas, and which initiatives can generate tangible regional impact in the short and medium term, while being aligned with national needs. To ensure that all voices are heard, I will be strictly managing time, and I thank you in advance for your cooperation. With this framework in mind, I will now give the floor to delegations who inscribed in the list of speakers ahead of time, and then after that we will take anybody else who wants to take the floor. So first of all, I have the Gulf Cooperation Conference, then the Bahamas, then the British Virgin Islands, then Costa Rica, Cuba, Dominica, Dominican Republic, Martinique, Mexico, St. Martin, Suriname, Trinidad and Tobago. So I would first give the floor to the Gulf Cooperation Conference.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It's really a great pleasure to be here. Our relation as a GCC and Association of Caribbean is always optimistic, and we are looking to enhance our relation. After our Memorandum of Understanding signed in 2023, we assigned an action plan targeting many areas of cooperation on political areas, trade and investments, and tourism. And we are working as a GCC on enhancing that relation, and we are looking to have more meetings to explore many projects, and we have on the GCC a lot of potential areas for cooperation, so we are looking for that with our partner from the Caribbean. Thank you very much.
I thank the GCC, and I now give the floor to the Bahamas.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for this opportunity to contribute to this important dialogue today, which comes at a moment when the Greater Caribbean must be clear-eyed about both its vulnerabilities and its strengths. When we speak of comparative advantages in our region, we are not speaking primarily about scale or wealth. We're speaking about the shared geography, shared exposure, and shared assets. Across the Greater Caribbean, mangroves, seagrass beds, coral reefs, ports, beaches, and sustained fisheries and tourism increasingly represent our most effective line of defense against climate impacts that none of us created, but all of us endure. This brings me to my first point. The comparative advantage of our region lies in the scale, continuity, and carbon density of its mangrove systems, among the most extensive in the world, and in our growing capacity to apply science-based community-driven restoration models. These advantages are not theoretical. They are measurable, finance-ready, and transferable across borders. Mangroves are not simply environmental features. They are critical infrastructure. In the Bahamas, the destruction caused by Hurricane Dorian in 2019 showed us how critical mangrove restoration is for protecting communities from future storms in response. We have advanced a national hydrology-first mangrove restoration approach, supported by strong partnerships, community engagement, and real-time monitoring. This experience has shown us that the mangrove restoration can anchor a regional agenda for climate resilience, disaster risk reduction, fisheries protection, and blue carbon readiness. Madam Chair, protecting our natural inheritance is fundamental to our survival and to the future we intend to leave behind. These are the guiding principles that the Bahamas has. The Bahamas, therefore, supports a regional development agenda that places nature-based solutions at its core, complemented by governance-driven cultural tourism initiatives that reflect who we are as a Caribbean people. The Bahamas stands ready to continue working with the ACS and our partners to translate today's dialogue in action that strengthens resilience, safeguards our common sea, and delivers tangible resources and benefits for all of our citizens. Thank you.
I thank the Bahamas, and I will now give the floor to the British Virgin Islands, that will be followed by Cuba. So British Virgin Islands.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The BVI has a very keen interest in the multi-destination tourism project. and cultural heritage is an important area to consider within the tourism industry for this project. The BVI has a comparative advantage in sailing and marine activities. However, our cultural heritage tourism offer is not as strong as some of our neighbors, who do not have as strong a marine tourism sector as we do. These respective comparative advantages between the BVI and its close neighbors presents a golden opportunity for a multi-destination tourism approach. For example, we see a very strong complementarity between the Dominican Republic and the BVI. A yacht from the Dominican Republic can get to the BVI rather quickly. We will soon sign an MOU that will provide for cooperation on tourism for the mutual benefit of both the BVI and the Dominican Republic. We are keen to do the same with other neighbors. Madam Chair, we fully support the multi-destination project and register our interest in participating fully, but request that we do not only look at cultural heritage, but also marine tourism and perhaps other areas of comparative advantage. Madam Chair, I thank you.
I thank the Premier of the British Virgin Islands y le doy la palabra a Cuba.
Excelentísimo Canciller de la República de Panamá y Presidente del Consejo de Ministros de la Asociación de Estados del Caribe. Excelentísima Secretaria General de la Asociación. Distinguidos ministros y representantes de los países miembros, asociados y observadores y representantes de los Emiratos Árabes Unidos como anfitriones. Invitados especiales que nos acompañan. Cuba reafirma su compromiso inquebrantable con la unidad, la solidaridad y la cooperación como pilares fundamentales para enfrentar los desafíos comunes y avanzar hacia un desarrollo sostenible e inclusivo en consonancia con los principios de justicia social, soberanía y respeto a la autodeterminación de los pueblos. Al reflexionar sobre las ventajas comparativas del Gran Caribe para abordar ámbitos prioritarios como la gestión del sargazo, la restauración de manglares, el turismo de patrimonio cultural y el transporte marítimo de corta distancia, destacamos que somos una región archipiélaga y costera por excelencia, unida por el Mar Caribe, por lo que su preservación es fundamental para nuestra propia existencia y desarrollo. Es esta voluntad la que puede transformar desafíos comunes como los efectos del cambio climático o las asimetrías económicas en oportunidades para una colaboración genuina que priorice el desarrollo humano y la resiliencia. En este esfuerzo es fundamental partir de un principio cardinal que hemos construido juntos como región: la proclamación de América Latina y el Caribe como zona de paz, firmada en La Habana en 2014, significa que nuestras diferencias se resuelven mediante el diálogo y el respeto al derecho internacional, que renunciamos a las amenazas y al uso de la fuerza, que nos comprometemos a fomentar relaciones de amistad y cooperación basadas en la igualdad soberana y el respeto a la integridad territorial de los Estados. Solo en ambiente de paz y estabilidad puede florecer la cooperación, la integración económica y los proyectos de desarrollo compartido que anhelamos. Cuba reitera su voluntad de compartir algunas de las experiencias y capacidades que nuestro pueblo ha desarrollado, a pesar de las difíciles condiciones que atraviesa el país, debido al recrudecimiento sin precedente del bloqueo económico, comercial y financiero impuesto por los Estados Unidos y de la amenaza de agresión de la administración Trump contra Cuba. Mi país pone a disposición de los hermanos caribeños, en el espíritu de la cooperación sur-sur, a través de nuestras instituciones, conocimientos en esferas críticas para el desarrollo regional. Nuestro modelo de polos científicos y de vinculación entre la academia y los sectores productivos puede servir de referencia para diseñar soluciones a problemas comunes. La experiencia acumulada por la defensa civil cubana en la protección de vidas humanas y bienes ante huracanes e inundaciones es un conocimiento que hemos compartido y continuaremos compartiendo. Aunque seguimos aprendiendo y perfeccionando nuestro modelo, hemos trabajado en fórmulas que buscan integrar la dimensión cultural, histórica y natural, promoviendo un turismo que genere encadenamientos productivos locales y respete la autenticidad de nuestras comunidades. Estamos abiertos al intercambio de buenas prácticas en este ámbito. Cuba confía en la sabiduría colectiva de este foro para identificar aquellas iniciativas donde la acción conjunta multiplique los esfuerzos nacionales. Creemos que los criterios deben ser el impacto inmediato en la calidad de vida de nuestros pueblos, la contribución a la resiliencia climática y el fortalecimiento de la conectividad y la soberanía regional. Cuba llega a esta mesa sin otra agenda que no sea la del diálogo respetuoso, la colaboración leal y la firme creencia de que un Caribe unido, próspero y sostenible no solo es posible, sino necesario. Cada proyecto presentado en esta 10ª Conferencia Internacional de Cooperación debe alinearse con un principio rector, que la cooperación regional debe servir en primer lugar para fortalecer las capacidades endógenas de cada Estado miembro, respetar sus prioridades nacionales y reducir las brechas de desarrollo. Cada iniciativa debe tener un claro componente de transferencia de tecnología, formación y desarrollo local. Cuba confía en que, basándonos en los principios de solidaridad y complementariedad, podemos definir una agenda regional justa con la participación de todos. Una agenda que ponga la ciencia, la cooperación y el bienestar de nuestros pueblos en el centro. Muchas gracias.
Agradezco al distinguido delegado representante de Cuba. Y a continuación le daré la palabra a Dominica, who will be followed by the Dominican Republic. Dominica, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. For the first time, we'll not be confused with the Dominican Republic. They come next. Madam Chair, I want to commend you for the initiative and for focusing our attention on 4 strategic areas. Dominica endorses all of the areas identified, but we particularly wanted to focus on Sagasam. We believe in our efforts to utilize Sagasam to solve a problem and also to transform it into use. We need to, one, partner with regional institutions who have already been focusing on transforming Sagasam from a problem into a resource. So that is one. 2, we need to consider perhaps the seasonality of Sagasam and sometimes the quantity. We may wish to focus on using Sagasam as a stock material for transformation into fuel, but in a manner that will allow us to use waste, other waste, in an investment that would make sense. In other words, there's no point in developing a special technology and project for Sagasam and next year you don't have stock material. Waste is a problem that all of us need to solve in all our countries, and therefore we think that we can properly utilize some of the work that is already being done, some great research being done by the University of the West Indies, by the Caribbean Center for Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency, the government of Barbados. Grenada is also doing some work in St. Lucia. We have seen some very early efforts, and I would really hope that we can partner and build on some of the work that have already been done. Finally, I would like to add one other area, although I said I accepted the 4. But I look around the room and look at the membership of ACS, and within our Americas, 4 of the 5 countries producing geothermal energy are members of ACS. So Mexico, Guatemala, Nicaragua, we also have Guadeloupe. Guadeloupe is right there in the Caribbean, and soon Dominica. In March we will be commissioning our first geothermal plant, and we'll be inviting all of you to join us. And we would like to see some more focus on using the convening power of the ACS to bring together the geothermal countries. Mexico is the biggest one among us. And we can bring El Salvador, I forgot as well. We need to bring those countries together to help countries like Dominica, St. Kitts and Nevis, Grenada, and St. Lucia, who also have the ambition of exploring our geothermal resources. That is something that we have common to our part of the world, and I believe we need to also get a way to maximize our cooperation so that we can leverage it to ensure that other member states can join in. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. Ahora doy la palabra a la República Dominicana.
Muchas gracias, Secretaria General. Aprovecho para iniciar la palabra saludando al canciller Javier Martínez Hacha, presidente o chairman del Consejo de Ministros, a la Secretaria General, a la chair del Consejo de Movilización de Recursos y Cooperación, así como a la ministra de Estado de los Emiratos Árabes Unidos, y agradecer también por toda la facilitación de un evento de esta naturaleza. Iniciar quizá repitiendo parte de lo que mencionábamos el día de ayer sobre la importancia que tiene para la República Dominicana poder pasar precisamente del diálogo a la acción como una nueva etapa de ese proceso de visibilización política de un elemento que tanto representa para la región una amenaza y una afectación a nuestros intereses y a la calidad de vida de nuestra gente, como lo es el sargazo. Mencionar esto, primero, para poder poner el contexto de por qué para nosotros es prioritario este proyecto y por qué entendemos que debe ser y es la posición de parte nuestra la voluntad de poder cooperar en ese sentido y de apoyar en este proyecto. Pero también como parte de lo que mencionaba la delegación de las Islas Vírgenes, esos acercamientos bilaterales que hemos realizado son parte de lo que hemos interpretado como una prioridad dentro de nuestra acción exterior, y es de promover la cooperación sur-sur. Este ejercicio es precisamente uno que maximiza los efectos de esa voluntad que pequeños pueblos como los nuestros pueden tener y que definitivamente creo que van a tener un impacto positivo en nuestra región. En otro orden, mencionar también el interés de la República Dominicana de colaborar y de participar en el proyecto de costas inteligentes. Es una de las prioridades que hemos definido internamente y también una de las áreas de cooperación donde quisiéramos seguir acercándonos y seguir colaborando. De igual forma, ayer mencionábamos algunos aspectos a considerar de los dos proyectos restantes por manifestar intención. Sin embargo, entendemos la prioridad de los mismos y el interés de la República Dominicana de estar involucrados en ellos y de poder aportar con nuestra experiencia, sabiendo sobre todo que en el caso particular del turismo multidestino, no debe ser únicamente una acción que nos mueva un proyecto de manera particular, sino que debe de ser un complemento de otras acciones que puedan permitir mayor conectividad aérea para que el efecto del proyecto pueda maximizarse y tener mejores resultados. Quiero simplemente abordar mi intervención en ese sentido, sobre todo resaltando el profundo sentido de compromiso regional que tiene la República Dominicana. Muchísimas gracias.
Muchas gracias al distinguido delegado de la República Dominicana, y voy a ceder la palabra a Martinique, seguido por México. Martinique, you have the floor.
Bonsoir. Sorry. Bonsoir, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, en vos grades et qualités. Comme vous le savez, la Martinique est un territoire français, également européen, au sein de la Grande Caraïbe, et entend assumer pleinement son rôle d'interface entre l'Amérique latine, la Caraïbe et l'Union européenne. Elle a misé sur la connectivité, la logistique, l'innovation, parce que nous croyons que la puissance d'un territoire ne se mesure pas à sa taille, mais bien à sa capacité d'innover et de se connecter aux chaînes d'approvisionnement régionales et mondiales. La Martinique veut développer son intégration régionale et sa capacité à produire, à transformer et à réexporter des produits issus de productions locales et régionales et d'intrants, bien évidemment, de notre Grande Caraïbe. Nous venons d'adopter la création d'une zone franche douanière au sein de la collectivité de Martinique. Nous développons actuellement une plateforme numérique aux standards européens, EFTI for All, et travaillons activement sur tous les aspects visant à la facilitation du commerce international. La Martinique, comme tous les autres membres de l'AEC, a besoin d'investissements directs étrangers. Et c'est donc une invitation que je vous fais ici. Vous l'avez compris, nous soutenons pleinement le projet de transport maritime courte distance et souhaitons être actifs à plus d'un titre. Bien sûr, nous souhaitons unir nos efforts pour améliorer la gestion des sargasses et faire de ce problème une opportunité. Enfin, nous adhérons à l'idée de création de clusters pour travailler sur le tourisme multidestination. Je vous remercie de votre attention.
Merci a vous, Martinique. Ahora le doy la palabra a México, quien será seguido por San Martín, México.
Muchas gracias, señora presidenta. Saludo con especial afecto al excelentísimo canciller de Panamá y presidente del Consejo de Ministros y, por supuesto, al ministro de Estado de los Emiratos Árabes Unidos, quien, pues, con gran éxito ha albergado esta reunión. Y pues muchos saludos a todos ustedes alrededor de la mesa, por supuesto, desde la Agencia Mexicana de Cooperación Internacional para el Desarrollo. Cuando preguntamos cuáles son las principales ventajas comparativas del Gran Caribe para abordar los ámbitos prioritarios que se han puesto sobre la mesa, podemos señalar que el Gran Caribe, no es un secreto para nadie de nosotros, está hoy en un momento decisivo. Nos encontramos en una etapa crítica marcada por una alta vulnerabilidad ambiental, resultado de una combinación de factores estructurales, ecológicos y climáticos que afectan de manera desproporcionada a esta región. Precisamente por ello, hoy estamos aquí para discutir las oportunidades que nos permitan abordar estos ámbitos prioritarios. ¿Cuáles son las ventajas que tenemos en la región? Tampoco es secreto que tenemos ventajas geográficas y naturales, ventajas socioeconómicas y culturales, ventajas logísticas y de infraestructura, pero sobre todo tenemos una gran ventaja, todos y cada uno de nosotros, en mayor o menor medida, hemos venido trabajando en afrontar los temas y los retos que tenemos como Gran Caribe. Esto nos habla de una gran ventaja, la ventaja del conocimiento, la ventaja de haber desarrollado técnicas que podemos hoy por hoy compartir entre nosotros. Y esta es la invitación justamente, además de que tenemos ventajas institucionales y de gobernanza a lo largo de América Latina, porque hasta la CEPAL nos está ayudando a hacer estudios sobre el sargazo. Yo creo que hoy por hoy tenemos un amplio panorama, todos alrededor de la mesa, que nos permitirá abordar con una visión integral cada uno de los temas que la EC nos está proponiendo dentro de su estrategia de trabajo de aquí a 9 años. En este sentido, México pues quiere dejar de manera patente su consideración que sobre el tema de sargazo pudiéramos concentrarnos de mejor manera. ¿Por qué? Porque este tema tiene, además del conocimiento de todos y cada uno de nosotros, también un efecto multiplicador sobre la economía, sobre el transporte, obviamente sobre el turismo. Y es en este sentido que México, como se mencionó el día de ayer, ha desarrollado toda una serie de políticas públicas que se ponen sobre la mesa, que pueden servir como un modelo a seguir. También hemos desarrollado técnicas para el aprovechamiento del sargazo. Hoy por hoy contamos con fondos de la Unión Europea para seguir trabajando en este sentido. Estamos desarrollando técnicas para su conversión, para la conversión de las algas en harina, para alimentación animal, en tabiques para construcción, en calzado, para su conversión en industria cosmética. Pero esto no solo es algo que estamos poniendo como una política pública, sino que requiere la inversiones público-privadas. Y es en este sentido que, además de tener todos estos conocimientos alrededor de la mesa, será necesario contemplar dentro de nuestra estrategia la atracción de capitales que nos permitan de manera mucho más precisa hacer frente a este problema. Igualmente, México está interesado en el tema de turismo y, por supuesto, aunque nos toca menos por nuestra situación geográfica, el tema del transporte marítimo de corta distancia creemos que tiene que ser uno de los principales motores de las políticas que estamos impulsando desde la región, donde además este tema hace convergencia con lo que venimos tratando, y muchos de mis compañeros centroamericanos no me dejarán mentir, incluida la República Dominicana, que tiene que ver justamente con impulso del transporte marítimo a corta distancia. Este es un tema que se conjuga en los dos espacios regionales y yo creo que podemos poner todo nuestro conocimiento al servicio de hacer avanzar estos temas. Esto sería todo, señora presidenta, desde México. Muchísimas gracias a todos.
Muchas gracias a usted, distinguida delegada de México, representando la MEXID. Agradecemos su presencia. Next, I will give the floor to St. Martin, followed by Suriname. St. Martin.
Merci beaucoup, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs les ministres, chers invités, Mesdames, Messieurs, en vos grades et qualités. La Grande Caraïbe dispose d'avantages comparatifs structurels qui la positionnent comme un espace stratégique pour répondre aux priorités environnementales, économiques et culturelles évoquées. Premièrement, notre région se caractérise par une proximité géographique exceptionnelle entre îles et façades continentales qui favorise naturellement les coopérations opérationnelles, les échanges logistiques et le développement de transports maritimes à courte distance. Cette configuration fait de la Caraïbe un espace privilégié pour expérimenter des solutions intégrées de mobilité durable avec des bénéfices directs pour la résilience économique régionale. Deuxièmement, la Caraïbe constitue un réservoir majeur de biodiversité côtière. Les mangroves en particulier jouent un rôle essentiel comme infrastructure naturelle. Elles protègent les littoraux, soutiennent les écosystèmes halieutiques et contribuent aux objectifs climatiques globaux à travers le stockage de carbone. La restauration de ces milieux offre donc une convergence rare entre la protection environnementale, sécurité côtière et développement économique local. Troisièmement, la région a acquis une expertise collective face à l'urgente nécessité d'apporter une réponse commune aux échouages de sargasses. Cette expérience partagée a généré le développement de capacités techniques, sanitaires et organisationnelles qui peuvent être consolidées à l'échelle régionale pour devenir un modèle de coopération environnementale. Enfin, la Caraïbe possède un patrimoine culturel d'une richesse exceptionnelle, fruit de trajectoires historiques multiples. Le tourisme axé sur le patrimoine culturel constitue donc un levier de diversification économique durable, favorisant la création d'emplois et le renforcement de la cohésion sociale. À cet égard, nous devrions penser aux potentialités socio-économiques des industries culturelles et créatives souvent sous-estimées. En somme, la combinaison de la proximité géographique, du capital naturel, de l'expertise opérationnelle et de la vitalité culturelle fait de la Grande Caraïbe un espace particulièrement apte à développer des solutions régionales innovantes et reproductibles. Pour générer des impacts régionaux tangibles à court et moyen terme, une hiérarchisation pragmatique s'impose, fondée sur l'urgence des enjeux et leur capacité à produire des bénéfices systémiques. À court terme, la gestion des sargasses apparaît comme la priorité. À moyen terme, la restauration des mangroves constitue un investissement stratégique. Le transport maritime à courte durée doit être envisagé comme un levier transversal. Il renforce la connectivité régionale, sécurise les chaînes d'approvisionnement et doit contribuer à la transition énergique du secteur maritime. Enfin, le tourisme axé sur le patrimoine culturel représente un moteur de diversification économique à moyen terme. Ainsi, cette hiérarchisation articule réponse aux urgences, investissement de résilience et transformation structurelle qui doivent se fonder à partir des enjeux régionaux. Je vous remercie.
Merci à vous, Saint-Martin. And now I give the floor to Suriname, who will be followed by St. Lucia and Trinidad and Tobago. So Suriname, you have the floor, Excellency.
Thank you, Chair. Minister of State Nora Al-Kabi of the UAE, Honorable Ambassador Naomi Espinosa Madrid, Secretary General of the ACS, Chair also of the Ministerial Committee, His Excellency Jose Raul Motino, all other distinguished guests, colleagues and delegates. Suriname thanks the United Arab Emirates for the excellent organization of this conference and its commitment to strengthening cooperation within the Greater Caribbean. We also thank the ACS Secretariat for facilitating this very important dialogue. Today, we have the opportunity to move beyond general discussion and identify clear collective priorities to guide project development, partnerships, and resource mobilization across our region, strengthening the role of the Association of Caribbean States. The investment roundtables and the ACS Strategic Plan 2035 provide a strong foundation for this work. In May 2024, Suriname had the honor of hosting the ACS conference in Paramaribo, alongside the Greater Caribbean Business Forum and the International Cooperation Conference, reaffirming our commitment to the Greater Caribbean as a zone of peace and a zone for sustainable growth. As a carbon-negative country and the most forested country on Earth, we advance concrete action on mangrove protection, digital transformation, and transport connectivity, key drivers of regional integration, trade, and resilience, while underscoring sustainable tourism as a pillar for economic diversification and community empowerment. Madam Chair, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, the Greater Caribbean stands at a crossroads. We must move beyond exporting raw material and instead convert our natural resources, geography, and cultural heritage into strategic assets for sustainable development. The challenge is not our lack of comparative advantage, but our willingness to act collectively. Sargassum, once seen only as an environmental threat, is now recognized as a regional resource. By transforming this abundant biomass into bioplastics and fertilizers and biofuels, we can create green jobs, reduce import dependency, and build a circular economy. Therefore, my country, Suriname, views regional sargassum cooperation as an expression of Caribbean solidarity and a means to strengthen scientific capacity, bioeconomy frameworks, and regional preparedness. The Greater Caribbean's vast mangrove ecosystems must function as natural infrastructure, protecting coastlines, reducing disaster risk, and generating economic value through blue carbon. For Suriname, where most of our population lives in vulnerable coastal areas, mangrove restoration is both a survival strategy and an economic opportunity. Finally, our geography makes short sea shipping a natural yet undeveloped advantage. Strengthening maritime connectivity will lower transport costs and emissions, enhance food security, and deepen inter-regional trade, contributing directly to the economic sovereignty of our region. In closing, Suriname believes that the region's future lies in value created, rooted in our ecological and geographic strengths. Through collective action on sargassum, mangroves, tourism, and maritime connectivity, the Greater Caribbean can position itself not as victim of global challenges, rather, but as a leader in sustainable innovation and resilience. I thank you.
I thank you, Excellency. I now give the floor to St. Lucia.
Thank you, Chair. Excellencies, distinguished colleagues. St. Lucia extends sincere appreciation to our gracious hosts for the invitation to participate in this 10th International Cooperation Conference and to the Secretariat for convening a space that moves us beyond dialogue toward practical and collaborative solutions to shared regional challenges. We note and approve of your ambition to move to revitalize the organization. The Greater Caribbean possesses several natural and structural comparative advantages in addressing these priority areas that we have been discussing over the last 2 days. From St. Lucia's perspective, we note that very few regions in the world can offer such a concentration of biodiversity, coastal beauty, music, traditions, and shared yet distinct historical narratives within such close geographic proximity. And that density of experience is a unique regional asset. St. Lucia's own development journey illustrates this. Tourism has been central to our economic survival, but we have learned that competitiveness lies not in volume alone, but in distinctiveness, authenticity, and connection to place. Our cultural heritage, natural landscapes, and community traditions are not side products of tourism. They are the product. And that includes achieving our first Olympic gold and silver medals by the fastest woman in the world, Julian Alfred, and the remarkable achievement of being the world's leading honeymoon destination. There is so much we can offer as a country, but we see tremendous opportunity through regional collaboration. And this is where a multi-destination approach across the Greater Caribbean becomes transformative. We may wish to note that most of the Eastern Caribbean carnivals occur within the same period, and this presents an extremely viable opportunity. Rather than competing within a narrow space, we can present the region as an integrated experience, allowing visitors to move through different cultural expressions, ecosystems, and histories within a single journey. This increases visitor value, extends stays, and spreads benefits more equitably across communities. For St. Lucia, therefore, tourism for cultural heritage is not a standalone sector. It is a platform through which we express identity, create livelihoods, empower communities, and connect regionally. But we also take this opportunity to note that the threat that sargassum poses to our economic viability. Given the significance of tourism, which represents almost 70% of our GDP, any threat to our core sector must be treated seriously. As such, we also believe that this shared issue gives opportunity for the formulation of a shared long-term solution which addresses our concerns and captures the opportunity for transformation of the sargassum to something which benefits our people where possible. When we collaborate in this area, we are not just strengthening tourism, we are protecting it. And that allows us to further strengthen the social and economic fabric of the Greater Caribbean.
I thank St. Lucia, and I now give the floor to Trinidad and Tobago.
I thank the Secretariat, led by Her Excellency Naomi Espinosa Madrid, His Excellency Javier Martinez Acha Vasquez, Chair of the Ministerial Council, and our gracious host, the Government of the United Arab Emirates, ably and well represented by Her Excellency Noura bint Mohammed Al-Kabi, for providing this valuable space for dialogue on sustainable development in the Greater Caribbean. Our region possesses unique comparative advantages, rich natural ecosystems, diverse cultural heritage, and strategic maritime connectivity that can be leveraged to address shared challenges. In terms of priority projects, initiatives such as sargassum management and mangrove restoration are particularly important due to their direct impact on environmental resilience, public health, and economic activities, including fisheries and coastal tourism. These efforts can be aligned with national needs through tailored interventions, coordinated monitoring, and the sharing of best practices and technology. Cultural heritage tourism offers potential to generate economic benefits while reinforcing national identity and can be aligned with national strategies such as heritage preservation initiatives. Short sea shipping is also a key area for enhancing intra-regional trade, reducing transport costs, and supporting economic integration. Trinidad and Tobago therefore encourages a focus on projects that promote collaboration, mobilize resources efficiently, and strengthen regional integration so that together we can advance sustainable development and generate lasting impact for all member states. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished Foreign Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, host country of the ACS, and I will give the floor to Guadeloupe.
Merci. Monsieur le Président, Madame la Secrétaire Générale, Madame la Présidente, Mesdames et Messieurs les ministres, chers partenaires de la Grande Caraïbe, nous félicitons l'organisation de ce forum porteur pour le développement de nos territoires. La Guadeloupe, membre associé de l'Association des États de la Caraïbe, souhaite aujourd'hui réaffirmer une conviction simple. Les défis régionaux auxquels nous faisons face appellent des réponses concrètes, opérationnelles et solidaires, ancrées dans les réalités des territoires. Notre région est confrontée à des urgences partagées, la prolifération des sargasses, la vulnérabilité de nos littoraux, sur l'impact du réchauffement climatique, la nécessité de diversifier nos économies touristiques et l'enjeu crucial de la connectivité maritime. Sur chacun de ces sujets, la Guadeloupe entend jouer un rôle actif, utile et contribuer au dialogue établi par l'AEC. S'agissant d'abord de la gestion des sargasses, la Guadeloupe s'inscrit dans la dynamique établie par l'AEC et propose de partager ses retours d'expérience sur les sujets liés à l'harmonisation des protocoles de surveillance, de collecte et de protection sanitaire, ainsi qu'au partage de données et de bonnes pratiques. L'objectif est clair, transformer une crise environnementale en un levier de coopération régionale efficace. Nous avons urgence à aller dans cette direction d'une plus grande coopération. 2025 a été une année de référence en termes d'échouement des algues sargasses. 2026 est annoncé par les prévisionnistes encore comme une nouvelle année de référence. Se posera évidemment la question de l'impact sur notre biodiversité et sur nos économies, et notamment nos économies touristiques d'ici 2050 ou 2080. Gouverner, c'est anticiper. Et face à cette menace que nous voulons transformer en levier économique, il nous faut absolument gérer les algues sargasses pour qu'elles ne s'échouent pas sur nos côtes. En matière de tourisme, la Guadeloupe porte une vision résolument tournée vers le patrimoine culturel et naturel. Nous souhaitons contribuer à l'émergence d'une offre caribéenne plus durable, plus authentique et mieux répartie dans les territoires. En soutenant les petites entreprises locales, en structurant des itinéraires culturels et en développant des produits multidestinations, nous participons directement à la création d'emplois et à la résilience économique régionale. Concernant la restauration des mangroves, la Guadeloupe a la plus grande surface de mangroves des petites Antilles de la Caraïbe. Et en ce sens, elle a une lourde responsabilité à la protéger, à la préserver. La Guadeloupe se propose donc comme un territoire démonstrateur de solutions fondées sur la nature. Ces écosystèmes sont à la fois des remparts contre le changement climatique, contre l'érosion des côtes littorales. C'est aussi des réservoirs de biodiversité et des outils de protection de nos populations côtières. En développant des projets pilotes, mesurables et reproductibles, nous contribuons à une stratégie régionale d'adaptation et de prévention des risques. Enfin, sur le transport maritime à courte distance, la Guadeloupe souhaite s'inscrire dans une démarche pragmatique et opérationnelle, préparer les cadres techniques, réglementaires et numériques nécessaires au déploiement de corridors maritimes régionaux plus efficaces et plus sûrs et plus durables. Le transport maritime ou le transport aérien dans notre zone ne pourra se développer que si l'offre existant déjà est sécurisée et fiable. Un touriste ne se déplace que s'il a la garantie de pouvoir arriver à destination en toute sécurité. Il s'agit donc d'un investissement pour la compétitivité de toute la Caraïbe. En résumé, la contribution de la Guadeloupe repose sur une méthode expérimentée, mesurée, partagée et transférée. Être un laboratoire régional au service de l'action collective. C'est dans cet esprit de responsabilité et de coopération que la Guadeloupe entend poursuivre son engagement au sein de l'Association des États de la Caraïbe. Je vous remercie.
Merci à vous, Guadeloupe. Distinguished delegates, allow me to briefly summarize some of the key messages emerging from this dialogue. There is a clear convergence around the urgency of addressing sargassum management and mangrove restoration as immediate priorities, given their environmental, economic, and social benefits. Several delegations have highlighted tourism as cultural heritage, as a strategic opportunity to diversify economies, strengthen local communities, and reinforce our shared Caribbean identity. There is also growing interest in short sea shipping as a structural project with the potential to enhance regional connectivity, trade, and integration. Across interventions, a common message has been the importance of aligning regional initiatives with national priorities, while strengthening partnerships with development partners, financial institutions, and strategic allies. These reflections provide valuable guidance for the association as we continue to translate cooperation into concerted action, informing our future efforts in project development, partnership building, and resource mobilization. I thank all delegations for their constructive contributions and strategic vision. This concludes this segment, and I thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency, and thank you to all our Excellencies for their valued contributions. Hearing from you all really speaks to the special aims of our special edition of the 10th International Cooperation Conference, which we are honored to host here at the World Government Summit. Now we move into the high-level dialogue entitled Towards a Resilient Future, Collaborative Pathways for the Greater Caribbean and MENA regions, which celebrates this special partnership. It's my honor to once again invite Her Excellency Naomi Espinosa Madrid to moderate this session.
Thank you once again. I warned you that there was a lot of me today. So to continue, I have the honor of opening the next segment of our program, a high-level dialogue entitled Collaborative Pathways for the Greater Caribbean and MENA regions. This session offers a unique opportunity to reflect on how two regions of the Global South, distinct in context yet increasingly connected by shared challenges, can deepen cooperation in pursuit of resilient sustainability and inclusive development. Before we begin, allow me to warmly welcome our distinguished speakers and to thank them for their participation in this dialogue. Dr. the Honorable Natalia Wheatley, Premier of the British Virgin Islands, the Right Honorable Denzel Douglas, Minister of Foreign Affairs, International Trade, Industry, Commerce and Consumer Affairs, Economic Development and Investment of St. Kitts and Nevis, His Excellency Carlos Ramiro Martinez Alvarado, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Guatemala, and Her Excellency Noura bint Mohammed Al-Kabi, Minister of State of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the United Arab Emirates, and our gracious host. We are honored by your presence and grateful for your willingness to share your perspectives at this important moment. The Greater Caribbean and the MENA region face converging pressures: climate shocks, disaster risk, food insecurity, water stress, and the need to generate sustainable economic opportunities for our populations. At the same time, both regions possess significant assets, strategic geography, rich natural and cultural resources, and a growing capacity for innovation and leadership. Allow me to emphasize a point I was going to make in my presentation earlier today on the ACS Futures Initiative, which is not only an impactful investment opportunity, it also offers a seat at the table in shaping the future of the Greater Caribbean. The benefits of partnering with the Greater Caribbean for our partners are to be seen as a key player in the advancement of sustainable development in the Greater Caribbean, an enhanced reputation and regional leadership, a global communication platform, system region-wide impact, community and business engagement, and access to key leaders, stakeholders, and insights, with the ability to innovate and shape the region. This dialogue is therefore not about identifying problems, but about exploring pathways and solutions, about how collaboration, partnership, and strategic vision can translate shared vulnerabilities into shared solutions. Rather than formal interventions, I invite our speakers to engage in a forward-looking exchange, drawing on their national and regional experiences. In particular, I would encourage reflections on how interregional cooperation can strengthen resilience to climate and economic shocks, how South-South collaboration can foster innovation, knowledge sharing, and sustainable investment, and how regions like ours can shape global solutions while responding to local realities. I will now first give the floor to the British Virgin Islands Premier. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. His Excellency Javier Martinez Acha Vasquez, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Panama and Chair of the ACS Ministerial Council, Her Excellency Naomi Espinosa Madrid, Secretary General of the Association of Caribbean States. Firstly, let me thank Foreign Minister Vasquez for his leadership of the Ministerial Council that has helped to revitalize the ACS. I also acknowledge the United Arab Emirates Minister of State who is hosting us today and other honorable ministers present, excellencies and distinguished delegates. I also want to thank the government of the United Arab Emirates for the tremendous leadership in hosting the World Government Summit. I'm also most grateful for the hospitality extended to me and my special envoy during our stay here in this amazing country. Let me also commend my dear friend, Secretary General, Her Excellency Naomi Espinosa, and her team for their hard work and dedication in organizing this international cooperation conference. I, of course, also want to thank Jamaica for their leadership as chair of the Special Committee on Cooperation and Resource Mobilization. Excellencies, as we gather here in Dubai, the world order is in flux and multilateralism is under threat. While these challenges are a source of instability, they're also a catalyst for deeper cooperation by the Global South. In this regard, the Greater Caribbean and MENA regions are poised to collaborate on critical issues in a number of areas, such as sustainable development, climate change, marine biodiversity, alternative energy, trade and investment, technology and innovation, and research and development. I would like to touch on an area of cooperation where the Greater Caribbean, and in particular the British Virgin Islands, has a comparative advantage that can support the ambitious plans of the MENA region as one of the most economically dynamic innovation centers in the world. I will also say a few words about where the MENA region can help the British Virgin Islands and Greater Caribbean mitigate our vulnerabilities and support the sustainable development and social and economic transformation of our respective societies. The MENA region wants to sustain its rapid economic growth and development, but requires the corporate structures to maintain the momentum already achieved in attracting inward investment and building wealth. As premier of an international finance center, the British Virgin Islands is playing an important role in this process through our professional services and the use of our BVI business companies and other corporate vehicles that provide the legal certainty and protection needed by investors for investment into the MENA region and related cross-border transactions. Presently, the British Virgin Islands facilitates over $2 billion USD of inward investment into the MENA region. We stand ready as a reliable partner to facilitate the channeling of even more capital to this important part of the world as it continues to grow and develop. Madam Secretary General, I recommend that ACS and our Gulf Cooperation Council partners add financial and professional services to the agenda with respect to economic cooperation. In terms of the British Virgin Islands' own needs as a vulnerable small island developing state, we need support to build our climate resilience, to enable us to withstand the more frequent and powerful storms and heavier rain caused by climate change. The current international financial architecture is inadequate to assist SIDS when they are impacted by climatic events. Thus, we need a new partnership for rapid response to extreme weather events to financially assist SIDS and other vulnerable states to recover from natural disasters. This problem, of course, also affects the greater Caribbean, but the small societies of our region are at greatest risk of being potentially wiped out by a hurricane. The British Virgin Islands experienced this in 2017. Our MENA partners can play an important role in a partnership for recovery from natural disasters that I have described. Finally, Excellencies, the British Virgin Islands and Greater Caribbean have the challenge of marine sustainability as we continue to develop tourism and the wider blue economy. I am highly impressed by the development I have observed here in Dubai and the wider UAE as a coastal state. We can benefit from their knowledge and expertise on how to achieve such development while avoiding permanent damage to the marine environment. This could be facilitated through technical cooperation arrangements within the ACS-GCC cooperation framework. At the heart of the British Virgin Islands marine biodiversity is our coral reefs. Unfortunately, many of our reefs have been lost or damaged due to development and now through coral bleaching caused by warmer ocean temperatures. I have noted the cutting-edge research being done here in Dubai on restoring coral reefs and the ability of certain types of coral to still thrive in warmer waters. Joint research in this area under an ACS-GCC partnership would benefit the Greater Caribbean and MENA region. Many of us stand to lose marine biodiversity as a major natural attraction of our tourism sectors if we do not take steps to stem the loss of our coral reefs. That is, having knock-on effects on other marine species and wider marine ecosystem. Excellencies, I will wrap up my remarks here. However, I hope they have provided a helpful perspective. I again want to thank the ACS and the UAE for making this international cooperation conference possible here in Dubai, and I hope to return to the World Government Summit next year. I thank you.
I thank you, Excellency Premier, for your very concrete contributions to this dialogue. And now I have the honor to give the floor to the Right Honourable Denzel Douglas, Minister of Foreign Affairs, and a lot of other things of St. Kitts and Nevis. He is no stranger to this space or to the Greater Caribbean. Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Secretary General. And let me express how pleased we are that is St. Kitts and Nevis to be participating in this very, very important exercise when we are able to come together from two sub-regions, ensuring that we are not left behind at all, especially based on the challenges that we continue to face. I want to, of course, recognize the distinguished support that has been provided by the ACS and, of course, the host government, the United Arab Emirates, for your very strong collaboration and show of leadership in having us here piggybacking, or as we would say, in the margins of what has been the World Government Summit for 2026. Now, when we look at where we are and where we want to go, and listening to the discussions that we've had so far, I think that there is clarity in the agenda that we must be pursuing. What we need, however, is the necessary support so that we would be able to attain all that we have discussed here, making sure that at the end of the day, our people in the sub-regions and in the greater Caribbean region and MENA, that our people are better off. Now, what role can regional organizations play in designing a more agile and responsive cooperation architecture that is capable of addressing the cross-bordering challenges and reinforcing collective resilience and elevating the Greater Caribbean MENA partnership on the global stage. One of the important things that must be done is to sustain the regional organizations, such as the ACS, to give the ACS the necessary fuel support that is required so that it would be able to appear in forums of this kind and use the margins to continue to push along with the agenda of realizing a better Caribbean for all of its people. Apart from regional organization, we have to make sure that we understand very clearly how we can create partnerships with what we have identified to be critical in changing the lives of our people, and how we can lend the necessary support to our partners so that they can work in a collaborative way with our people of the ACS region. The projects that have been identified this afternoon that are common among us, let us make sure that we can not unnecessarily duplicate, but let us at all times ensure that there is appropriate assessment, and where one country, one member of the multilateral community is already pursuing a particular project, we must make sure that it is not necessarily duplicated, but maybe a new project can be emerging with regard to what our essential needs are. The dialogue that we are having today, it has to continue, because I think it is essential, it is required that we continue to speak among ourselves, reach out to our partners in the wider region, and thus ensure that we are on the right path to achieve the specific goals of our people. How can both regions leverage innovation is one of the questions that I ask myself. How can we ensure that the digital transformation that we speak so much about is actually emerging with the appropriate technologies to strengthen our resilience and expand shared opportunities for our sustainable development? I believe that shared knowledge and transfer must take place. It could not be by chance that we are here in UAE at this time, because this is one of the countries in the region that we speak of that is providing leadership in so many different ways. Shared knowledge and transfer of the technology that the UAE is pursuing is critical for our success. Building the human capacity that we know we have also must be invested in. Continued dialogue, as I said before, among us has to be critical if we are to sustain the development agenda that we have already identified for ourselves. And in that regard, therefore, one of the important tools that we believe can take us to where we want to be would be the continued expansion of the ICT sectors, thus ensuring that digital transformation is not limited to parts of the region only, but all of us, all of our young people, all of our businesses, all of our governments are able to utilize this very important tool in making success and bringing us forward. I want to close, however, by reflecting that one of the countries not here today is the Republic of Haiti. We must never, ever forget Haiti. Haiti has its challenges, but let us work towards each other. Let us lend the necessary support where we can to ensure that Haiti emerges from where it is and catches up with us so that we, as a region totally, with all of our people, would be able to attain the standard of living and development that we would want for ourselves as we would want for others. Thank you.
I thank you, Excellency, for your support of the ACS and for, of course, reminding us of the importance of Haiti, which you know is a strong priority for the ACS. Ahora tengo el honor de darle la palabra a Su Excelencia Carlos Ramiro Martínez Alvarado, Ministro de Relaciones Exteriores de la República de Guatemala. Tiene la palabra, Excelencia.
Buenas tardes, saludo a nuestra Secretaria General, Noemí Espinosa, a la República de Panamá, nuestra Presidencia pro tempore. Agradezco al Gobierno de Emiratos Árabes Unidos por facilitar la realización de esta reunión y permitirnos mantener un diálogo abierto dentro de los Estados miembros de la AEC. Respondiendo a la pregunta que aceptamos y que nos fue planteada, hemos analizado el horizonte compartido entre el Gran Caribe y la región del Medio Oriente y el norte de África e identificamos una convergencia estratégica necesaria. Nuestra región demanda capital para cerrar la brecha histórica de conectividad logística, mientras que los grandes fondos de inversión de la región MENA están girando su estrategia hacia la diversificación de activos y la búsqueda de nuevos socios comerciales. La evidencia nos señala 3 pilares en los que podemos trabajar y construir una arquitectura financiera conjunta. En primer lugar, la interconexión institucional. La ruta política más eficiente no es crear nuevas estructuras institucionales, sino conectar operativamente a nuestra banca de desarrollo regional con los ecosistemas financieros de la región MENA. Si nuestras instituciones, que conocen el terreno y los riesgos locales, estructuran y validan los proyectos, reducimos la curva de aprendizaje para los inversores de su región. Segundo, sistemas de garantías compartidas. Debemos ser pragmáticos. La inversión privada a gran escala requiere mitigación de riesgos. Una de las apuestas de la región puede ser la implementación de mecanismos de financiamiento mixto, donde los recursos multilaterales no solo financien obras, sino que sirvan como una garantía de protección ante el riesgo de pérdidas para los inversores privados. Tercero, una sincronización regulatoria. Para ser socios efectivos, debemos armonizar los estándares normativos. Sabemos que la prioridad para los inversores de la región MENA es la seguridad jurídica y la claridad regulatoria. El compromiso debe ser elevar nuestros marcos de regulación. Las asociaciones público-privadas, llevarlas también a estándares internacionales que faciliten el ingreso de flujos de inversión modernos. Guatemala cuenta con un marco de financiamiento sostenible, activo y alineado a estándares globales, listo para canalizar inversiones hacia proyectos verdes y sociales con toda la transparencia. Con relación a la segunda pregunta que nos fue planteada, podemos señalar que el sistema de la ayuda oficial al desarrollo actualmente opera bajo esquemas que muestran señales claras de agotamiento. Por ejemplo, las estadísticas de la OCDE demuestran que desde el año 2015 al 22 las necesidades de financiación para el desarrollo aumentaron un 36%, mientras que los recursos disponibles solo crecieron a un 22%. Hay una brecha que la misma Naciones Unidas ha destacado de $4 billones anuales que se registra para financiar los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible. En este escenario, las organizaciones regionales, además de constituirse en foros de diálogo, deben convertirse en plataformas de coordinación estratégica con capacidad operativa. No podemos permitir que los compromisos internacionales se limiten a aspectos declarativos. Por el contrario, debemos lograr que estos se traduzcan en iniciativas concretas de cooperación como el motor que potencia la atención a las necesidades reales de nuestros estados, particularmente en el nivel territorial. La experiencia de Guatemala en procesos como el compromiso de Sevilla nos ha demostrado que la fuerza de esta región, el Gran Caribe, reside en una acción concertada. Hoy más que nunca necesitamos transitar a una cooperación efectiva que requiere de organizaciones que simplifiquen los procesos y multipliquen los resultados. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias a usted, señor canciller de Guatemala. And now the moment we've all been waiting for, to hear from our gracious host, Her Excellency Noura bint Mohammed Al-Kabi, Minister of State of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the United Arab Emirates. You have the floor, madam.
Thank you, dear Naomi. It's wonderful to have you all here. I just need to highlight a caveat. I am at the same of your time zone. I just came from the Caribbean, so the 9+ hours, anyone who wants to go for a stroll and a walk at 2 a.m., I'll be more than happy to walk with you. The jet lag is crucial. Yet, you know, the energy here is just great energy. First of all, welcome to your home. Welcome to the United Arab Emirates. You've truly enriched this government conference, World Government Summit, and we would want to see you every year. And I think you will see us in your part of the world as well. So we will meet twice because what I'm hearing right now is how can we take our dreams into actions. We have priorities that are similar. This physical space is just a space, but we're quite connected in terms of how we cherish our culture, our heritage, our natural resources, and of course, how we want to all prosper and grow together. We're very pleased to have you here and have this conversation with the Caribbeans and the Latin America, and we do share this interest with you. We do remain committed to building the bridges. I think I'll be traveling soon to St. Kitts for the CARICOM meeting, and maybe I will also choose another places to hop into. I was also lucky to visit my friend Sean at Trinidad and Tobago, such a great host. My friend Melvin in Suriname, thank you so much. Of course, I then hopped to the Bahamas for a night and met the leadership, and then to Panama for the CAF meeting. So next, I hope I'll see more of you. I just want to highlight certain points that have been always discussing with Her Excellency Naomi, and it was highlighted on those meetings. The point of digitization and how can we leverage innovation is really important to look into, specifically when it comes to the infrastructure in the Caribbean. Here in the UAE, we've been working in terms of what digital transformation means. And there is always the question, will it diminish jobs? No, it will create new jobs. What I saw at the Caribbean is highly skilled individuals that can really adapt and reform the situation. And this is something that we really want to look into and work together through the ACS and through your esteemed governments. So the support of digitization in government service, in customs and logistics is something that we're looking into and we're discussing with our partners. This transformation have to remain inclusive. We are strengthening also the digital literacy and also ensuring that there's a capacity building program when we're doing that. When we look at the standards, there has to be standards of promoting the safety as well. And not only that, when we talk about digital transformation, it's important that you know that this digital transformation will be owned, sovereign by each government. It shouldn't be shared, and that is really important for us to highlight. Secondly, how can we look at the knowledge sharing, which is highlighted by some of the members. The WGS platform and the WGS platform that will also be happening in your region is something that we want to work on. We would like to work on timelines. We would like to work on projects together. So whenever we meet, we can discuss them and talk about them. The other point, Your Excellencies and our distinguished guests, is how can we work on a cooperation framework? That cooperation framework will look into of course, the interregional cooperations, and most importantly, how we can help when it comes to the global indicators and how we can work towards that from an economic perspective, from trade perspective, from investment protection perspective. Finally, I would like to highlight a point that is very dear to my heart, the climate change and the mangroves element. We do have initiatives in the UAE that is called the Mangrove Alliance. And we understand that we can also work together with your respected governments when it looks into that. At the end, I would like to invite you all, and this is something that we will be communicating further with you. By the end of the year, we have a UN Water Conference that is hosted by the UAE and co-hosted by Senegal. Each of your respected nations would want to be part of this discussion. Water will be the next topic that we don't want to fight over, but we want to search for solutions and collaborate further on. Some islands are rich with water, and some islands are looking for water, like the UAE. So how can we share such responsibility and knowledge together? Thank you so much again for being here. I hope we were a good host. And I have here the bag of complaints. You can just write them and put them in. And I look forward to seeing each one of you soon. Thank you so much, my dear Naomi. Thank you.
Thank you so much, dear Noura. You are a friend to all of us and a friend to me and to the ACS, and your generosity and hospitality is exceptional, and we're truly grateful. I would like to thank the panel. This concludes this high-level dialogue. I know we're running a little bit short on time, so I'll just finish there and I guess give it back to the moderator, and then you'll hear from me again.
Absolutely. I feel, Your Excellency, we are co-hosts today. It's so wonderful to see so many wonderful, familiar faces. And Your Excellencies, thank you so much for your valued contribution and leadership. We are now concluding, sadly, this very special 10th International Cooperation Conference. It gives me great honor, however, before we conclude, to please invite to the floor the Managing Director of the World Government Summit Organization, and we should congratulate him and his fantastic team for this year. Please give a big warm welcome to Mr. Mohammed El Shahan.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ministers, Secretary General Naomi, dear colleagues and friends, it's a true honor to address you today on behalf of the World Government Summit and to thank you for your participation at the 10th International Cooperation Summit of the ACS. Let me begin by thanking all the ministers who have made the commitment to come here and join us at the World Government Summit and participate in the different conversations and the different discussions. Your presence here have added a lot of value to the conversation. This is the first time where we have the largest presence of your region at the World Government Summit. And please, as Minister Noura said, consider this your platform. We look forward to seeing you next year. And before that, we have just announced today that we'll be hosting the WGS Dialogue at the Dominican Republic by the end of this year. And this is another invitation to convene in your region to have a discussion on the future of governance, international cooperation between our both regions, which might look disconnected by geography, but very well interconnected by different areas of collaboration. I thank you again for joining us. I wish you a good and pleasant rest of your stay here in the UAE. And if there is anything that we can support you with through the WGS platform, please consider it yours. Thank you so much.
And thank you, Mr. Mohammed El Shahan, for your closing remarks there and your leadership here at the World Government Summit. May I please invite my co-host for her closing remarks and to take the floor finally for today.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, partners, and colleagues. As we conclude this special edition of the 10th International Cooperation Conference, I would like to most sincerely thank you for your openness, your seriousness, and your strategic vision that have characterized our exchanges over these last 2 days. The decision to convene this 10th edition of the International Cooperation Conference within the framework of the World Government Summit was a deliberate one. It required determination, sustained effort, and significant coordination. It was guided by a shared understanding that in the current global context, new ways of working and engaging are essential. In this regard, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to Ms. Lisa Douglas Paul, Director of Cooperation and Resource Mobilization, and to the entire ACS Secretariat, whose professionalism, dedication, and hard work made this conference possible. Their commitment and capacity to deliver under demanding circumstances, that's me, the demanding, reflect the strength and potential of the association. The conversations we have held here have reaffirmed the centrality of the Greater Caribbean in the global development landscape. The Caribbean Sea connects ecosystems, economies, cultures, and peoples. Its protection and sustainable management are inseparable from the health of the planet itself. Investing in the Greater Caribbean means investing in the conditions that sustain life, development, and well-being far beyond our region. Throughout these discussions, one reality has been clear. We understand the challenges we face. We have identified our differences, our vulnerabilities, and our constraints. We are operating in a context marked by uncertainty, growing polarization, and increasing pressure on the multilateral system. The task before us is to move forward with greater determination, to mobilize resources, to align will, financing, and partnerships, to translate commitments into action and action into results that make a tangible difference in the people's lives. This moment calls for a change in pace and ambition. It calls for collective action that delivers. It calls for new approaches to cooperation and financing, and for a shared commitment to implementation. Our work will be truly relevant if it responds to the realities people face every day. Relevance today is measured by our capacity to act, to deliver, and to generate lasting impact. The Association of Caribbean States remains committed to serving as a platform for this action-oriented cooperation, bringing partners together, mobilizing resources, and supporting member states in advancing concrete solutions aligned with their priorities and responsibilities. Let us leave this conference with a renewed sense of urgency and responsibility, ready to advance from dialogue to action, from commitment to delivery. The future of the Greater Caribbean and of the planet we all share depends on the choices we make and the actions we take. Thank you for your partnership, your engagement, and your commitment. I look forward to our continued collaboration. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency Naomi Espinosa Madrid, for your powerful closing remarks. Our esteemed audience delegates, we are in awe of your time with us today. We really value your time. We're going to request one last favor. We're going to have an official photograph to really commemorate this moment. May I please just share some instructions that the ACA protocol team will be leading you out to the Fort Island. Jake will be taking our head table. Sarah will be taking our delegates to the left. And Ryan will be taking the delegates to the right. And Samira will be taking the back table closest to the door. So you'll have the ACS delegates taking you through, and we will have that as our last moment with you all. A big round of applause, and thank you so much for your time here today. Thank you.
في الماضي صنعت الكلمات والأفعال أعظم لحظات التاريخ، فألهمت الشعوب ورسمت مسارها.
As long as you live another day, you have an opportunity to create.
كلمة واحدة قد تتحول إلى قرارات.
In a world in which everything is global, we need global responses.
جملة واحدة قادرة على تشكيل الآراء.
To me, development delayed is development denied, and we have to change this.
والخطاب الصحيح يمكن أن يغير مجرى التاريخ.
If we fail to act now, we will see a climate crisis that is unimaginable.
غير أن الصوت الواحد مهما كان مؤثراً لا يكفي وحده.
We're going through a time warp. It's going to be shockingly different.
هذه تحديات معقدة يصعب على الدول والحكومات مواجهتها منفردة.
Shift to artificial intelligence is going to be like a tsunami hitting the labor market.
نحن بحاجة إلى منصة تجمع القادة والخبراء والمفكرين، منصة تطرح فيها أصعب الأسئلة وتصاغ فيها الحلول بجهد مشترك.
I'm an optimist by nature. If you're not optimistic and passionate, you'll not get anything done.
القمة العالمية للحكومات، حيث تلتقي العقول وتتولد الأفكار ويستشرف المستقبل.
Throughout history, our greatest turning points began not with action, but with powerful words.
As long as you live another day, you have an opportunity to create.
A single line can be a command.
In a world in which everything is global, we need global responses.
A sentence can form an opinion.
To me, development delayed is development denied, and we have to change this.
And the right speech can shift the course of history.
If we fail to act now, we will see a climate crisis that is unimaginable.
But one voice on its own can only go so far.
We're going through a time warp. It's going to be shockingly different.
These are challenges too complex for any nation to face alone.
Shift to artificial intelligence is going to be like a tsunami hitting the labor market.
They demand a platform where leaders, experts, and thinkers can confront the world's toughest questions together.
I'm an optimist by nature. And if you're not optimistic and passionate, you'll not get anything done.
Welcome to the World Government Summit, where voices meet, where ideas are exchanged, and the future is reimagined.
We're going through a time warp. It's going to be shockingly different.
If we get into a new Cold War, do countries have to choose which side they are?
In a world in which everything is global, we need global responses.
I'm an optimist by nature. And if you're not optimistic and passionate, you'll not get anything done.
Think of genes as life software. Genetic medicine is the ability to rewrite that code.
If you are diagnosed early with lung cancer, your probability of being alive at 5 years is going to be 95%.
What COVID did is it really stretched our systems to their core.
History teaches us the pandemic agreement is mission critical for humanity.
What drives economic development is innovation.
Innovation cannot be planned. You just don't know when and where innovation comes.
Creative arts as an industry is a generator not only of wealth, but of jobs.
You can find the capital, you can find the resources. It's the ideas that matter.
To me, development delayed is development denied, and we have to change this.
We know the energy demand is going to double by 2050. We don't know how we're going to supply that demand.
Those countries that will continue to innovate will have a competitive advantage.
They want the data input and the models that they can manage and they can trust.
The
one-day work week will likely be here by 2040.
Once you have humanoid robots, there's really no limit to the economy. You can make anything.
Shift to artificial intelligence is going to be like a tsunami hitting the labor market.
This technology is going to impact the world profoundly.
It means every day will be our best day.